$5,000 in cash and prizes. First up, the Mason Contractors Association of America presents the Masonry Skills Challenge. First, second, and third year apprentices showcase the future of masonry. Then it's the SPEC MIX Toughest Tender, a race to find the fastest mason tender in the arena. Followed up by the most exciting 20 minutes in masonry, the MCAA's fastest trowel on the block. And finally, the main event, the SPEC MIX Bricklayer 500. Masons and tenders from around the world showcase their skill, speed, and stamina for a chance to win a new Ford F-250 4x4 truck or Kubota RTV X1140 and take home the title, World's Best Bricklayer. It all starts now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to beautiful Las Vegas. Isn't it great to be back here with the world of concrete? Doesn't it feel good, guys?
This is a party about to happen.
Yeah, it is. This is amazing. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the SPEC MIX Bricklayer 500. My name is Tom Clark. I am your official host, have been over the years, and of course, my partner in crime, Sean O'Malley, right here, right next to me. And a couple of new characters that we have here. Jim O'Connor has been with us before, covering the fastest trowel on the block, among other things. And we have these guys right here. You'll recognize them if you were in the regionals. RC, Ryan Coyne, and Will Scott. They are going to be our play-by-play, covering all the action on the floor. Sean, it is going to be a great day, a beautiful day, but a hot day.
It is going to be a hot day. We're going to talk a lot about the elements that these guys are going to deal with and all the different challenges. But in the next 4 to 5 hours, we have 4 huge masonry events to take off. It couldn't be done before. We're going to try to make it happen today in this heat, Las Vegas. Here we go.
It's beautiful. It really is. It is great to be back here. If you remember, we were the last trade show here in Las Vegas, and we're the first trade show back again. Why? Because this is the show to be at.
That's right. They wanted us here last and first. We're turning this city back on.
I love it. It's great. All right, we're going to disperse everybody. We're going to kick things off now. The Skills Challenge was the first event. They started at 8 o'clock this morning. We're looking at 100-degree temperatures. We're starting everybody earlier. RC, Will, we're going to let you guys go on your way. Jim O'Connor, we're going to let you go as well. Sean, I'm going to let you go because I know you're heading over to the skills area with Ryan Shaver over there.
That's right. We're going to give you some hot play-by-plays, keep you posted what's going on. I want you to stay in the shade, stay rested.
All right, so here's the way things are going to be happening, everybody. As you heard on our intro video, the Skills Challenge are the first, second, and third year apprentices. Now, a little bit later on this afternoon, you're going to see some of those third-year apprentices. They're going to be competing in the junior bricklayer. Now, a lot of them are looking to be a mason, like you see out here. Perhaps we'll see one of them in the stall one day competing for the SPEC MIX Bricklayer 500. Ryan Shaver is down there right now, and Ryan, all the kids started around 8 o'clock this morning. How long do they have? What are we looking for as far as their blueprints for their design, and what about some of the dollars that these kids are going to be winning?
Guys, I'm over here. We've got 26 of our all-stars, first, second, third-year apprentices.
So what do we got going on down here, Ryan? Tell us, introduce us. These guys have been going for about an hour now. Why don't you lead us through this and tell us what's going on?
Yes, sir. We've got 26 of our all-star apprentices, first, second, and third year. They're 50 minutes in, doing a phenomenal job. This is our future, and these are our rock stars in this arena today.
We hear a lot about workforce development and developing for the future. This is where it all starts for the masonry trade, right here. These young men and women behind us, they're 50 minutes in. They're going to show us our skills, and we're going to really find out who has the talent to stay with this, right?
That's exactly right. And they're still stair-stepping on their skill set. This is phenomenal. So you look at your first-year apprentice that's brand new, just getting started. And then you move over and look at the third-year guys, how far they came in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, there's a lot of people here that have elevated from the basic level up to the second year and then into the third year. So right behind us, we have all different skill levels, and they're just progressing all the time.
Yes, sir. And they have 3 hours to build a project that they just got shown 50 minutes ago.
Do you think they're a little nervous?
Maybe, but I think the nervous is gone now, and they're ready to rumble.
Well, we're going to see heat be a factor throughout all 4 events today. How do you think it's going to affect these young lads and ladies?
They're going to give them a break. At 9:30, they get a 5-10 minute break, get them hydrated, drink a bottle of water, rest for a minute in the shade, and then right back at it. So I think they're going to perform like we always see. I really do.
That's awesome. Do you think that some of the contestants that are from the South that are constantly in that heat will perform a little bit better, and maybe those people up north, they're not as acclimated?
It's possible. It's possible. But I'm going to tell you right now, I think everyone got a good night's sleep from what I already see.
Awesome. Tom, we got this event kicked off down here. We're going to keep checking in with you periodically. We're going to go see who's got the best talent down here in the skills.
Thanks a lot, Sean. I really appreciate it. Jim O'Connor is back up here with me on the stage. And Jim, these kids, they're actually, they're competing, obviously, to get to that next level, but they're also working up for some cash as well. They've got first, second, and third place prizes. But we're talking about the future of Masonry. The first year, second year, and then the third year, as we said, we had some coming to do the junior bricklayer where they're going to be Masons. Let's talk about what happens next. What are they shooting for? Where can they go?
These apprentices are going to be paid along the way. They're not paying to get this education that's going to take them a long way in life. But they're being paid along the way to learn. And as they progress with their first, second, third year, they're getting raises along that way to keep them incentivized to stay in the business. But what's really great about the masonry business is there's more opportunity than just that. If this is not where you want to end up, there's plenty of places to go. You can get into safety. You could be an estimator. You could be a supervisor, a foreman. And the opportunity for advancement at this stage is really great because we have a very aging workforce, and they're going to be weaning themselves out, and the openings are there. So if these kids really progress the way we see them doing today, they have just wonderful opportunity in the masonry business. And everybody that's out there looking for work, we need people, and there's great opportunity.
This is the IT age, Jim, and a lot of kids, they love to use their hands, they love to work hard, they love to build things, step back, take a look at it. But let's face it, a lot of our kids are into IT as well. Maybe college might be right for them. What sort of IT opportunities are we talking about for these kids, and how can that play into their future?
In the building and the design world, there's plenty of that, trying to figure which brick goes where and when. There's also opportunities when it comes to estimating. There's just plenty of opportunities in this business. We're going to continue to build with brick and block because it's the best building product there is. So that's never going to leave us. And there's plenty of buildings that are built that need to be restored. Right. So it's a constant effort to keep things going, and our industry is ever growing, and we need people.
If you're a parent and you're thinking, you're talking with your son or your daughter, and you're going, well, college might be the right path. What do they do? Do they go to a trade school? Do they find a mason they know? Are there facilities? What's the right move? What's the next move for them to do?
The first thing I would do is go on imiweb.org. And you can see locally we have a training school, the District Council Training Center, but a lot of training centers throughout the country that you can get involved in, and the Job Corps as well have opportunities. They can probably just get a hold of me or get a hold of anybody at SPEC MIX, and we'll walk them through the process.
All right. Well, Jim O'Connor, thanks a lot. I know you're going to be down there with the fastest trowel on the block. That's pretty much your baby right there. Don't go away just yet, though. I'm going to throw it down to Sean O'Malley. He's on the floor with a tub of mud. Sean, what do you have down there for us to look at?
I'm down on the floor here right next to this multi-equipped mortar tub. And you can see we're getting ready to transition into the fastest trowel. Roberto here is actually just spinning his mud up a little bit. He likes it in a very specific way. Some like it stiffer, some like it looser. Roberto's making sure it's ready to go the way that he likes it. Keeping an eye on him, he's going to be a contender here today in the SPEC MIX fastest trowel. All right, so we got a lot of stuff to go through. Tom, I'm going to come back out there. I'm going to visit with you. We're going to talk about some of the strategies and some of the other things that we got going on during Masonry Madness today.
All right, thanks a lot, Sean. I appreciate it. Sean, of course, a Mason himself. He's going to give us great insight. But we also have a couple of guys on the floor. As I said, I just introduced them. They're brand new. RC, Ryan Cohen. We're going to call him RC. We have another Ryan floating around. That would be Ryan Shaber, who's covering the skills contest. And then also Will Scott. And for those of you that were at the regionals, of course, you had to qualify to get here. We had the regionals. We had 4 wild card slots. But you know Ryan, and you know Will. So RC and Will are going to be down on the floor, and they'll be giving us a very unique perspective into what is going on. The first contest, however, we've got to get into is going to be the toughest tender. And Sean, as a Mason, you know the tender is the right-hand man. They have to be working in synchronicity in order to make this work, right?
Oh, yeah. These guys have a plan. They've been practicing for months and months now. They know they were coming out to the World Championship, so they've been working it as a team. But the toughest tender, when that kicks off, these guys are going to be busting it in this heat to get that stall set up as quickly and accurately as possible. They have their own little blueprint. There's a demo stall that they have to follow, make sure that there's 5 mortar boards with 5 equal stacks of brick that are 4 high, and they're going to do it fast. Watch them spin these 16-foot plank around in those stalls in 11 minutes.
Well, that's the world record that we have, and I equate to setting it up like a perfect game in bowling. There is no room for error. $2.99 doesn't get you a ring. It won't get you anything here either. It doesn't matter how fast you are. It matters how perfect. If we have 2 perfect stalls, the faster time is going to win it. Tony Shelton alluded to that yesterday. He says, hey, I wasn't the fastest time, but I had the best looking stall, and he walked away with $2,500 cash.
They also have to consider, do they want to expunge all their energy at once getting this set up, or do they want to just take their time, do it accurately, save their energy for the main event? So we're going to see a little 50-50 split there, I think.
It's a good blend, and that's what it's all about, though. If you have the right blend of speed and endurance, you're going to walk away with some cash and maybe even a Ford F-250 come later in the day.
Hey, don't forget about the bragging rights, too.
Bragging rights, that's probably just as important in this business, right?
But unfortunately, bragging rights are only going to last for about another 6 or 7 months because we're coming right back here again in late January 2022.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. All right, let's get going with the toughest tender. I'm going to tell you to look at the big screens right now. We got a big toughest tender video, and then we're going to introduce the contestants and the judges for today's first big event. You know, it always works better when you have your microphone on, but welcome to live TV. For those of you watching on the live stream right now, welcome. For those of you that are in the arena and you're trying to find it, SPECMIX.com is where you're going to find it, and then you can be hooked up for the entire afternoon. We got a couple of guys that are down on the floor right now, and I want to throw the microphone out over to them. RC and Will, where are you guys hiding down there? I'm trying to find them. They're the ones that are going to be giving us a little play-by-play. I'm going to get to that. There he is. There is Will Scott. Will, first of all, I want to say it is great to have you with us. Everybody's been talking about what's been going on in the regionals, so you know the deal. You know it. You know these events, forwards and backwards. What are we going to see today, Will Scott?
Goodness gracious, you're going to see the best bricklaying in the entire country and the entire world. So get ready, everyone at home.
Thank you, Will. I appreciate it. All right, I see that all the tenders are ready to go. Sean O'Malley has got one of those tenders over in stall 13. Sean, who do you got?
We got Luke Wikander here, that's up from the Northeast. This is Luke's first time competing in the toughest tender. And just like we were talking a few minutes ago about strategies and such, are you gonna try to burn it out, Luke, or are you gonna take your time and save your energy? What's your plan?
Well, I'm gonna go for the win, but I need to make sure that everything is executed perfectly and we have all the measurements down, so the Mason can do the best possible job and lay as many bricks as possible today.
Now that's Johnny Linegre up behind you. Do you think Johnny's gonna be screaming at you if you're not doing it his way?
For sure, bro.
All right, Tom, we're ready to go here. These guys are set, they got their plans. I'm gonna toss it back to you so you can get this rolling.
All right, let's get things underway. Tenders, if you are ready, remember, it's not about how fast you are, it's about how accurate. It has to be perfect, and if we do have two stalls that are exactly the same, that's when the time factor comes in. Judges, if you are ready, raise your hands and let me know that you're good to go for the judging. Let's get this puppy started, as they say. Tenders, on your mark, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Toughest tender, go! We do want to thank our judges that are helping us out. Bud Johnson, Isidro Valdez, Victor Santillan, Mike Portinga, Jamil Irving, Adam Gibson, Stan Kuselik, Robert McKibben, Don Borchette, Lawrence Johnson, Wesley Sylvester, and Scott Helms. Those are the guys in the red shirts that we have around the arena. Your tenders, as you're looking at the stalls, returning champion Fred Campbell has Tony Shelton as his tender. Now, Tony has won this event twice before, not on time, but on accuracy. Stall number 2, your tender, Charlie Cheatham. Oscar Gossin for Esteban Cabral. Of course, Esteban has his brother Juan in stall number 18, so we're gonna have a little battle going on right there. We do, however, will be missing Alan McLeese in stall number 4, his tender, Dean McClanahan. Due to a family priority, they will not be here. So if you're looking for him in your program, we hope everything is okay with Alan. We've got tender Jose Perez in stall number 5, Tony Savant in stall 6, Juan Diego De Lara in number 7, Nick Miller in number 8, Adolfo Gonzalez Jr. in stall number 9. The Tuttle Group, top craftsman in 2017 in stall 10, that was Brian. His tender, Scott Tuttle, his brother, in stall number 11. That's going to be your returning top craftsman champion. That's Darren Douthit, and his tender is Nigel Delmez. So look for them to make an impact on today's event. Javier Chacon, Steve Braswell is his tender in number 12. Luke Wikander in number 13. Guadalupe Hernandez in stall 14. And then Ricky Mullins in 15, Richie Martinez in 16, Nick Campbell in 17. And then something new this year, the wild cards. And the wild card slots, there were 4 of them, and the tenders, that's going to be in stalls 18 through 21. You got Omar Mayorga, Jesus Perez Jimenez, Oscar Herrera, and then Zach Ferris rounding things out. Sean, that's our crew for today.
Hey, you just ended it up on the wild card, and I want to tell everybody out there, do not overlook these wild cards. The way they earn their spot into this national competition today is through the SPEC MIX Regional Series, but to get the qualifier as the wild card, they didn't win that local event, but they did lay the next highest number in the entire country. So that means they know how to put the units in, and the tenders know how to work with their mason. Tom, did you happen to see those guys throwing around those plank? They were like toothpicks.
Yeah, it's ridiculous what goes on. And speaking of ridiculous, I'm gonna throw it to our new team down on the floor. Hate to throw you guys under the bus, or I should say under the wheelbarrow. I'm gonna give it over to RC and Will Scott right now. They're in the middle of the arena. Let's turn to them, and they're gonna give us a little insight into what we're gonna be seeing the next 10 minutes. Guys?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is kind of a unique competition, not only because of the work they're doing, because a lot of these guys have been here before. This is a really, really unique situation because of the heat. You're seeing guys right now on the wall, and they are absolutely flying. There's several different techniques being used as we speak. There's a handful of guys on one side of the wall that are taking their time in the beginning. They're coming in strong right after that. And then there's several other guys that have been whipping it since the very beginning. Very, very impressive. Tom?
Thanks a lot, Will. I appreciate it. Let's just sit back and just watch these guys work for just a second. You know, I think what's unique, Sean, is we're right here in front of us is former champ Tony Shelton, who's done it twice, and I'm watching the way he is setting things up versus some of the others that are in the stalls. And I don't know, it just seems like, you know, he's either right there or maybe just a little bit ahead of these guys, you know?
That could be the case. Really, the stalls were all identical when we started this event, and by the time that we end, and we have a champion, for the toughest tender, all of these stalls will be set up exactly the same. So they all have the same number of brick, the same number of block and plank to move. They have to hustle. It's just how they use their body and how efficient they are.
Hey, RC, I wanted to chat with you a second. Ryan Coyne, who is in the arena with Will Scott. You know, setting up the brick is also important. It's not just setting up the stall and making it perfect. There's a method to that madness. RC, talk about why it's important to have the brick set up a certain way.
Well, Tom, it's really important to have it set up the right way so the bricklayer can actually place his brick properly throughout the competition. And also, it's really important for the tender to place those brick in a certain area so those bricklayers can grab it really quick. But I want to point out something here. We do have a two-time toughest tender champion in stall number 8. So he's working real hard. He's well experienced. He knows where his place his brick for his bricklayer. And he's got his mortar boards placed in a certain area. They got a strategy here. So he knows he can get the most brick to those boards so the bricklayer can lay up the most brick within that 1 hour.
Now, Brian, we're in Las Vegas right now. It's a betting town. Are you trying to say that you're putting your money on that stall?
Listen, I'm ready to bet on number 8. There's a lot of bets I'm making out here today because we also have two brothers out here competing against each other, bricklayers that is. So I got some money on that one as well.
Oh, wow. This is going to be an exciting day.
There's going to be a lot of dollars exchanging hands at the end of the day.
Yeah, I just hope those dollars are coming into my pocket.
I think they are. You know what? I'm going to jump down, and the reason being, I'm going to see if I can have a camera follow me over here, because this is kind of interesting. We've already got some folks yelling on the sideline over here, and we have just started the day. Who's doing all the yelling over here? What is going on? What is this? Who do you want? Who do you want? This is what it's all about right here. This is it. Get those families involved. All right.
Hey, that's
I know you're right here. Tom. All right, Johnny Langerat from 13. Who's the tender out there working hard?
I don't know. My brother?
Your brother? Get in here. Get in, your brother. You dog, you. I'm trying to figure. I'm like, God, that guy looks awfully familiar. So,
Yeah.
what's your twin?
Identical twin.
Well, you want to switch places real quick?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. We'll switch up. Yeah.
Yeah. So who do we have here? Family, friends?
I'm his mom.
Mom? Mom, what do you think?
I think we're gonna go.
We're gonna go?
That's it. We're gonna win. Woo!
I like moms that are excited and they get fired up over here. Now, how long has he been laying brick?
Oh, golly.
Long time?
Yeah.
Okay, so does this go back generational? Is this a family thing?
For Johnny's family, yes.
Really? Johnny, come on. Come here, Johnny. So this goes back in your family, generations?
My dad taught me.
So how long have you been laying brick?
Since I was 13, I started.
So that's what, 5-6 years? You look like 20.
Looks like 29 years.
Well, that's awesome. Well, listen, good luck today. We're going to focus on the tender right now. Mom, very nice to meet you. Here we go. Yeah. I like it. All right. Sean O'Malley, back to you at the game day desk area.
Yeah, I got a great vantage point from up here, and I see all of the brick being put out there. Mortar boards are being used as spacers at this point. Hey, Will, RC, we know that these stalls are going to be identical when the toughest tender walks out, but what happens when we start the SPEC MIX BRICKLAYER 500? Does something change at that point?
I tell you what, it depends on the mason themselves. So just like you said, every single one of these stalls is going to be set up the same. What that does is it allows these guys to have the same competitive advantage when the competition begins. Once we fire the gun and these bricklayers are off, all that goes out the window. These tenders can set it up however their masons want it to help speed them up, and that's exactly what you're going to see out here.
So they're going to have their own strategy, but they can't do that until the start of the SPEC MIX BRICKLAYER 500, right?
That's exactly right, and that's exactly why we designed it this way. We want everyone to start on the same foot before this competition begins.
Hey, thanks a lot, Ryan. While they're finishing up on the toughest tender, I do want to make mention with the skills challenge over there, and I got to get a little love to all the kids that are out there, the first, second, and third year apprentices. So I'm going to go down the line here, and these are all your first year apprentices: Kevin Bernardi, Grant Miller, Oscar Montano, Christian Brown, Bryson McLaurin, William Evans, Tyler Kohler, and John Parker. That's your first year. Now your second year apprentices: Alex Mendoza, Ryan Clark, David Esquivel. We've got Ulysses Cassiano, Gunnar Ellefson, Julia de la Cruz, Chris Wassenaar, and Kiefer White. And then your third year apprentices that are down there, 4 of these guys are going to be competing in the junior bricklayer a little later. Those 4 are Marcos Gonzalez, Jacob Brooks, Kevin Ruiz, and Grant Helms. Now the other third year students, the third year apprentices, that's Jordan Back, Rudy Alvarez, Simon Lapsa, Juan Gonzalez, Jonah Cody, and Mason Lovell. So those are all your first, second, and third year students. Back on the floor right now to RC. Oh, we got Ryan Coyne. Ryan, how we doing? Anybody getting close to finishing and maybe beating that 11-minute mark?
Well, I'm looking over here at stall number 2 with Emilio. His tender is really knocking it out. As you can see, he's already got his boards already set up at 4 brick high, double wide, and he's almost done here with all his brick. And I want to point out, that's a lot of brick he's laid. Each one of these building brick lay between 4 to 5 pounds, and that's about 44 pounds of brick with that brick tong this toughest tender's laying. So he's placing it out, he's got a strategy, and he's working really hard out here.
Hey,
so it looks like number 2 might be it.
Ryan, you got the stacks of brick there. How many bricks in each stall are the masons working with, and the tenders have to actually move to get in position?
That is a great question, Tom. There is 1,000 bricks. There are 2 cubes of brick, 1,000 brick total. So these toughest tenders over here are picking up each stack of 11, and they range between 4 to 5 pounds. So that's quite a bit of brick they're laying.
We're talking about 5,000 pounds in the morning before breakfast.
Right before breakfast. I hope they ate something good here today, Tom, other than brick.
Yeah. Ooh, I like that.
Building brick is mighty delicious in the morning, I say.
And you know what? It looks really good in a wall, too.
If you throw a little SPEC MIX mortar gravy on, it's even better.
Boy, you know how to suck up to the sponsors, don't you?
I'm trying, Tom. Back to you.
I love it. Thank you very much. RC and Will Scott in our arena today. You're going to be covering everything. Jim O'Connor, he's getting ready to take care of the fastest trowel on the block. I see mortar on the boards already. Our mason and tender combos over there, they're getting ready. That's going to be 20 minutes of speed and endurance to no end. It's going to be absolutely incredible. All right, let's focus our eyes right now on our toughest tenders. We're going to shut up for just a second and just see how they wrap things up over here.
Hey, Tom, I'm walking around over here in the toughest tender area. I'm starting to see some people slow down a little bit. The heat is starting to get to them. but they're going to get it done. They're going to get it done right. Notice the pace on how it's actually fallen off from previous years. I don't know that we're going to see that 11.5-minute record broke today.
You know, I was thinking about that, and I'm realizing that, you know, these guys are all getting a bag of Marshalltown tools, and they're going to be, you know, using the Marshalltown trowel. I'm just wondering if we could leave a Marshalltown trowel out in the sun, see how hot it gets, Sean, and maybe cook an egg on it a little bit later.
I bet we could.
I
if
bet
you like a burger with a little fried egg on it, that would be perfect. No,
I
gotta
love
watch
that.
where I'm at here. I'm over here with Steven. Look at his stall. It's almost done.
This
He's
is awesome.
Checking it right now. I don't know. I don't want to allude to anything. Steven in stall number 12 here has been busting it out pretty good.
Hang on, I'm coming over here to stall number 2. I just saw a little interaction over here. Don't go anywhere, I got a camera. Hang on. So, I gotta ask you, come here. You were doing the stall, you're done, right? You're done? What were you saying to him at the very end there? I saw you kind of helping out a little bit.
Just finishing strong. He's got it, we've been practicing, and he did a great job. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure that all the paper and the plastic were separate.
It was almost like you just gave it a little bit, just a tiny little bit of direction over there. What, I mean, how important is that, and what kind of practice were you doing?
Well, we've been practicing in our own shop for probably the whole month, doing what he's doing, and he did a great job. Yeah.
One thing to remember here, Tom. Just because he's the first done does not make him the winner yet. We're going to have to go back through these stalls and make sure everything is correct, right?
That's right. That's the important thing. It doesn't matter how fast you are, although he looks a little winded right now.
Well, we always wonder what the technique is. A lot of these bricklayers are so concerned about the prizes they're going to win as the bricklayer, they actually tell their tenders to slow it down a little bit, not to use all their energy right away. I love that Emilio's got all the faith in Charlie here, no matter what it is. He said, you hump it, go win yourself some big prizes, because there are some fantastic prizes for the toughest tenders.
Yeah, $2,500 cash. That would be a nice check. That's a good dinner somewhere in Las Vegas. And you said you were practicing, and for about a month. What kind of bricks were you throwing out there in your practice run?
It's Belden brick, sort of similar, and we're kind of used to it.
So you're ready to go?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right. Are you ready?
Oh, yeah, ready to go.
Been ready? All right. We'll have to see who else is finished and who's got the best time, Will.
Sounds good to me. Let's go, Tom.
All right.
Hey, Tom, while you're over there finishing up the toughest tender, Jim O'Connor and I are over here in the fastest trowel on the block, and we're checking some things out. These guys are getting ready to roll here. They're tweaking their mud just a little bit, getting it the way they want. We're actually seeing some people put water on the block. Do you know what's that for?
It'll help the bond, but it'll also keep the mortar soft enough that they can tool it, and they can work the mortar a lot better.
I tell you, I did lay up a few block here over the last week while we were getting prepared for this day of Masonry Madness, and I did the same thing. I was dumping water bottles on the block because it's so hot out here. You need any kind of advantage that you can get. Just that little trick, a couple ounces of water goes a long way.
It's a tough competition. Any edge you can get is really important. The one thing I did notice, there are no stretcher blocks. It's all header blocks.
That's right. And for those of you at home that don't know what that means, if you take a look at these blocks right here, they got a flat side on them. Stretcher blocks oftentimes have a little concave. That's where a mason can put his hands. And here, right here's the top of the block. It does have a little lip. And you're going to see these guys pick these up one-handed, spin it almost like a basketball. They are amazing. These guys are going to bust it out for 20 minutes, get a little break, then come back and they're going to do some tooling too, right, Jim?
That's right. They get a 5-minute break, 5 minutes to tool. The tooling's going to be tough on those joints lower to the ground because they've been in there for a while. So this will be very interesting.
Yeah, these guys are going to be fast, not only with laying the block, but also their tools. Tom, we're going to come back up to you. We're getting ready to kick this off, but you recap us. Do you think you've got something going over there with the toughest tender? Is it wrapped up yet?
I think so. As a matter of fact, Sean and Jim, if you would get all the masons and tenders ready over there, less than 5, we're going to start the fastest trowel in the block. So tell them to keep the mud moist, and we'll be good to go. Throwing it back in the middle of the arena right now. RC, things are just about done over there. We're ready for the fastest trowel on the block. How many tenders are left, and how do the stalls look?
Well, Tom, we got about close to 18 still left, but we got our second one done here. Tony in stall number 6. I want to point out something I noticed between the first and second place, and it's really interesting in how they both did a great job. Besides lifting all these building brick, is all the refuge we have right down below. You have to have all this material separated out. That's part of the criteria being labeled the toughest tender. Not only placing your brick in your stalls, it's about also getting the refuge outside the stalls and separated out. So Tony's doing a really good job. He came in second right now, finishing up, but not second for the toughest tender. He has not been labeled the second place at all. He's just the second one that's done.
Hey, RC, I want to ask you, you talked about something specific with it being perfect. Can I have my plastic mixed with my paper mixed with something else, or does it have to be equally separated in order for it to be perfect?
It has to be separated. All the refuge here has to be separated, besides the wind maybe blowing it around a little bit. But all the materials right here down below are separated. So you have your brick slips sitting right here and your paper between your brick. They are separated out. You do not want them intertwined with each other, your bands and your broken brick. So these materials have been separated out. This will be part of the judging criteria. So it's really important to have this done.
All right, well, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. RC and Will Scott, we're going to hear from them throughout the day on the SPEC MIX BRICKLAYER 500. All right, Masons and Tenders, it is now time to get ready for the fastest trowel on the block. And before we get started, one more time to Sean and Jim down on the floor. Boys, what's going on?
Yeah, we just walked through and made sure that everyone's ready to go here at the same time. And you know what, Jim, we came over here to last year's champion, Gerardo, and the look on his face, it is pure concentration. Are you a little angry? You ready to go?
He's focused.
He's focused. All right, keep your eyes on number 402, Gerardo. He's going to try to be a back-to-back winner at the fastest.
This is not for the faint of heart. You shake any one of these guys' hands, and you know you're shaking a man's hand.
All right, should we get ready to count this down here? Are the Masons ready? Tenders ready?
Yeah, we got a video we're going to show first, and then we're going to let you guys count it down right there. Masons and Tenders, last chance to get everything good to go. Have your trowels ready. You must be outside your stalls. You cannot be inside your stalls. You must be outside the red line.
Let's get
outside the red line. Somewhere outside.
Let's get everybody to the inside, please. All teams to the inside aisle.
All right. All eyes on the video screen. Here we go. It is the MCAA's fastest trowel on the block. Everybody getting ready over there. Hey, I want to let everybody know there's going to be this guy roaming through the crowd. His name is James Bussing, and he is our Instagram specialist. He's going to be posting stuff on Instagram all day for our live stream. And James, what are you going to be looking for out in the crowd?
I'm looking for energy. I'm looking for enthusiasm. I'm looking for cheerleaders.
Wait, I don't know if we have any cheerleaders or not. We have family cheerleaders. Will that work?
Oh, no, that's exactly what we're looking for. Let's hear it, guys. Come on.
All right. All right, James, I'm going to let you get out of here. We're going to get things underway. We'll get this posted on Instagram and tag it for you. All right, Sean and Jim, I'm going to let you guys count it down. I see the Masons and Tenders outside their stalls ready to go. Guys, let's kick it off.
Let's get this going. This is the second event of 4 here that we're about to start. Masons, can I get trowels up in the air or hands up in the air? Are we ready? Time clock, are you ready? Jim, let's count it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Do it. All right, we're off and running. These trowels have been picked up, the sizes of shovels, and they're off and running. Watch this dance here in silence.
Here's going to be your teams as you look across. You see the stalls with the 40 numbers on them. Stall 401, Howard Cole and tender Martin Avendaro. 402, Gerardo Patlan and Robert Patlan. 403, JT Payne and Jeff Head, Mike Canez IV, and Luis Salcido. If you know the name Mike Canez, yeah, he was a winner back in the past. This is his son, so look for him to be close or in the money. Jose Soto, stall number 405, number 406, Jose Cimental. Stall number 407, Roberto Cimental. Stall number 408, Tabita Tatiole. Stall number 409, Richard King. 410, Christopher Duby. And stall number 411, Israel Sandoval. Crowd, let's make a little noise and let's watch these guys lace and block. Now, the whole idea is 20 minutes of work. Then they're going to get a 5-minute rest period, then 5 minutes to tool the wall. But there is a catch. They don't know which side of the wall that's going to be tooled and judged. Once they get done, and while they're in their rest period, we're going to get a member of the MCAA to come over to the center of the arena. Jim O'Connor and Sean O'Malley will be with them. We're going to flip a coin. And whether that coin is on heads or tails will determine which side of the wall is going to be clean and tooled. So they have to be real careful as they lay the block to make sure that it's pretty even on both sides.
Hey, Tom, we're over here. Jim and I are over here, and we're actually over in stall 404. Take a look at this. He's got leads built on one side, meaning that he had to actually pick up his stabile at 4-foot level, and he laid up, looks like 3-4 courses, and now he's laying his bed joints all the way out. He's spreading the wall, going to the right side, and he's actually going to start building up that lead. This is all about strategy. We're going to come over here and watch as he starts to build up this lead. Once these leads are built, that's when the speed really comes in. He's got to be very meticulous on this part right here because they have quality. They have to meet as well. He's doing a fantastic job. I hear his fan crowd. I hear his fans in the background. They're all cheering and they're making him motivated. We're going to watch this for just a little bit. I'll keep you posted as it develops.
Thanks, Sean. You know, and you would have thought that the World of Concrete didn't miss a beat or trade shows in Vegas because just like it was before, they're 5, 6, 7 deep around the arena right now trying to root on their favorite Mason and Tender. But we do want to thank our judges for the fastest trowel on the block. John Jacob, Brandon Hartzell, Tiffany Talima, Roti Miller, Tom Bacala, Reno Montoya, Terry Watts, Tyler Watts, Melvin Schwendeman, Donnie Williams, Kent Bounds, Hoss Hoskinson, Jabatzi, Robert Jabatzi, and Dave Endres. So thank you very much for volunteering and helping us judge this event today. Let's watch these guys lay some block. How much time do we have left? We got 16 minutes left, Sean. We're about a quarter of the way through. Give me an update.
Oh, I got an awesome update. I'm over here in JT Payne's stall. Now, Masons, they are craftsmen. They have to know how to lay brick. They have to know how to lay block. JT is actually competed last year in our SPEC MIX BRICKLAYER 500. He did an amazing job. This year, he's switching gears, and he's actually pounding these block in. Watch this. He's got one course completed all the way. Leads are done. I don't know. He's getting ahead of the others. This could be a runaway.
Sean, what I like, and I'm over here in 407, Roberto Cimental, and I love the way he's taken the Marshalltown trowel, and he's just ripping that mud down 5, 6 block at a time. They're just laying the mud out in strips, and then they're just dropping the block. It really is impressive. I see you on your knees down there. I'm going to go back to you.
Yeah, JT's spreading out his wall right now. He's almost like a figure skater or a speed skater. He's got his hand behind his back. He's saving as much energy as possible. He's got a spread of about 5 foot per trowel. That trowel, I think it should be AKA shovel. He's getting a lot of that SPEC MIX mortar moving fast.
All right, let's watch these guys for a couple of minutes. I don't hear a lot of noise coming from family and friends. That's important.
I agree with you, Tom. I'm going to walk over here towards the east side. Do we have any fans out there? You got some kids competing? Well, I tell you, I'm standing right next to you. Do you think they can hear you in the stalls? I don't think so. Let's go. Let's get some noise going for your favorite team. Bring them home.
Sean, when we're looking at the walls, how many block are we looking at each row? Of course, the bottom was the starter course. What do you think? How many are we going to get? You're over there at 407, Roberto Cimental. How does it look over there? And as I said, what's the block count per row?
22 and a half block per row. It is a 30-foot wall, and these guys are flying. Absolutely flying. Just to give you an idea, I talked to the DCTC in Chicago, and they helped me out with this. They say the amount of block that they're gonna lay today, with the mortar that they're spreading, could be anywhere from 54 to 5,800 pounds in 20 minutes.
That's a couple
lot
tons
of weight
of material.
It's a couple tons of material that they throw in 20 minutes, folks. You guys go to the gym and don't do it for an hour and pay for that. These guys are getting paid for this.
Hey, Tom, I'm still over here in Roberto's stall over at 407. And I got to take it back. I don't know. He's got 2 completed courses in. He's spreading out his bed joint on his 3rd course now. His leads are up. These guys are dancing fast. This is 20 minutes of pure madness right here.
Let's go. It's going to be a contest. They're going after it. Let's hear it for these guys, folks.
We're almost halfway done. 12 minutes remaining, everybody. Masons and tenders, 12 minutes remaining.
Tom, we got the teams in here that obviously are pushing a lot of block and moving a lot of mortar around. But what about these mudslingers? We got mudslingers out here that are bringing this material out, the SPEC MIX mortar being carted in the multi-quip mud tubs, being mixed in a 20 cubic foot mixer by multi-quip, the S6 mixer. It's a monster.
You know, I'm down here on the floor right now, and I'm getting real close into the action, and I can hear the tender talking to the mason. Come on. Come on.
What are they
Come on. They are getting fired. It's very encouraging, you know. Come on. Let's go. More block. More mud. More block. More mud. It is very mud. You can see they work together, and it's just like they're really inspired. There is $8,000 on the line with this. And right here, these guys are working real good. You can just see how fast they're going. But it's an encouraging word. Every other block. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, they need that. This is 20 minutes that they got to go as fast as possible. And I tell you what, from what I'm seeing, Jim, they don't care how hot it is. They're just going to keep going.
It's not hot to them. They're moving like crazy. I can't believe this. There's 3 or 4 courses almost done.
I mean, I was thinking that maybe at the 10-minute mark, at the halfway mark, we might see an extra gear. I think they're already in it.
There's no quitting these guys. Look at them all.
We are just about halfway there, guys. Just about halfway there. 10 minutes and change.
We're about to find out who's got it, who's the hungriest here today in this seat. 10 minutes more to go. Then they can look forward to a little break.
We might need to get a scaffold company in here. I don't know. They're going up.
Yeah, we're going to have to get that plank jumped up.
Scaffold company, get a plank, foot plank.
Come on, let's keep them cheered on here. We got.
Let's go, guys. This is
second
amazing.
half.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. You can see it right here. He's got it fitting in the block. He's got a tender that is, he's really getting into it, telling him, he kind of guides him along the way. Not every single piece can be done by the mason. So the tender will keep an eye on him as he goes down the line, and he'll help him along. Maybe need a little more mud here, a little more mud there, trying to squeeze the block in, and you can see how he's talking with him and encouraging him. This is what teamwork is all about.
Hey, come on over here to Soto's wall. Look at this. He just threw another 3-course lead on there. Now, he just built the Statue of Liberty on top of everybody else. You see who's the tallest right now. Keep an eye on this. He seems like he's in the lead right now because he has the endurance and the stamina to stay with it for about another 5-6 minutes.
3 courses, that's optimistic. He knows he can get there. It's pretty impressive.
They would not build those leads that big if they didn't think they could fill them in. That's right, the money blocker in the middle of the wall. They don't want to waste time on the leads. They want to get as many units in as possible.
I'd like to ask the crowd right now, who do you think's going to win? Who? We got winners over here? Just under 8 minutes. Just under 8 minutes to go. Then they'll have a 5-minute rest period. We'll flip the coin, and then 5 minutes to clean and tool the side of the wall that is determined by that flip of the coin. Just under 7 minutes, just under 7 minutes.
All right, last year we saw 136, was that the final number?
What's the number?
136 8 by 8 by 16 CMU units in 20 minutes.
And I would like to make an announcement to the contractors out there that are looking at these guys. Let's not gauge them against your guys who are long working 8 hours. This is a contest and they are flying. You can't expect any human to work like this. This is just amazing.
Nobody can keep this punishment up.
What a pace. What a pace. So remember that this is a contest and it's fantastic, but you couldn't work like this, so don't gauge your guy.
I mean, Arizona Best Block brought these in here for these masons to throw up these walls, and they're just getting higher and higher. I never thought that it would be even possible to top last year. But again, they don't care about the heat. Just go after it.
Just eating it up, man.
All right, we're coming down to the remaining minutes. So these guys, they got to reach deep inside to get it out. They came here for a reason. They don't want second place. They want that $8 grand in their pocket. In the MCAA fastest trowel on the block. It's an amazing event that goes off every year.
I'd also like to mention that with the price of wood and steel, our walls are super competitive, and we can beat that. So if you're a designer or a builder, take a good look at these babies, because it's a better wall for less cost. If you got any questions, you can go to masonrystrong.com or buildwithmasonry.com.
5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes. That's it. Your final 5 minutes. Keep it going. Let's go, guys. 5 minutes. Four minutes remaining. Words of encouragement. Now would be a good time These guys are running out of steam. Come on, let's get them fired up. 4 minutes.
Who are we going to be looking at here? Are we going to be talking with Jose Soto over in 405? Maybe JT Payne over in 403. They got some big walls. They got the crowd to back them up. They're reaching deep. They're getting the last ones in.
Roberto in
We're almost
407.
there.
Knocking it out.
Come on, guys. I don't know. I got a wall over here in 407.
Yeah, Roberto is flying too.
Killing it. Roberto Cimental, he is just knocking it out.
These forearms gotta be burning right now. Does Roberto have enough in those forearms to get those last couple of blocks?
Oh, yeah.
Tom, what is the countdown? Come on, give us the minutes then.
We got 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes remaining.
Let's go with those 3 minutes. You better give it everything you got. $8 grand on the line here. The bragging rights for the next year to be the champion block layer. Let's go.
You're in the middle, yeah. Eso. Bajito tu punto, así. Let's go. Hey, remember to play. Come on. Let's go. You're in the center. There you go.
All right, we're coming down to the final minutes. I'm over in Gerardo Petland in 402. He's got a tall wall. This was last year's champion. Are we going to be coming back, handing him some cash, handing him a trophy? Look at him. He's spreading out a lot of bed joint. He's spreading a lot of wall with only a little bit of time left. So we're going to see if this pans out for him. Do you think he can fill it all the way in? That's going to be the key.
About a minute and a half. Whatever you got left, put it out. Minute and a half left. Or as Arnold Schwarzenegger would say, get to the chopper now.
I'll be back.
Let's go. I heard a request for talk. Let's get some chatter going out here. JT wants it now. It doesn't matter if he's installed 403, 404, 405. Let's kick it. I don't know. Whoever has the loudest cheering section could be the winner. We got less than a minute to go.
$45 seconds. 45 seconds. Come on, last chance. Let's go. Got about 30 seconds remaining. 30 seconds. Last chance. If you want to put it all out, do it now. Don't wait. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14,
help us count
13,
this down. Let's
12,
go.
11, 10, 9,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, trowels down.
Trowels down.
Let's
give all you guys hand.
All right.
Woo! What a show. Let's hear it for these guys. Wow.
Woo! Jimmy, I am exhausted watching that.
They can brick you in your office in 20 minutes.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
It's good stuff. Good stuff. All right.
It's just amazing.
We're going to give these guys a 5-minute rest period. And standing next to me right now, of course, this is the MCAA's competition, the fastest trowel in the block. Paul Oldham is here. He is the chairman. What'd you think, man? Good competition, huh?
This is crazy today. In this heat, and for not knowing if we were going to be able to do this or not, and this for what these guys have done. I know Jimmy's wanting to step up, and I don't know what you want to say to that, but They need scaffold.
I thought we were going to need scaffold. We didn't have a scaffold company out here. It was going to get a little crazy.
I mean, we might have to do that next year. I mean, we may have to consider it because the block count seems to be getting a little higher each year, Paul.
Maybe those blocks are taller or something. What's going on around
I
here?
still think those are 75 high, so.
They only wish they all were.
Yeah, right.
Okay, well, now while they're resting, this is what we have to do. We're going to flip a coin. And the coin is going to determine which side of the wall that they're going to clean. Now, you got a coin?
No, I don't.
You don't have a coin? You don't have a coin? I got an idea.
I lost
know
all
what
my
to do.
money here in Vegas already.
I know what
no
to
coins.
do. Paul, would you hold this for me?
Oh, I hope you have a durable case there.
He's technically advanced now.
I wouldn't go that far.
Flip a coin? How are you going to flip that
Ladies
coin?
and gentlemen, this is just as good as Siri will randomly flip a coin to determine. I'm not kidding. She'll do that.
So we're putting it
What?
on
Is it like a
Siri.
roulette table?
It's the real thing. Watch this.
Well, I think we have to give Paul the honors. Push the button, whatever it has to
Well,
happen.
that's actually voice activated.
Oh, okay, great.
All right, here we go. Listen up. Hey Siri, flip a coin. Siri called heads. You heard it right there. You can see Paul. Can you verify?
It says heads.
All right, now Jim, what does that mean? Because that determines what side of the wall. Give us the rule.
We had heads or tails. Tails was going to be on the bricklayer side. Heads would be outside the bricklayer side. So the outside of the wall where the bricklayer was laying, he now could tool. Outside the wall, bricklayers, is the one you get the tool.
Well,
Okay,
we've
still
got about
have
3 minutes.
remaining. Correct. 3 minutes remaining in the rest period, so they're looking over the wall right now to see what they have to do. Sean?
I'll tell you what, that might not have been the best choice or the best toss for these block layers because by tooling the back side of their wall, they can't see that joint nearly as well. So there could be a lot more holes, meaning they need a lot more time to get the tooling done best.
All right, Sean, why don't you show us what you mean? Take the camera number 2 over there, go to the wall, and show them what the difference in that coin flip actually means. Sean?
Here, let's take a look right here. There could be, since he's laying overhand, he can't see all the way down there. These walls are so tall, he can't see the actual action. So now that they selected this side to be struck, which is away from him, it would have been much easier, a much cleaner and full joints, bed joints and head joints on the working side. So I don't know. We're going to see. Do you think it's a disadvantage to be on this side of the wall? Okay, he got some confidence. He doesn't care what side of the wall he's on. Tom, I think we got just, about another minute and a half before we actually get going on this?
Yeah, no working in there right now. You cannot work. It is strictly a rest period only. No tooling the wall. We do have to wait that. So, Jim, what do you think? You were out there with the walls. I see a couple of walls right there that look pretty good. What are we talking as far as block count?
Hey, Jim, can I just chime in here for just a minute because I was asked a really good question. This is opposite of the board side that's going to be tooled. Not starting yet, but when you do, it's going to be opposite of the boards. Now, I'm sorry to interrupt. Tom?
No, I was just going to turn you around because we got a really good shot of your backside on camera there.
Then why do you want to turn me around?
Okay, so we're looking at a couple of these walls over here, Jim, that look really stout. What are we talking brick count? What might be the winning number?
They're all over. There's 3 or 4 well over 100. So.
And last year we had 130 something, which was the number. I believe 138, if I'm not mistaken.
And it was about 60 degrees too. They could really motor, and the mud was flying.
Do you think it was a difference, Sean? We talked about that earlier with the mud. You noticed somebody, they were actually wetting the block. Do you think that's a factor in our total count for today?
Well, it really can be. But just like the toughest tender that we saw end just a little while ago, we can tell which one is the highest wall right now. But that doesn't mean that they're the winner. We have our judges out here in the MCAA rules. They've got certain criteria they've got to follow. So even though it's the highest wall, it may not be the best.
All right, we've got about 10 seconds left. Guys, remember you have 5 minutes. 5 minutes to tool and clean your walls when I say go. 5 minutes. We have 5 minutes. Ready? On your mark, get set, go. 5 minutes to tool and clean. Remember, it is the opposite side of where the mason was. And again, the mason is going to be doing all the work for all this. The tender is not allowed to touch the wall. You're going to watch them clean. Watch over here. Come on over here. Follow me. You can see how he's working in right now, cleaning the wall, filling it in. There might be any holes right there. You can see how he's using his tool. His mason, his tender is right there, right by his side. He's got a board of mud ready to go. He's got the Gatorback board loaded. Of course, Gatorback now a part of Marshalltown. And Sean, is there a best way to do this type of cleaning and tooling?
Well, in block laying, there's more than one way to skin a cat. Now, he's electing to use an S-joiner versus a bed joiner. We're going to see that as we walk down. Some other masons are actually electing to use the bed joiner on all the joints.
Why?
Traditionally, they would just use those on the bed joints because they're very long runs.
Okay.
But to keep up the speed, they like to use the bed joiner. So not too many people are using this S-joiner approach.
Interesting. All right, we're going to let them clean. You got less than 4 minutes to go, and then we'll figure it out. Judges will go over all the walls and see who takes home the $8,000 first prize.
Hey, can I get one? We're still out here. I'm watching this amazing stuff go down and just how fast these guys can tool these walls. The tenders are working with their mason. I'm over here in stall number 405. It's Jose Soto again. I mean, we saw how fast he was going with his block work. He's just as fast with his bed joiner, filling in his joints. And his tender is helping him. He's showing him, he's talking to him, which joints to hit first. They're going after the quality here. Make sure they fill all those holes. He's also keeping them motivated, Tom. I mean, this is the key to success in this event. Let's just watch this for just a few minutes. We're about halfway through this, 2.5 minutes to go. 2.5 more minutes of tooling, and we're going to crown a champion for 2021. I think these guys are just worn out. I mean, that was a tough 20 minutes. I don't care who you are. If you're an Ironman, you do marathons, you cannot compete out here for 20 minutes humping this many blocks for that long.
Without here for the first time. These are regular weight block. These are not lightweight that I know of.
That just makes it that much harder.
And again, all the inventors, no stretchers. That takes them away too. They weren't allowed to lay any of this. It's a tough task.
It is. I bet their hands are going to be hurting. And I noticed they all use one hand to pick up those blocks. I mean, we're talking about 40 to 50 pounds per block. I mean, that's a lot of arm curls. I don't care.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, guys. We've got 1.5 minutes left, 90 seconds to clean and tool the walls, then we'll put the judges to work. And then, of course, the culmination of the day, Masonry Madness, the Super Bowl of Masonry. Personally, I like to call it the biggest party in Masonry, where we find out who is the world's best bricklayer. That's right around the corner. 1 hour for those guys to build the best wall they possibly can with the fewest deductions. You're going to be driving home a Ford F-250, and our top craftsman, the best wall, the most perfect wall, over 500 brick, is going to get the Kubota RTV X1140. It is just an incredible machine. Not too much time left, less than 1 minute.
Yeah, we got less than a minute, and I tell you what, I am not hearing enough noise out there. If you can't yell for 60 seconds, you got nothing. Come on, let's hear it.
Way to go, fellas.
Here we are at 35 seconds to go. 35.
And just to say, tooling is no break.
It is not a break.
These guys are Floyd Mayweather, Sugar Ray Leonard. Their hands are flying.
All right, we got 20 seconds to go here. These guys are bent over and they are moving. This has got to be really painful on their back. But they're reaching deep. They want that title. Look how clean that wall is.
Sell that wall right now.
All right, 10, 9, 8. Bring it home with
7,
me.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's it.
Strikers down.
Woo!
Oh, let's hear it for them as loud as you can. These guys put in 25 minutes of just pain.
You know, we have a multi-quip mud tub over here full of ice if anybody wants to jump in, so that might cool them down a little bit.
That could be a shock to the system right there after what they just went through.
All right, we're going to let the judges get to work on those walls, and in the meantime, we're getting prepared right now for the SPEC MIX Bricklayer 500. The mud is going on the boards. But before that, of course, we have to have our national anthem. We're trying to keep things going this morning to keep these guys from getting in the heat. And I want to welcome a young lady who is from Nashville, Annalise. She is with IMY2, and she sings out there in Nashville. She's going to be singing our national anthem. So what goes on in Nashville, Annalise?
A whole lot of music. It's the Music City, after all. Yes, sir.
It is. You know, I'm a country music fan. I love seeing Luke Bryan, you know, on American Idol, and, you know, I try to get to concerts when I can. Now, are there particular places you sing, or do you just go, you know, where the music takes you, I guess?
Well, mostly we go wherever the music needs us. That's why we're here today.
Mm-hmm.
But my band and I did meet on Broadway, so I've done plenty of singing in Nashville.
That is awesome. You know, I've done some Broadway singing myself.
Have you?
No, not really. I'm lying, but I just figured I'd say that.
They got karaoke down there, so if you
maybe
want
that's
to,
what
you
I was.
can.
Maybe it's karaoke is what I was talking about. So, have you got a website or something? Maybe they can find you because you know, I've seen your videos. You have a beautiful voice. Where can anybody find Annalise with IMY2?
Thank you. Well, you can find us on YouTube. You can find us on Instagram. You can find us on Facebook. Pretty much wherever you want to go on the internet, we're there. It's IMY2, like the acronym.
Gotcha.
IMY2. Check us out.
I like that. Well, thank you very much. Well, I'm going to get out of the way here, and I'm going to let Annalise take care of everything. It is all up to you. You kick off who is the world's best bricklayer. Ladies and gentlemen, Annalise from IMY2. If you'd kindly face the American flag, remove your hearts, and put your hands over your hearts.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's hear it for Annalise from IMY2. That was amazing. Thank you very much for joining us here today. All right, we're going to get things ready. I know that the tenders have got their mud tubs in front of the stalls. They're getting to load things up. Will Scott, RC, give me some early indications. What are we going to see today? Do we have some favorites we're looking at? Past champions? Wild card winners? What do you like?
Well, Tom, I gotta tell you, everybody's a favorite in my book, so I'm not gonna be a judge here today to say who's going to win. But I gotta tell you, we got a lot of returning folks here competing. So they got a lot of experience. And we got a couple of young bucks out here showing their first time in the World Championship. Now we got our 3-time World Champion, Fred Campbell, and our 2-time champion, toughest tender, Tony Shelton, giving everything they got. One thing I do want to point out, all these Masons came out yesterday with their tenders and made a great foundation with our best block, our Belden brick, and our SPEC MIX mortar, making sure these walls are all level and ready for today's competition.
Hey, Brian, I noticed Fred's got the first stall here, but is it a disadvantage? He's going to have his back to everyone else. Is he going to know how hard he's got to push? Is that a disadvantage?
I don't think so there, Sean. I think Fred looks better from the back when everybody can see how hard he works, you know? And that's what I'm going with. So I gotta tell you, one thing about Fred Campbell, he's got a lot of experience. He's been out to the world of concrete for many years. He picked up a lot of great tips. He's got a great partner. So I gotta tell you, it's gonna be a rough battle out here. And I gotta say, each Mason's going to give it everything they got, especially this really warm weather.
I like that. Will Scott, over to you. What do you see on your side, my friend?
We're standing over here in stall number 14 with David Chavez, another favorite we're going to see today. In fact, in the last 4 years alone, he has been able to come in first place and in second place. So we're absolutely going to be keeping eyes on this stall right here.
Wow, and you know, over in stall number 11, our returning top craftsman, Darren Douthit, he has been staring at that Kubota RTV X1140 going, how many of my friends and neighbors can I drive around my property in that?
You heard his strategy yesterday when we were talking with Darren, and he already gave his game plan out. So we know he's going to chase that craftsmanship only.
All right, well, let's get things underway. Masons and tenders, if you would exit your stalls at this time, please go on the side nearest the arena edge. Masons and tenders.
We're going to throw to a quick video here, and then we're going to come back and we're going to kick this event off. Bricklayers, you better get ready. Get your last drink of water.
We're on the hunt for the world's greatest super mason. It's time for the greatest masons and tenders in the world to load up those mortar boards, grab their favorite trowels, and prove they're the best craftsmen in the business.
He's ripping it, I'll tell you what. Head joint, back joints, he's flying with that trowel.
The SPEC MIX Bricklayer 500 starts now.
All right, you know what it's all about. Crowd, let me hear you. Who you rooting for? Returning champions, top craftsmen, previous winners. The fight is on. I think it's time. What? I can't hear you. You ready to go?
Let's go. Let's get it shaking here.
I am going to count you down. Good luck, everybody. Let's find out who is the world's best bricklayer in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's lay some brick!
Tom, right off the bat, they're going to their leads. Just like we saw over in the block competition, these Masons, they cannot start throwing in money brick until they build up a lead. This is where strategy is going to start to come into play. Now you're going to see it. We're going to explain it in details in a little bit. But we want to get these guys off to a good start. Let's give them some peace and quiet. Get those leads rolling. We're going to come back and fill you in. Find out who is the next world champion bricklayer.
Everybody, as they're building their leads, I'm going to introduce the teams to you. You can follow them throughout the stalls. Stall number 1, the returning world champion from last year, Fred Campbell, and his tender, Tony Shelton. Stall number 2, Mason Emilio Dibra and tender, Charlie Cheatham. Stall number 3, Esteban Cabral, his tender, Oscar Gossin. Esteban has a brother. We'll get to him in just a second. Stall number 4, we're going to be missing Alan McLeese due to a family priority, but our thoughts are with him and his tender, Dean McClanahan, as they are not here today. And in stall number 5, winner of the East Tennessee Regional, Manuel Hernandez, and tender, Jose Perez. That takes us through stall number 5. Stall number 6, Marty Mars, up in Chicago, won the Illinois Regional, tender, Tony Savant, brick count of 625 there. Stall number 7, Carlos Hernandez, and tender, Juan Diego de Lara. They won the Oklahoma Regional. Jake Brock from Wisconsin, and tender, Nick Miller. And then Mario Landeros in number 9, and the tender, Adolfo Gonzalez Jr. They won the North Texas Regional. Stall number 10, you have heard this name before. Yeah, it's the Tuttle Group, Brian and Scott. Brian is the Mason. The tender is Scott Tuttle. They were the 2017 top craftsmen. So look for them to build a really good wall. Stall number 11, that of course is our returning top craftsman. That is Darren Dalfit and his tender, Nigel Delmez. Number 12, Javier Chacon and tender, Steve Braswell. Stall number 13, we met that group a little earlier. They were absolutely unruly. We met Mom, and we loved her. Johnny Langerap and tender, Luke Wickander from the Northeast Regional. Former world champion, just a couple of years removed in stall 14, David Chavez and tender, Guadalupe Hernandez. And then in stall 15, Brian Wade, tender, Ricky Mullins. David Puga, Ricky Martinez is the tender there. Stall 17, Nick Campbell. David Kelly, is the Mason. Nick Campbell is the tender. And then our 4 wild card winners, Juan Cabral. He was in stall number 18. Omar Mayorga is his tender. Jacob Ramirez. He is the Mason, along with Jesus Perez Jimenez in 19. Number 20, Zach Guire. Oscar Herrera is his tender. And then here's a name you might recognize, Jason Bowl. The Bowl name was all over the prize sheet back in the early 2000s. His tender is Zach Ferris. So that is your Mason and tender teams. I'm going to throw it over to Sean O'Malley right now, who's down on the floor. Sean?
Yeah, thank you very much, Tom. I wanted to get your attention a little bit sooner here. We're going to be talking about strategy here a lot today. I'm in Manuel Hernandez's stall. He's already doing something a little bit different. You see some leads that are going up high. People are spending extra time with that level. That's less brick in the middle of the wall. Now, Manuel, he already went, he's got 2 course lead. That's not very high, but he's filling in the middle of the wall. It's a different strategy. Is this going to be the ticket to win in the event today? It very well could be. He's got a lot of units going in already, though, so he's taking a different path. Let's go back to you, Tom, and see what else you got there for who else is competing.
Well, you know what? They're all going to be using Belden brick, and you know, Belden is dedicated to making color selection and installation easier for every Mason, and they provide a unique pre-blended for immediate use process. They alleviate pressure and ensure maximum efficiency, and the result is a finished product with consistent color and pattern like you see out there today. No delays or downtime. The Belden Brick Company's pre-blended and pre-sorted brick aims to optimize ease of use while offering maximum functionality at the highest quality. Let's let them get those leads started, and then we're going to drop down to our color team, and that's going to be RC and Will Scott.
RC, you got your ears on over there, buddy?
I'm here, Sean. Thank you very much. I'm over here with Jake in stall number 8. Jake is right now going up about 7 leads high. And that's really much different than what you were discussing earlier over there with Manuel. This is a much different technique. Rocky, I apologize, Jake has been here for 2 years now. Having this higher lead is going to give this competitor an opportunity to reach his goal, which he wanted to have 800 brick. So he knows that there's 80 brick across double wide, and he's got about 7 high, so he knows how to get to that 800 number, which is a good thing.
Well,
it's
isn't
a bold.
that a little bit risky, though? Because what if he doesn't fill in all those leads?
That's what I was just going to get at. It's a very bold move there, Sean.
All right. Aggressive. In Las Vegas, you need to roll aggressive.
That's right. He's going big or go home.
Thank you for that update, RC.
Hey, let's head over to Will Scott right now. Will, looks like you're focusing over there, something in stall number 12. What do you got?
Everything is interesting about this show, but this is really impressive. We've already talked about those high leads and what a gamble that's going to be. It looks like Javier over here in stall number 12 opted just for a 3. He's decided that he is going to be better off laying that money brick across before he gets too high. I'll tell you something really interesting about Javier. He looks incredibly comfortable, and that's really a surprise because this is his first time to Vegas ever. This is his first time competing in a national championship. Heck, this is his first time ever on an airplane. So this guy, I cannot wait to see if he can keep his nerves this entire show.
Hey, Will, I'm kind of curious, since you did a lot of the regionals along with RC, compare some of the things you saw on the regionals to what he's doing here.
What he has here is, again, the smaller leads is a little bit different than we see. The cooler weather allows you to get a lot more mortar spread across this wall. He's not able to get way too far ahead. A lot of times he's stopping, and a lot of times he's making sure he's got softer mud at the end. So no big deal, but this tender right here is working his rear off to keep that mud perfect for him.
All right, thank you, Will. We're going to keep an eye on Javier and see how that develops. Love to hear that he got on his first flight, but you know what? Let's take our eyes off of the bricklayers for just a moment and put it to the crowd. Starting over on the east side, which is the convention side. Crowd, if you're out there, if you make some noise, somebody might start tossing some goodies your way. They're coming down the line, but they're not going to throw them if you're not yelling. So get going.
Checking the time, 10 minutes are gone already. I can't believe the time is flying. 10 minutes are gone. And just like in the fastest trowel on the block, once the time is over, the Masons are going to get a rest period, then they're going to have a certain amount of time to clean and tool their walls.
Just looking at this 10 minutes, the different strategies again, how is this going to pan out at the end of the day? Our returning champion, Fred Campbell, he's doing the one course fill-in method, where we see other ones that they got as many as about 10 course lead. They fill in all 10 courses, that's 800 brick. That could be impressive to see.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because I see a lot of tall leads already, and yet our champion, Fred Campbell from last year, that's not the way he's doing things. And Javier over here in stall number 12, he's not doing it that way either. So, you know, it's anybody's ball game because you look at David Chavez in stall 18, he's a previous winner, but he's got some leads going up. So either way could win this competition.
Yep. We're seeing them get into the middle of their wall where it becomes really important. This is, as we say, the money brick. You don't make the money on the leads, it's when you're filling in. This event is really going to pick up pace now. Now they have to start concerning themselves about wearing out, if the heat's going to get to them. Can their tender actually keep up with keeping the mud in the condition that the Masons like?
All right, I'm going to turn it over to the third best looking guy on the arena floor right now, Will Scott. Will?
First of all, that is a debatable comment, but we're going to leave that alone. Right now, you're seeing something exceptionally unique. Johnny here, install number 13, is actually only spreading for one brick at a time. We saw over here Javier spread the whole wall on one side, sometimes half the wall to not get ahead. He's a little bit worried about the mortar getting too stiff on him, so he is literally spreading for each brick at a time. That is really, really unique.
Now, Will, there's a name for that, and it's not uncommon for Masons to use the pick and dip method. Now, it's not really used often if someone's trying to drive in a lot of brick real fast. Usually it's for more intricate work. But I saw this work for Johnny up in the Northeast event. That pick and dip, he smoked them, and it's impressive. Is that a totally different technique? Do you think it's going to pan out?
Absolutely. I mean, if it's worked up for him up there, I wouldn't be surprised. Again, I've been here 12 years, never seen it before in the big show. So again, another impressive thing. And you know, Javier's not the only one with some first. Last night, Johnny actually won a Kid Rock look contest. So he looks just like him. No big deal. I hope it doesn't go to his head. So we're excited to see what he's going to do today.
Hey, you let him get back to work there, and we're going to take on some business here. Tom, let's go out there and see what else we can come up with.
I think so. I thought for sure he was going to say Kid Brick instead of Kid Rock, but you
That's
know.
what it should have been.
Yeah, that's what it is. Giving us a time check right now to let you guys know what's happening. It's just a little under 50 minutes. We want to keep you guys up to date because of the heat out here. We know that it may change the way that they do lay brick. There might be a certain amount of stamina they want to save for the end. So we'll keep you accurately 46 minutes and change right now left for laying some brick, Sean. You know, these guys are not just competing for the brand new Ford F-250 Super Duty truck. There's also a $5,000 check. You get a World Championship jacket, and that is just bragging rights alone, all by itself right there. A multi-equip ESSIC Pro 12 mortar mixer. You get the Marshalltown ceremonial trophy trowel and tool bag. Of course, these Masons out here just slamming that Marshalltown trowel across the bricks. It's absolutely amazing. Steele's throwing in the TSA 230 cut quick battery powered cutoff machine with accessories. Dan was using that yesterday during demo day. Just a ridiculously cool machine. Block Lotter. All of our MCs out there and our mudslingers, they're wearing just this cool Block Lotter wear. I got the long pants. Our mudslingers are wearing the shorts. We do want to thank them for providing that for everybody. You get the Stabila Champion Belt, a custom trophy, level, and plaque. The Gatorback 10-pack of mortar boards. Of course, Gatorback now part of the Marshalltown family. And then IQ Power Tools, you're going to get the IQMS 362 table saw set with accessory. RC, what do you got down there, my friend?
We got a lot going on down here right now. I'm with Mario, and Adolfo is tender. I wanted to point something out which is really unique. It's brick placement by the tender. This is strategy now. So he is particularly placing his brick right here with the side to where the brick needs to be facing out, where they're going to be judged. These are the shiners right here where the stand part is. He's placing this for his back side of the wall, I'm sorry, for the working side of the wall so he can place it. And for the brick going for the back side, put it on an angle so he can place it on the backside so there's no shiners. This team has got a technique. We talked about the leads and why they're so important between small and large, and we can get back to that in a few minutes. But I definitely want to point out to what Mario's doing with his tender with important brick placement. And it depends. Some masons will have their tenders. They do have a little pre-con meeting where if they want it on an angle, placed it straight. But it's really important because the mason is not looking which brick he's laying. So he's relying on his tender. So he knows when he places that on his wall, there is going to be no shiner at the end of the day for no deductions for that part.
You know, I'm thinking it's almost like a Patrick Mahomes no-look pass. You just, bam, you place that brick, and it's going to fit.
And that's what we want. We want it to fit just right with no shiners and no deductions. A lot of these masons, they want to be the world's best bricklayer, but they also have pride of having that craftsmanship award with 0 deductions.
That's
Ryan,
awesome. Thank you, Ryan.
It's an amazing point. The number of deductions that these masons can receive for any criteria, whether that's voids or plumb, that's just worth 20, 30 minutes of pure bricklaying. So they're actually paying attention to what they're doing. They can't go so fast. We're going to talk about some of the rules in more detail in just a little while, but keep an eye on them. These bed joints, it's a very fine tolerance, and they can't actually go too fast, or they're going to fall outside of the tolerance and lose themselves 25, 50 brick deductions per occurrence.
Thanks a lot, Sean. Ryan, I know you're right over there with Sean. You're in stall. It looks like stall 14. What are we looking at, my friend?
We are back with David Chavez. Again, we told you he's a perennial favorite, so we're going to be seeing his wall quite a bit today. David is moving exceptionally fast, spreading both sides of the wall, but what we noticed, years past, he would speed through laying that brick. This year, he's taking his time a little bit more, being a little bit careful. It's a couple of extra taps every time he strikes across these joints to cut them flush. Again, it burns a little bit of extra time, but if we know one thing, it is not going to slow him down a bit on total brick count. Let's see if we can actually tighten up on this. 1, 2, 3 touches, goes back across the bed joint to make sure it's real pretty. I'm thinking not only does he want to win this thing, but he wants a shot at Craftsman.
You know, I'm trying to count the seconds, 3-4 seconds a brick at the most. They're very efficient, Ryan.
Well, truth be told, 3 or 4 seconds is about what it would take me to lay no brick. So very impressive.
Hey, listen, I do want to make mention, I was talking about Block Louder earlier. You know, they use quality fabrics and skilled craftsmanship to produce long-lasting, efficient workwear for all types of tradesmen. In fact, we're going to give some folks a chance in the crowd a little bit later on to rip some Block Louder apart if they can. And we got a lot of cash betting that they won't. The premium line of garments designed to last longer and withstand more washes than the average workwear. I love them. I wear them all the time, not just here, but when I'm working, landscaping, doing yard work, anything. These are comfortable. They're amazing. You know, all too often, durability and functionality features can appear as add-ons or afterthoughts, but Block Louder was built from the ground up as a beacon of long-lasting functionality. Thanks again, Block Louder, for providing us with this great workwear.
Sean and Tom, I want to point out one thing about strategy. Today is about strategy, especially with this heat. Heat has a lot to do with laying masonry. So it's really important to understand the units you're laying with the particular mortar here supplied by SPEC MIX. So we talked about leads. We have our stall number 8 again here with Jake. I apologize, with Mario. And stall number 9. He's got about an 8-course lead. On a cooler day, this might be a bold move because the mortar might be not as dried up and set up as faster. So what happens, the brick can swim a little bit. It can throw your plumb out just a little bit, which is part of a deduction. But today, with the heat being so high, this might be a great idea for Mario. So where the mortar's set up just a little bit hotter and a little bit faster. Where you go to your shorter leads, where it's more controlled when it's a little bit cooler. Yep. So once again, it's changing day by day, climate by climate. So today, everything's out there because these masons had a game plan coming in, but they're feeling this heat and they're just not sure which way to go. So they're going with the game plan they had prior to coming in.
That's good stuff, Ryan, and you brought some really good points on how they have to adjust daily, even from 4 hours to 4 hours as the shade moves in. Right now they're going big. This mortar is actually provided by SPEC MIX. We took some precautions. We knew it was going to be hot out here in June in Las Vegas, so we have an admixture in there to actually help it out. It's a custom mortar for this project, but mason contractors all across the country can get these custom mortars, whether it's water repellents, heat retarders, and so on and so forth.
And Sean, you're 100% right, but another thing is about IRA of brick. The rate of absorption is really important. Having a low IRA brick will help, and when it's a little bit cool, having a higher IRA brick. So it's really about the brick, getting a good quality brick with a great quality mortar, so there's an intimate bond between the two materials, so these guys can lay the most brick within that 1 hour with minimal deductions.
All right, let's watch these guys lay some brick. Give them a break for a second.
Hey, Will, you got your mic over there. Who are you following right now? You have any updates for us?
I sure do. I'm standing right behind Mr. Brian Wade. I'll be honest with you, Brian Wade is a name in the regionals that people fear. They know if he's coming to your town, they got a very small chance of winning. But I'll be honest with you, Brian is taking a different approach. He's slowing down himself. He likes the idea of that craftsman, but how smooth he is being, he's still got a shot at winning this thing. So very, very impressive.
Well, it wouldn't be uncommon to have a craftsman winner and also most brick in the wall. We've seen it here before.
We sure have. He's also got some other techniques that are pretty neat. I don't know if we've covered yet. He's actually using 2 line block glued together to be able to hold his string line. The big fear has been if you use 1 block and put it on the top brick, it will rack or pull the lead out of square. So 2 glued together allows it to hold 2 brick at a time, really stable.
Hey, Will, Juan Cabral, who was in stall number 18, he had an awesome wild card number of 739 brick. You know, talk about a guy to fear right there. He didn't even win a regional. 739, that's an awful lot of brick right there. How is his wall starting out so far?
I tell you what, down here, Mr. Cabral, he is, oh my goodness. No surprise, he has got his leads built up so incredibly high. He knows how many brick he's gonna lay today, and he was not afraid of it. Wow. Let's see if we can get in for a little bit of his technique.
This is another example of that wild card entry. I mean, you can't take your eyes off them. Don't count them out because they qualified through that wild card status. They proved how impressive they can be. They demonstrated they can get the units in the wall that they needed.
And here's something that's even more ridiculous. Will, his brother, who won the Colorado Regional, beat him by 9 brick at 748. So the brothers are going to have a battle today.
2 brothers within 10 brick in each of their regional. I think that sounds right, but I'll be honest with you. He said he's gonna, well, let's say, shove him in a locker, right? Treat him like the little brother he is. So we're not one bit worried about it on this side of the competition.
Well, Will, I'd like to interrupt here 1 second, Mr. Scott. I'm with the little brother right here, Esteban, and he is taking his brother on. So the little brother, and Will, I'd like to make a little wager that my friend over here on this side of the fence is going to take on his big brother, and this guy's going to lay 780. Well,
I
you going to
guess
take
we're
that
going to
bet?
see in about 20 minutes. How long do we have, gentlemen? Do you know?
Let's get a time check. They got more than 20 minutes, I know. We'll put the time check up on the board. We're halfway done. 30 minutes and change. 30 minutes and change. Crowd, how they doing so far? This is pretty impressive. I'll tell you what, it is a beautiful day here in Las Vegas. We're not anywhere near 100. We got at least 2 or 3 degrees to go. So it's not just a little hot out here. They're working hard. Will Scott, RC on the floor. This is a good contest. 33 minutes remaining. You know, all of our teams, they're competing to win that beautiful Ford F-250 truck, kind of like the one that's up on the Hydromobile scaffolding. And I want to tell you something that I learned about Ford yesterday. You know, there's a lot of innovation going on, and every so often a new vehicle comes along that just totally throws the status quo into disruption, changes the game. And that's the all-electric F-150 Lightning, America's favorite vehicle for nearly half a century. It is going digital, fully electric, and it's just going to constantly improve through over-the-air updates. The production begins next spring, the all-new Ford Rogue Electric Vehicle Center, and I know I'm allowed to say this on the air, but each of those new electric vehicles has a frunk. I'm not kidding, it's called a frunk. It's a front trunk. It's a front trunk because it's all electric, it goes on all the wheels, and there's just so much more space in the front. They call it a frunk. It's the most amazing thing.
Well, what do they put in the trunk then?
Anything they want. You got a F-150 bed, you got a front. Man, you could fit probably 1,000 block in that thing with no problem whatsoever.
So are you telling me they got junk in their trunk?
Or their front?
Front? Junk in the front?
That's why Will's the color of this event here today. Tom, a really interesting point that I want to make here, being up here, we got this vantage point. Fred Campbell over here in the first stall, he's going pretty slow this year. It looks like he might be chasing a different trophy.
I don't know. The wall looks good, and I'll tell you what, despite the leads, as you look at the overall height of the walls, Fred is still tough, and I think even with just about every other Mason that's out there. RC, throwing it over to you.
Tom, I want to tell you one thing out here. This is the toughest tender right here indeed. No gloves on this tender. It's all about feel. We talk about keeping the tray strong, toughest tender. These Masons giving everything they got. Let's look at our man right here picking up these building brick, about 4 to 5 pounds each brick with their hands, bare hands. And one thing I want to point out, we got some Masons right here, like Emilio, with no gloves, and right behind us, we have Esteban with gloves wearing that brick. Some Masons like to have that feel of their brick for brick placement. It's an important strategy when it comes to bricklaying and for placement of brick. So they like to have that certain feel.
You know, really good point. As a Mason, I could not wear gloves. You lose that sensation in your fingers in that touch with that brick. That could put you at a disadvantage. If you're not accustomed to wearing them all the time, it's a huge disadvantage, ultimately slowing you down.
That is correct, Sean. That's why I wanted to point it out. I see a lot of different techniques out here, and hopefully one will pay off over the other. We'll see what happens.
We appreciate you bringing those details and identifying them, but you better watch yourself. These guys are moving pretty fast in those stalls, so watch where you're standing. You're going to get run over.
Well, if I get run over here, Sean, I certainly do deserve it. But I know these guys here because I've been at their regional, and I'm sure one of them will pick me up when I fall down.
Check.
Or they'll throw a little mud on me and walk right on over me.
that could be a possibility there, RC. All right, let's let these guys work here for just a minute.
As you watch the walls going up, remember, somebody's going for the Ford truck, but there are masons out there who want to become the top craftsman, which is the most perfect wall with a minimum of 500 brick. And, you know, Kubota has graciously given us the RTB X1140. And, you know, the Kubota, when there's a deadline to be met, Kubota machines are ready to get the job done. They are engineered for long-lasting performance in the toughest job site conditions. Kubota construction equipment delivers day in and day out, from the relentless work ethic of the Kubota SSV skid steers to the high-powered SVLs to the world's #1 compact excavator. No job is too big, and that is going to the top craftsman. About 30 minutes remaining, everybody. 30 minutes remaining in our contest. And Sean, you actually have a Mason live over there?
I don't know what's going on over here, Tom. It is loud. I'm over in Johnny Langenrath's stall. His crowd is just busting it up here. They're so loud. They're keeping him and his tender Luke motivated. Johnny, I know you're really good at working and talking here, so I wanted to come over. He's changing his lines. He's about to spread out here for another course. Johnny's got that interesting style of the pick and dip. We already talked about it before. Johnny, you feeling good so far? I know I told you I was going to come in and talk to you at some point throughout the day. You're concentrating, but you're freeing up some time for us. We greatly appreciate it. We got zoomed in here, and we're watching that pick and dip. Is it working out as you planned? This is how Johnny was taught, so he's continuing to stay what he knows. He doesn't want to vary from it. He's confident in this style. He's going to keep rocking and rolling. Look at this is what you call in-your-face masonry. Johnny, appreciate it. You keep at it. Bring it on home so everybody can see it.
All right, Sean, we talk about pick and dip. I'm going to go over here, Mario, stall number 9. He's got a technique here, right here. He's taking his SPEC MIX mortar. He's going straight down the line. And then he's going to cut it straight on down with his trowel. So he can get his bed joints on both sides covered in mortar, so he can make it quicker and faster. As you just saw right there, he split that mortar right down the middle, so he covered both his working side and his back side of his wall. Double hand bricklaying is a very difficult process and technique. Not typically done on a job site, but for this World Championship, for a double wide wall, today it's really important that Mario here is making sure he gets a good bed joint. It's level with his string line. He's cutting his mortar, and he's clipping the mortar up like he just did there at the very top. And it's a clip joint, so he gets a nice head joint. And when he works on his working side of the wall, as you see from behind right here, he's got now a lot more brick to lay, but he'll be able to control, and he'll be nice and lined up. So I'm going to give it back to you while Mario's working real hard here on trying to reach his 700 and brick count.
I like it. 25 minutes. 25 minutes remaining. Sean, you got a big crowd over there. They got to scream for 25 more minutes.
I don't know if they can keep it up. The Masons, the Tenders, they're going to keep it up. 25 more minutes. Can this crowd keep going for another 25 minutes? We've been hearing from the Langenrath crew. They're motivated, a lot of blue shirts. Well, let's keep on going down. We got Ranch Masonry being supported here. Is your guys gonna go? Let's keep them going. 25 more minutes of yelling from all of you. These guys need the support. They need the motivation because it is so hot out here today. I don't know if they can keep up. It's tough. Another 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Tom,
it's good. Will Scott, I know you're down there with our cameraman. What are you looking at?
Well, we're standing over here with Mr. Zach Guire out of Nashville, Tennessee. Goodness gracious, let's hear it for him. That's all right. He is no stranger. It's his third time in Vegas, and we know that there's one thing very, very special about Zach and Oscar over here. These two communicate with each other better than anyone in this competition. What's really impressive is, if you'll watch Oscar every once in a while, not only verbally will he tell Zach what's going on and encourage him, he'll actually take his hands, tap the brick to make some noise so Zach knows exactly where to place his hand to grab his brick. That's something very unique to this competition.
Well, Will, on your wall here, did you notice where he started and he actually built back in? Why would he take that approach? Do you figure that one out yet?
What, it's really impressive to start in the middle and know exactly where you're landing. So far, he has yet to miss at the end of this wall when he lands back to his leads.
He's got it bonded out pretty well. And for those at home that don't know, they're laying on a half bond. That means half the brick on top of another unit. So it's one brick on top of another. That's what they're doing all day long, but it's who does it the fastest.
All right, make sure everybody is hydrated. 2/3 of our competition is done. We only have just a shade over 20 minutes remaining. Masons and tenders, this is your heads up. You are in the final 1/3 of the competition. Let's hear it. Come on, everybody. They don't have much time left. Does anybody want the keys to a brand new F-250 from Ford?
All right, here we got stall number 11, Darren. Darren out here, he is going at a good speed. He's going for a clean wall. To me, I think he's trying to win craftsmanship here. This is a beautiful wall that Darren is laying. It is very neat. He's got very slow, short leads, but yet, as you can see, from an eye's distance, and I don't have the judging tools, but I gotta tell you, these bedded head joints, the brick are very clean and level and plumb. The heights look good so far. Then again, I'm not a judge right now, and I'm not judging, but this is a very clean wall. So he's using his speed, and he's using his many years of experience in masonry to come up, hopefully, maybe as the top craftsman. So we'll see.
Ryan, you know, not only would he win the RTV X1140 full-size diesel vehicle, there's also $5,000 involved as well. So a perfect wall is going to be a perfect afternoon for a check and a brand new Kubota. You get a Marshalltown trophy towel and tool bag. You get some nice stuff from Steel, the TSA 230 Cut Quick battery-powered cutoff machine. Block Lotters throwing in a $1,000 gift certificate. The Stabila Champion belt. Gatorback's going to throw in 10-pack of mortar boards. And IQ Power Tools going to get you the IQ jacket and IQ 426 HEPA cyclonic dust extractor set with accessories. So there is a lot on the line, Ryan.
Tom, there is a lot on the line. One thing I noticed when talking to each of these Masons over the last 2 days, the years of experience coming from apprentices. We saw our masonry skills competition on the far end earlier today, which we'll see them later. But these Masons were once there, and now they're here today at the World Championship Bricklaying. And I gotta tell you, it's really exciting to see how strong our industry is. Coming from an apprentice at one time, now having over 20, 30 years of experience and owning your own business. One great trait, and always to keep our trade strong.
Hey, Ryan, thank you for that. I want you to move over there if you could. Stall number 8. He looks like he's doing something totally different than everyone else. If you can go check it out, report back to us in just a minute. Will and I are down here at the prize area, standing, sitting, leaning on this Kubota RTV right here. I don't think I'm going to let it go, Tom. I'm going to hang on to this. This is what the craftsman is going to be taking home. Not everyone is looking to lay the most brick. They want to lay the best brick for this baby.
Well, I know you guys wanted to take a break. I didn't know we were going to take the Kubota for a spin, but I do have to admit, y'all look good sitting over there.
Well, thank you very much. You know what, while we're down this end, we want to give some love out to these mudslingers. Will, these guys have been busting their butt all day in the same heat as the bricklayers. We've got these mudslingers wearing the white shirts, pushing the tubs. How important is it for them to be Johnny on the spot?
Well, every mason out here knows you're nothing without your labor, you're nothing without your help. So truth is, these guys pushing these tubs, they are working exceptionally hard in this heat, but don't let these guys mixing fool you. They may look dirty, but that PA 4000 toggle switch being able to load material into that multi-quip mixer makes their job exceptionally easy.
If there is any kind of dust that might be floating around, they're able to position themselves more appropriately depending on the conditions.
Yeah.
Those Essex mixers are just massive. That's a lot of mortar in each one.
We almost want to call them overfill proof. Those hydraulics on those things are so strong, it is exceptionally difficult to lock up a mixer that size.
I tell you, Multi-Quip has been an awesome group. They've been giving us these tubs for a lot of years. Again, our teams couldn't be here. COVID restrictions and safe practices. Raleigh Cox out with Multi-Quip. He wasn't able to be here, so I got to throw this one to Raleigh. Hey, I love the smell of mortar in the morning. Raleigh, that one's for you. Miss you. Tom, we're going to let these masons keep working here for a little bit. We'll give you more updates as they come.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. We're getting down just to the last several minutes of the competition. I would say maybe 15 minutes left, and I know Ryan is hanging out by a tall wall. I'm over here in the middle with our mudslingers, and they're doing the best they can to keep the mud moist and to keep these tenders stocked, because I'll tell you what, it is hot down here. They're getting a lot of reflection off of this white surface right here. The guys are working hard. Ryan, I'll tell you what, the reason I noticed you is because you are on one of the taller walls right there, but how does it look?
I got to tell you, Tom, what Sean mentioned earlier about stalls number 8 and stalls number 9, it's a different technique. Like we mentioned many times today, it's technique. Over here, in stall number 9, Mario laid his back side of his wall, the non-working side. He got himself up here really high, and the reason why I believe he did this is so he knows he laid hopefully a perfect wall on the back side so he doesn't get any deductions. But now, as you notice, almost zero brick was laid on the working side. So now we can concentrate exactly on the working side.
Is anyone else doing it? You've been walking around the set. You've been on the sidelines. This is the only wall that I've seen.
Yep.
Okay,
Stall number 8. Jake has been doing it too, back to back.
It is an amazingly bold strategy, but it could work out on a day like this. It seems like he did the hardest part of the wall first. Now he's going in. These should go in easier for him. He won't have to reach over. That could be an advantage.
Exactly, Sean. Like you said, it's a bold move, but someone's got to do it, and these two guys here are giving it all out. And I think it just might pan out for them, because if they get it all the way up to the top lead, that's looking close to 800 brick, and it could be perfect.
Hey, they rolled the dice. Let's see how it pays out.
Yes, sir.
Hey, just an observation here, Tom. These walls are starting to get closer together. We saw that big separation early, but now they're starting to get closer and closer with only 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, 3/4 of the competition is done, and it is. You're seeing some walls catching up, some masons slowing down. The heat is definitely starting to take its toll. They're going to get a rest period, then they're going to get a chance to clean and tool the walls, and then our judges will go to work. We do have some things for after when all the walls are done, so we're going to make sure, guys, hang around, stick around. We've got some fun on the way, and also an opportunity for you to win some cash and some prizes as well. Plus, we're going to see some junior bricklayers, third-year students who are in the skills competition. They are third-year apprentices trying to become a mason and perhaps one day get out here as well.
Tom, we started this day off, event number 1, the skills challenge. Those young men and women are still building those walls down there. This is keeping the trade strong, developing into our future, education and training. It starts with the skills. Maybe then, once they get a little confidence and speed behind them, they might elevate up to the junior bricklayer. And then where? I want to point out there's a young lad down there. We're going to go down and interview a little bit later. I'm going to put a couple bucks that we're going to see him in this national competition within the next 2 years. And he's only 19 years old.
I don't doubt it. I know who you're talking about, too. We're going to see him in that junior bricklayer, and I'll tell you what, he's pretty fast. He's pretty good.
I think he won some money last year, didn't he?
He did. I was right next to him when he took home 5 crisp $100 bills.
Well, I guess I let the cat out of the bag too early, so.
That's okay. No worries about that. That just makes everybody else perform a little bit better. Nothing about a little competition. Hey, not everybody gets a trophy when they're here. You have to earn it.
No doubt.
All right, let's watch these guys as we get to the end of the competition. We're getting towards just the final 13, 14 minutes. Crowd, let's hear you. We're going to let you watch the bricklayers.
Tom, what are we coming up on? About 10 minutes, somewhere, plus minus?
I'd say probably maybe 12 minutes, maybe 13 minutes left in the competition. It's definitely on the back side of this thing, and you can see it's just a little bit slower pace right now. So if you want to make that last run and get those bricks on, now is the time to do it. A little bit of overcast, a little breeze blowing, might give you that second wind here as we wrap it up. Yeah, the clock says just a touch under 12 minutes.
Now, we're not done with the strategies yet. Even though that we're coming down with 11 minutes, 49 seconds to go, we're going to probably see one more strategy yet to go. If you noticed, everybody had a predetermined size lead. Maybe that was only 1 brick, maybe 2 brick high. Some people went 10 brick. Now, if they filled them in and they got to that point, you're going to see them start to rack back. What does that mean? They're going to come in. They're not going to spend the time on the level. They're going to spot a brick on the middle of the wall, and that way they can keep going. They don't want the level work to slow them down. Keep an eye out for that one.
Sean, well, I'm look over here with Marty on stall number 6, which is quite unique. You see this backside of his wall. Kind of looks like a weeping mortar joint in a way. You don't usually see that today, but in this competition, Marty, I think, is concentrating on laying as many brick as he can, and at the end of the day, close to the final minute or so, he's probably going to take his trowel, lean over, scrape all that excess mortar so he can actually joint all those mortar joints perfectly. So if you looked on his backside, with his actually working side of the wall, it's very clean, but this is what his technique is. This is Marty's second time out here to the World of Concrete for the World Championship. So this is a technique he's going to use. I think it might just pan out for him, but it's all going to be cleaned up during that tooling section.
Yep, we want to see an active effort for that wall to be clean. I've met with Marty before. I know he's got a good program. He sticks to it. This could work out, cutting it, make it easier to strike as well. Brian, you got some more?
I got one more thing here. I'm over here with Manuel Hernandez here with Creative Masonry, who actually works for Fred Campbell in stall number 1. He said he wants to beat him, but Fred's going to give him a 200 brick lead on their own personal bet. So we'll see what wins. But I noticed something that he just did. And when it comes down to the last 10 seconds or so, everybody wants to get that last brick on, just so they can get that extra brick count. Got to be really careful, because if you lay that last brick and you throw it down, and you don't have time to tap it down and make it level, it could be tipped, and it could cost him a 23
All right,
brick
thank
deduction.
you, Ryan. Appreciate it. We're under 10 minutes now. You keep us updated and let us know what's coming on. Tom, it's all coming down. Less than 10. What do you think?
Well, you know, I mean, we've seen a lot of great walls out there. We've talked about Mr. Langerdap right here, his unique way of laying brick. The Cabral brothers, David Chavez. We talked about Darren Douthit and his perfect wall that he's trying again. A lot of people aren't paying attention to Fred Campbell down here, who is just going about his business and making a really good wall. It looks amazing.
You know, you just brought up a really good point. As Johnny was doing that pick and dip, and we just talked about the rack back towards the end of the event, rather than using that level, Johnny's taking that approach right now. I'm letting the secret out. We're going to see it all.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different methods. He was taught to do that. I'm sure that these guys who probably learned from their father or grandfather, there's different ways of doing this job. Any of those are effective, and that's what it takes. Sean, you're pointing at something. What do you see down there?
These guys are still running. They've been almost an hour into this, in this heat, dry desert, and they're still running. Some people got it. They're chasing it hard.
I'll tell you what, somebody wants to get the keys to that brand new F-250 Ford truck. That's what it's all about right there. Plus, there's a lot of money on the line. They're also going to get a check for $5,000, and I know that Mason's going to be sharing that with his tender because, hey, they work together. They're a team.
What about that coveted trophy? They want their name engraved for life on that coveted SPEC MIX Bricklayer trophy.
Yeah, kind of like hockey, you know. Everybody gets their name on the trophy. You get to carry it around with you for a whole year, right?
Yeah, I'm going to jump in line, get my photograph taken with the champion in that trophy.
You're darn right. I want the same thing as well. We are down to about 8 minutes, maybe 8 minutes right now. It is getting down to just a little bit. Ryan, RC, you're looking at our champion from last year.
Looking at our three-time champion, yes, our champion from last year, Fred Campbell, and his partner there, tender, Tony Shelton. He's already laid up 7 courses. He's getting ready to start his 8th course. Fred is going nice and smooth at a good pace. Fred is trying to reach his 800 with 0 deductions. It's always been one of his goals. We're hoping Fred's going to get that here today. I'm thinking with this nice, great, steady pace and a beautiful backside of the wall, he just might take it home. We'll see what happens here.
Mr. Will Scott, you got anything to offer up down there? Or?
Yeah, I tell you what, you just mentioned how their fathers are passing this, this trade down to each kid. And we have a lot of 2nd, 3rd, 4th, even 5th generation Masons. But something really special about Mr. Cabral is that his mother is actually the one who taught him how to lay brick. She laid a lot of block actually down in Mexico. So kind of neat that the diversity is in the trade. So ladies at home, if you're looking for a good career that pays well, masonry is for you too.
An awesome point, Will. Now we're coming down into the single digits. Only a little bit left in the tank for these boys, but they gotta carry through. So let's have them have some peace and quiet from us. But the crowd, you better dig deep yourselves. Root on your teams. Help them get it down. Who is the next world champion?
Less than 5 minutes remaining. Less than 5 minutes.
Over here, stall number 7, we have Jake. He's already checking his plums, making sure he's making all his adjustments within the last 5 minutes. So Jake's going over here. We got 9 plum points. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 in the middle, and 4 on the opposite end. So Jake over here has just checked all his plums on his back side and his working side of the wall. It's a great move because plums are a big deduction in this competition.
3 minutes and change. 3.5 minutes remaining. That's it. Let's go. Get those last bit of bricks in. Come on.
Final strategies are coming out. Another one, they want to finish on the working side of their wall. That's where they're fastest. They don't want to waste time on the back. Since they can finish within 2 courses of the last completed double wide, you're going to see them finish on the front, the fast ones.
Thank you, Sean. 3 minutes now. 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes remaining in the competition.
Sean, we talking about that speed here, the last final minutes here. We were in stall number 9 early where he had 0 bricks laid on his working side of the wall. He has now completed almost every single course. And look at him go. He is blowing and going. He's using a technique called clip joints, where he's clip jointing the head of the brick, and he is laying them as fast as he can. He's doing a cut, and that's how he's going. That's how he's laying them up. He's got a nice technique.
We got you on the monitor right now. We can see him just pumping those brick in. It is, watch how fast it is, Tom. That's amazing.
I mean, I was counting 3 to 4 seconds of brick over here, but he's doing 2 to 3. He's really dropping down a lot of brick, Ryan.
Pretty much, almost 40 brick within about 40 seconds.
Well, we're coming up on the 2-minute mark, so I think at this 2-minute mark could be a signal for a lot of these teams. They're going to do their last-minute touch-ups, double-check the walls. We'll probably see some levels come out.
The levels, you just called it. There it is, the level right there. Check and making sure everything is plumb. That's so important.
It is so important. They don't want to have a 50 brick deduction for missing one of those plumb points. They got to be within a 1/4 of an inch tolerance.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, less than 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes. That's the 2-minute warning. Come on, second win. This is what you want. Why are you out here in Las Vegas? You want to be the world's best bricklayer? Earn it now.
Look at this movement. The crowd better keep going with it, too. We're at 1.5 minutes. That's 90 seconds away, and there's going to be no more units put in the wall. Will, it looks like there's a lot of energy down your side. Do you have something to report down there? Those guys are hustling. I see them running back and forth.
Yeah, no question. Ryan just touched on it, but the speed at this time during the competition is absolutely incredible. Pays to be a little bit younger on this last moment. If you watch some of these guys, as they spread the wall, the first thing they do is hold their back while they hold and move that trowel.
Just like a speed skater.
Less than a minute, less than a minute.
Well, let's see if that speed skater approach works out. We're seeing other seasoned Masons, seasoned champions like Fred Campbell, not have to run, not have to hustle as much. We're going to see in about 30 seconds which way it goes.
That's it. We got 37 seconds left. Crowd, we're going to let you help us count it down at 10. We have got 1/2 minute remaining. 30 seconds. Let's hear it. Make some noise. $20 seconds left. $10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trowels down. Trowels down. Let's give them all a nice hand.
Hey, first place or last place. Wow!
Well, you know, when you think about it, we're talking about the best of the best Masons who qualified throughout the United States. Even the wild cards had some incredible brick counts, and they're just the best, Sean. So you're right, first or last, you are the best of all the Masons in the country. And of course, somebody is going to wind up a winner, somebody is going to be a top craftsman, but just an amazing display once again.
And we're not going to waste any time. If you notice, we've got all of our teams that are now out of their stalls. They're going to stay out of their stalls until during this break period. They need to take advantage of getting some hydration. Now we got our lead judge coordinator. He dispatched his judges in there. They're starting to do brick counts already.
Yeah, Bud Johnson, who has been with us for so many years, is taking care of that. The clock on the monitors right now, that's the rest period. It started at 5 minutes. After that 5 minutes is up, then the Masons are going to have 20 minutes in order to take care of the walls. They will tool, they will clean them up. they've got to fix all of those problems within the bricks. And you know, we actually have a wall down here that we're going to get to in just a second to show what the judges look for. And Sean, being a Mason yourself, I'm going to let you go down there and do that and take care of it, because you know exactly where those deductions come from.
Yeah, we do have a model. It's not going to be my favorite wall to show you, because we're going to show some imperfections, which we never want to bring down our industry. These guys are craftsmen.
Well,
we celebrate them here today, the craftsmen.
That's because I built the wall. That's why it looks so bad. So I kind of figured you guys
I wasn't going to throw you under the wheelbarrow.
All right, about 3.5 minutes left. Will Scott, what did you see out there today? I mean, I really appreciate you and RC just taking the lead out here and really getting us in depth and just talking about some things that some folks, you know, really don't know what's going on. Your initial thoughts as you see these walls?
Yeah, I don't have any. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you very much. Will Scott, with always an insightful look at bricklaying across the United States. And I was going to buy him a beer, but maybe that will change now. Talk to me out there, Will. What'd you see, my friend?
Yeah, we just had to see how quick you were on your feet, and that's impressive. And that's exactly what we saw today.
He is a professional.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so Fred, again, not nearly as fast on his feet as some of the younger guys hustling out here, but he really did not waste a single move from what I saw. There's a handful of guys just like that. And I'll be honest with you, two of these guys doing this pick and dip on this side and all the way in the back, that's such a dangerous move. Even though it's able to drop it in, they're not able to furrow the mud, making the split in the middle like we saw. What happens when that happens is you set your brick down. If that mud is at all off, it wants to naturally roll over. So the pick and dip, they have to have such a soft touch. I can't believe they were able to do it that smoothly today.
Well, soft touch, like
you gonna sing a song?
With Iron Age. Iron Age in their whole.
Yeah, I was wearing my Iron Age all day. I'll tell you what, I felt great in my boots all day today. You know, I was going to ask you, mud was such an important factor. A lot of folks were talking about it. Was there an issue with the mud today?
I'm sure some of these guys had a difficult time, but we were able to produce the right type of mud for this heat. Really put a lot of credit to the tenders to keeping it moist, letting it turn over. They just kept tempering to make sure it was as smooth as butter for those guys.
Tom, as we're coming down in the 90 seconds to go, it's a really good point. We have to keep in mind that we're really pushing the envelope of when you should be installing masonry. Everything has its maximums, you know, and we're really stretching it. Fortunately, we fell into a hole earlier in the week when we were setting up. We had a hot period. Right now is as coolest it's been in about 7-8 days, and it's going to spike as soon as we get out of here tomorrow. So we got about 1 more minute of rest. Masons, you better get ready. You're going back in to get some striking done. You guys want to see some people strike fast? Check this out. Stick around. 50 minutes, 50 seconds away.
I'm over here with Fred Campbell. Fred, you said possibly this might be your last year. I'm going to get down here for you. How'd it go? How'd you feel today?
Tough. Really tough, yeah. But need to beat my last year.
But how was your wall? How do you feel? A lot of competition out there. Feeling good? What'd you think?
It's decent. Just didn't get nowhere near what I wanted to lay. It was decent.
Was the weather a factor today?
Oh yeah, it's hot.
Hot out there.
Yeah, it is hot.
All right, well, I'm going to let you take your last little bit of rest, and you guys are going to have 20 minutes to clean and tool your walls. Fred, of course, a 3-time champion, trying to go out with 1 more win and take home the keys to that Ford truck. Sean, just a couple of seconds left, and then we got tooling. Why don't you go over some of the tooling process with everybody right now and let them know what's going to happen?
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, this 20 minutes is an important segment, especially for any teams that are going to try to chase that craftsmanship award. Now, during the competition, the Mason has to lay from the working side, and you obviously saw the tenders also stay behind the material boards. During this 20-minute segment, they're allowed to go through all sides. Now, I think we're getting ready to go again here.
Yeah, I think we should, but, you know, we can start the cleaning and the tooling, but I'm looking for some really good masonry fans, the best masonry fans on the planet. And I got some really nice SPEC MIX BRICKLAYER 500 hats right here. So, yeah, you look like you could use a hat. You know, you get one of those over there.
That's so
Who is over
of you,
here?
Tom.
This guy right here.
Hey, make sure you're giving out to the people that are yelling down there. I see a crowd in front of you that are looking for some giveaways.
They are. They're all up and down, Sean. So let's put 20 minutes on the clock. let's get everybody to start cleaning and tooling their walls. 20 minutes, if you please.
Masons.
Masons.
At your walls. Masons at the end of your walls. Get ready for your last 20. Tom, please count it down for us to get them going.
You got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last chance. Go, Masons, go.
20 minutes and it's not over. Like I had said before, this is where the craftsman is really going to be very particular about cleaning up his wall. He wants to impress those judges, make it look perfect. Other people are going to speed through it. They put a lot of units out there. They have a lot of striking to get done in just 20 minutes. So they're in the home stretch now. Some are electing to start on the back of the wall. Some will go on the front. Notice the tenders are going to be helping in this, motivating, pointing out areas for the mason to fix. They're also watching the clock for them. So constant communication between tender and mason. Will, you're right there in the action. Can you explain to us what's going on down there?
Yeah, so no question about the communication being key. Often you'll see him use a tape measure to point out voids he's going to need to fill. Another thing that's really neat to see is the different types of joiners these guys are going to use. Right here, we've got a sled joiner. It's the big boy running all the way down the wall.
Yes, we will see some different approaches from that S joiner, the bed joiner, AKA sled. That sled is much longer. We saw that in the earlier fastest trowel event. So the guys that got a lot of brick in there are also taking advantage of the number of joints that they had in with that bigger tool. We don't know. Is it more efficient? Is it better for this event? It might be.
You know, Sean, we had a Facebook question. Of course, we've been live streaming this entire time. And it was a great question. People are going, what happens? What happens with all this brick and all this block? You know, what goes on? And so I want to answer the question. All the remaining materials, the brick, the block, and the mortar, it's going to go to Las Vegas's own Opportunity Village. And what that is, it's a nonprofit trade training program. It places workers on job sites, and it's all about workforce development, which is so critical, Sean.
I mean, it's not only recycling and reusing existing products, which is great for our environment, but this is training.
Yeah, I mean, you're saving so much money for these programs that are trying to get these folks jobs out here, which makes the trade that much better. And they may one day pass on that trade to their children. So recycling all that stuff, again, opportunity, huh?
That Belden brick out there, we had like 1,100 Belden brick at each one of these stalls. And as much as we would have loved to see that many go in,
yeah,
we knew it wasn't possible.
Well, you know, Brian Belden is such a great guy. They've been such a good sponsor. We talked with them yesterday, and, you know, we want to thank them again. And, you know, Opportunity Village is going to get a lot of nice brick block and mortar.
Do you want me to start loading up that Kubota RTV and taking some down? It'll carry a load.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling that you and Will Scott might just be driving it up and down the strip for a while.
We'll be back by closing. Don't worry about it.
I bet you will. All right, let's let these guys clean and tool their walls for a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are rolling real tight shot here. Some you're going to see different for every mason. Often they will take a trowel, hold it near to the wall, use their joiner to press in the mud to fill in the voids. Right here, we got the old hand trowel working. So he's actually taking the time to pull the mortar directly into his hands and stick it on the wall. Tom?
Thanks a lot, Will. I appreciate it. You know, when we think about this and, you know, we get to the edge, the judges have such a tough time, but Bud Johnson, I want to thank him and all of his judges who do such a great job. They volunteer their time to come out here and do this, and it's not easy. You know, and sometimes it could be 1-2 points differential. Last year's 783, Fred Campbell, who was our winner. But Bud, we thank you. There he is right in front of us over here. He's looking over the walls. He makes sure that everything is on the up and up and that we are good to go. Because there's a lot on the line, Sean, $125,000 worth of cash and prizes. Now, that's across all the competitions. That's everything. True. But, I mean, we're talking about a beautiful Ford F-250, you know, and then $5,000 cash. So there's a lot of money on the line right here.
Oh, there's a lot of money. It's still life-changing. Handing out a brand new truck, a payment you don't have to worry about, that's what they're going to be able to maybe more money towards a son's education or a daughter's education, training in the trades, a lot of numerous ways to spend the money, they have options now. So that's great that our industry recognizes that. We create the Studio 54 of masonry parties to recognize the best craft in the world, masonry.
That's true, and we're going to be seeing the junior bricklayers in just a few minutes. We're going to have them right behind us over here. It's going to be the third-year students, the third-year apprentices. So we'll just see how good they do. They only get 10 minutes, but you know what? I bet they're going to do pretty good.
I think only 3 of those are for junior bricklayers. I think one of those might be for you and I to go head-to-head.
Look at the time. I think I got to go to lunch.
Sorry.
I don't know. So.
All right, we'll get the 4 filled by juniors.
All right, 14 minutes remaining. 14 minutes. Let's keep an eye on this tooling.
On the screen right now, we have a first time Mr. Duthit using a striking iron, it looks like. Again, the very first time I've ever seen it. Most commonly, the long-handled sled joiners and the regular S joiners is what's typically used. But if this camera can get a look, he has got a totally unique tool to be working.
Hey, Will, I'm really interested in what you got there. Could we get a good angle zoomed in on that, what you're talking about? Maybe you can explain it a little bit more. Looks unusual.
It looks like the end of this unit has got a perfect concave shape. So even though the handle is small and thin, the end of it is still able to press the mortar into the joint and seal to the brick itself. That's really going to help on a real job site to keep moisture out of that wall.
That's
so
right.
Exceptionally important.
Compaction is important for that mortar joint. These guys are filling in their walls, all of their holes. Now they are allowed to have 20 holes. Now you wouldn't see this on a real job, but we have developed this into the competition. We give them a free pass with 20, but after that, that's a dig, and they're going to lose 50 brick right off the bat.
That's not a great way to start your afternoon here in Vegas. Sean, I do want to ask you real quick, I want to talk to you about how these guys actually got here to Las Vegas, the road to get there to Las Vegas. You got about, I just had a tender ask me how much time left. You still got about 12 to 13 minutes, about 12 to 13 minutes. How do these guys actually get to Las Vegas? There's only really one way.
Yeah, airplane.
No, I actually meant, to get a stall. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
They don't just order it online. They don't
No.
just show up. We
No.
don't pull people off the street. Of course not. But it is a difficult process. We call it the SPEC MIX Regional Series. Last year, 2021 was a tough year to try it and have our regional series. We just hit a lot of obstacles from different restrictions, COVID limitations, large group gatherings. We couldn't have them all. Normally we have 20 to 24 different regionals across the country, and we strategically have them placed at different times so that the best of the best can come out to those locals, compete. You win there at the local level, you get an invite here. But it's only the winner that gets that invite.
That's right, and in order to do that, they do have to go to the SPEC MIX website to see where the regional is in their area.
I think that might be.
Yeah.
SPECMix.com.
SPECMix.com, it's a great place to go. That's where folks went to actually, go to see the live stream tonight. We got about 10 minutes remaining in the wall cleaning and tooling right now. But if you go to SPECMIX.com, you can find out there's going to be something near you to give you an opportunity to get here to Vegas.
Not only that, for those people that have not competed before, they could go on to SPECMIX.com and actually pull up the video segments and watch the regional series from this past year.
Yeah.
I know some of these guys out there, they wanted to check out the different styles. I'll guarantee you they were on that website seeing how a Fred Campbell does it or a Johnny Leningrad. They're all looking to maximize their count, do the best they can, so.
Yeah, and you know, in the years past, we have had teams from Australia. We have had teams from the UK, from Canada, and hopefully that's going to happen once again next year. Of course, we're back here in January of 2022. We had a female Mason out here, a female tender, actually Darby. Actually won here from Florida a while back.
The father-daughter team.
So yeah, and Goodwin, Jerry Goodwin and his daughter, they took home not only the championship, but also the top craftsman as well. Together, they laid 644 brick, the best wall and the most brick, and that was probably one of the most impressive wins, I think, in recent memory.
Before we get too far along in this, there is about 10 minutes to go for these guys to keep striking. Let's go back to that regional series one more time. Something that was a huge success is we put that wild card into play. Since we weren't able to host all of those regionals, we gave out 4 wild cards. It is such a great thing. People are able to track who is the next wild card on the SPECMIX.com site. We're going to keep it going this year.
Yeah.
We're going to make available at least 1 wild card. So if you don't win the regional, you better keep monitoring.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it was, I believe it was Juan Cabral that, you know, he won his regional with 739 brick. So we're talking about a very impressive score and, you know, very well earned his way in here to Las Vegas.
What about Jason Bowl? We know the Bowl name.
Yeah.
The era of the SPEC MIX Bricklayer 500 was started with the Bowl family.
You know, from 2004 to 2007, Mike Bowl, his name was all over the place. He won it, second place. You know, the Bowl name is just, it's masonry. You say Bowl, you say masonry.
That's right, and let's not forget about his brother Bob Bowl.
That's right, Bob Bowl as well, and then with Jason right there, we have nephews and grandsons. They're all getting into it.
Even Joe Vanek, cousin of the Bowl.
Yep.
Jason Bowl in there now. Tim Bowl has been very successful, had been at many of the regions.
Yeah.
We miss that man a lot. Rest in peace, Tim.
And we got brothers out here, the Cabral brothers that are out here playing right now. Will Scott, I see you down in there on the wall. You're checking out Brian Wade. How's he doing?
Yeah, if we can get the camera guys over here, I would love to show you. But let me tell you something surprisingly fun about this. Brian knows not to waste 1 second of time. So what he's actually doing is picking up mortar from between the brick that was squished, and he's picking it up off the ground to be able to fill the voids. Not something you see real often. A lot of guys are always trying to run back to the boards, pick up the mortar, bring it around to the back side of the wall. But Brian knows that he has got to save some time if he's going to make it through all these bricks.
Hey, Will, that's a really good point. Oftentimes when these masons are striking their walls, they prefer to use a mortar that's a bit stiffer. It doesn't dirty the wall as much. It's a little bit easier to work with. So if they have a loose material on their board, that's another way to get some of that harder material off the ground. Not the stuff that got contaminated. They're picking off the top of it. We got 7 minutes, Will. You keep an eye on it. Let us know. Dial us in. Show us who you think it's going to be. 7 minutes to go. All right, we're coming down to 5.5 minutes. We want to share with the audience out there, those that are not familiar with the rules, we want to walk you through some of the different criteria that these guys in red out there that you see are looking for. These are our judges. Years and years, decades and decades of experience, the best of the best, the trainers of the trainers. That's who we have on board with us today. So we want to show you some of these defaults of what they're looking for. And we're going to do that in just a moment. These judges are in there staying out of the way of the Masons, and they're getting the final counts. Let's give them just another minute here, and we're going to talk about this criteria, which is so important. Three minutes to go. Two and a half minutes, 2.5. You'll notice during this portion of the tooling, there's no adjusting the brick. They're only filling holes. They're not allowed to adjust the brick. They got in the units they got. Right now, it's all about impressing the judges. Who is going to be the Craftsman winner? Who is going to be the world champion bricklayer, SPEC MIX Bricklayer 500 champion? It is the waning moments. One minute, 15 seconds. Here's your call. We're coming up on 1 minute. If you've got anything left out there, you better bring it right now. Who's going on that trophy list? Who's getting engraved into the future of masonry forever? Final 50 seconds to go. I hope the crowd has got a voice left. Do ya? Do ya? When we get to 15 seconds, you're all gonna help us count it down from 15 down to 0, right? You ready? Get your voices ready. 20 seconds to go. You hear me over there, crowd? You gotta help me count it down from 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's all we got. Another one in the books. Woo! Amazing, absolutely amazing.
All right, I believe right now we have Will Scott down in the arena. All the Masons and tenders are done. You see the judges in the red shirts. They're in there. They're starting their point system. And Will, who do you have over there? And how does their wall look?
I am standing in stall number 20 with Mr. Zach Dwyer. His wall is fantastic. I don't think anyone is surprised at all. He's a 5th generation Mason, and it showed today with the quality in this wall. Zach, I know you've got to be so out of breath right now. I saw you holding your back while spreading. How did it feel today?
It felt all right. I mean, the wind played in, the heat plays in, fatigue sets in. The mortar was a little tough to work with, but all in all, it's a good day.
Yeah, that's the right attitude for these guys out here. We knew forearms and we know lower backs are going to kill everyone. You mentioned the mortar was tough. How did Oscar do keeping that stuff alive for you?
He did phenomenal. Oscar's the best. Like you said, the communication is unspoken, but he's got it. He wouldn't be here without him for sure.
That's wonderful. You've done such a fantastic job. Looking at this wall, I can't see anything wrong with it. Sean, are you over by the wall so you can give us an idea of what a bad wall would look like?
Playing with my twiddle sticks over here. No, I appreciate that. That's really good insight from someone that's just got to be exhausted right now after that 60 minutes, an hour and 20 minutes with the tooling. Now we got judges in there. Look at them, they're scouring these walls. We want to give you at home an idea of what these judges are looking for. These guys cannot just randomly throw in 1,000 brick or 800. No, they got to lay 500, 600, 700 good ones. This is what we're looking for, examples. Chip brick, something like this. There's a big chip in the middle of it. That's over the size of a dime. The tolerance is about 1/2 inch. That's about the size of a dime. That's all they get. Any of these little tiny holes, they're allowed 20 holes. If we can't fill that in with a joiner, and they have more than 20 of those, it's gonna be a deduction. Right there would be another example. These tip brick, here's a really extreme case, but it is something that we would look for, is a tip brick. This is sometimes called a motorboat. We see this really at the end of the day when those masons, their arm is just jelly, they can't get it together anymore. They put a little more pressure in the heel, hence the brick is now tipped. We actually check that with our digital stabila level. Our judges are going to be out there looking for anything that looks suspect, and then they're going to put it on there, maybe a deduction, and waste of time for that bricklayer, unfortunately. Right here, we're looking for joints that are over 5/8 of an inch. This is a hard tolerance to get your joint just within that 1/4 inch to 5/8 tolerance. Above it or below it, they get dinged. Head joints and bed joints, always another critical factor. Can't have it too big, can't have it too small. We're looking for all these things. These judges have seen it before. A really interesting one, once in a while, is a shiner right here. If they put that brick in backwards, these masons know the tricks. They're gonna try to cover it with SPEC MIX mortar to cover it up so that judge can't find it. We got them. We are onto that dog. So, you know what, Tom? That's about what we got. The audience now knows what the judges are looking for, and we're gonna find out who the winner is. What do you got coming over there with Ryan next?
Well, you know, Ryan was the guy we talked to first thing this morning. He was here bright and early for the skills competition, and that's the first, second, and third year students. And Ryan, how did everything go back there?
Oh, it went awesome. It went awesome, Tom. They had 3 hours, gave them a 15-minute rest period.
Right.
And they just finished up. So we brought 4 of the third-year apprentices over here to do the junior bricklayer.
You know, and these are the guys that are trying to get to be a mason to maybe one day make their way over into one of those stalls. And we do have to point out that there was a young lad over there who was awfully impressive, scoring 1,000 out of 1,000 and taking home quite a nice prize.
That's exactly right. His regional and state contests in North Carolina, he scored a perfect score. So now it's up to him to go from this level to the next level.
Well, we'll see. I mean, Grant did win the junior bricklayer a little bit later, and I mean a little bit earlier last year. So we'll see what he has this year. We do have 4 instead of 2,
Got
so he
4.
has a little bit more competition. Let's go over all of our competitors. Go ahead, Ryan.
All right, so let's start down in stall number 1. I've got Kevin Ruiz. He's from Texas.
Kevin, raise your trowel over there. There you go. Let's hear it for Kevin. Who else do we
That's
have?
right. Stall number 2, I've got Jacob Brooks from Arizona.
Jacob, you ready to go? All right, we're good. Stall
All right,
number 3.
Stall number 3, I've got Marcos Gonzalez.
Marcos?
He is from Indiana.
All right, Indiana wants me, but I can't go back there. That's a really old song. I don't know about
That's
that.
right. And stall number 4, we've got Grant Helms from North Carolina.
Yeah, and Grant, like I said, he did win the junior bricklayer last year. Now, how much time are we going to give them to lay brick, Ryan?
All right, Tom, so these have 10 minutes to lay as many brick effectively, and you know, we want them looking pretty good. I told them I wanted them looking as good as their girlfriend.
Okay. Well, there you go.
That's right. So we're going to give them 10 minutes. We're going to give them a 5-minute rest period, and then we're going to give them 5 minutes to strike the wall.
Sounds like a plan. All right, everybody, if you are ready, Masons, get your trowels up in the air. As soon as I see all 4 up in the air, I'll give you all a countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's lay some brick, kids. Now, they're actually vying for a lot of cash out here, too.
Hey, I told them, Tom, that we guaranteed for this 10 minutes to pay them $10 a minute.
That's pretty darn good. I like that. I'd take that any day.
That's pretty good.
In an hourly wage, I'll take that every day of the week,
Yes,
my
sir.
friend.
So that's what they're going for. They're $10 for every minute that they lay brick today. And I told them the guy that wins may get a little more compensation.
I think they should, don't you?
Absolutely. So we're looking forward to seeing who can put the brick in the wall in 10 minutes and who comes out the champion.
And you know, there's something that we haven't talked about, but it's not just men that are out there. We have a female tender that's working really hard that's taking care of stall number 1 right there. And we've seen them in the past. We've seen girls that are masons, girls that are tenders. This job is for anybody that just wants to, you know, get their hands dirty.
Absolutely, absolutely. She is wonderful, and she is actually in charge of being responsible for the guy in stall number 1.
Well, remember, behind every man there is always a good woman.
Absolutely, and there she is.
I like it. All right, well, 10 minutes were on the clock, about a little under 9 minutes left. And how many brick do you think they're going to be able to get down in those 10 minutes?
You know, I'm going to guess here, but I think these guys they've already laid a lot of brick this morning.
Yeah, so they're a little tired.
They're a little tired, but I think they've still got some wind left in them. So I'm going to say, I think we're going to see around the 80 to 90 mark, possibly,
Really?
in 10 minutes. So
All right, you got any favorites?
I don't have a bit of favorite.
No
but-
favorites because they're all good kids.
They're all great kids. And what I want them to do is take the next step. And this is how you get that to happen. The apprentice contest, the junior bricklayer, it sets the stage for our young people to take the next step, and that's to be in the big show.
And, you know, part of this, come on over here, Sean, and, you know, I want to talk to Brian Belden with Belden Brick. And, Brian, you know, you're such a great sponsor, and you see these kids out here with the Belden Brick working. This is good for the future of masonry.
Yeah, that's exciting. I like to see the juniors. This is what we need. Industry needs guys like this, ladies like this, to come out and do this stuff. So
Yeah, and I mean, it's important, and you know, we found out that, you know, all of this, the bricks and the block and the mortar and everything, it's going to go to the operational village. So the occupational village is going to be out here, and that's important because what we're doing is, you know, you guys are helping those that are, you know, trying to take that next step and get a job somewhere.
absolutely. For our industry, we need kids to get involved. We need people to get involved, and we're here to do what we can to help out.
Well, thank you, Brian. We're going to talk to you again, and we appreciate you being out here. We couldn't do it without Belden Brick, so thank you very much.
Tom, glad to be back.
All right. Thank you, Brian. And Sean, you've got a nice little trophy right there.
Well, I heard you guys talking about, they got this little segment going on. We're going for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. And Well, they deserve a trophy, so I just picked up the first one I found. First one I found. You think we could give this away here?
Well, probably. I don't know.
No,
That's
the
for big
reality
guys.
is, this is them training for the future. Their names could be on this one day. It's something we're going to have to keep our eyes for. We're
Yeah.
not going to give it to the junior today, but they can still earn it in a couple of years.
Well, they're going to earn a little bit of cash with about 6.5 minutes remaining. And just an early lead right now. The gentleman that scored 1,000 out of 1,000 looks like he has a slight lead. So Grant Helms looking good right off the bat. I've just been told that there's a lot of $100 bills in Brian Carney's hand from SPEC MIX. And as Ryan Shavers said a little earlier, yeah, we're going to tip the winner just a little bit more, but everybody today is going to walk away with at least a Benjamin.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's where that $10 a minute comes into play. That's pretty good. 10
I like
times
that.
10. Hey, it's good money. These guys are doing good, and I'm proud of them. I'm proud of their effort. And the next step for them moving over to the bricklayer, I'm ready to see it. I'm ready to see it.
We're getting about a little over 5 minutes. Let's sit here. Keep your eyes on the big screen. Let's watch these kids lay some brick.
Junior bricklayer still going on. You know, we had an amazing volunteer offer to come in and help us out here. Sadat is actually being a tender over here at the junior bricklayer. Sadat, you're working hard, and I'm not going to take you away from what you're trying to do here, but how passionate are you about the trades here, wanting to volunteer your personal time to be here today at the SPEC MIX Bricklayer 500?
That's a hard question. That was so much words in one question. It's an awesome trade.
I wasn't going to make it easy for you.
I need to go get mud.
Okay, all right, she's got a job to do. She's going to be coming back, and I'm not going to speak for her, but she's been doing an amazing job. Look at her. She's keeping the junior bricklayer thing going. She knows how important it is. This young lady is accepting the trades into her life. She's passionate about it. I've spoken with her instructors and the talent that she has. She's actually come up through the ranks from the skills into the MCAA Nationals. She's been very successful. It's not just for men, young ladies as well. Look at her. She is passionate. Sadat, keep working. I'm out of your way. Appreciate what you're doing here. Tom, you got anything coming up here? How are our judges looking?
The judges are looking good, Sean. As a matter of fact, we got a couple of demos coming up right around the corner. We got the IQ demo on our demo wall right in here. They're going to be coming in. We also have the block loader pants pull, which is just around the corner as well. Our fine van over there with all the block loader gear. They're going to bring us a set of pants. We're going to be looking for some beefy guys out in the audience, or beefy girls if they would like to play. I'm not going to discriminate. We just need people that think they can rip a pair of block loader pants apart.
I'm going to start looking for someone that I think is a pant ripper. What? You got someone in mind? You got someone you want to volunteer? Did you hear about what's coming up? The block loader pants pull? We need you to try and pull a pair of block loader pants apart. We're going to team you up against someone else. Are you in?
I guess.
All right, we got our first. We're going to have a woman-on-woman first, right here.
We need four people, Sean.
We're going to do four?
We're going to
Two on
need
two.
4 people, 2 and 2.
All right. I've come to learn that we already have some qualifiers for this, but I think we should do a little 15-second demo. We're going to pair you up against another woman to see if you could rip them apart. So get ready, all right? Thank you.
10 seconds, guys. 10 seconds. Everybody count it for me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time. Put your trowels down. Good job, guys. Good job. Awesome work. All right, we're going to give you a 5-minute break. Grab you a cold water, 5-minute break, and then you have a 5-minute tooling time. So we'd like for you to strike out your face side, which is the side that's facing your mortar board. You'll have 5 minutes to tool that side. Good job. Good job.
Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate it. I'm going to throw it over now to my co-host, Sean O'Malley, and he's got a really cool demo from the folks over at IQ. Sean, who do you have, and how much of that wall are we going to be cutting up, my friend?
Do you see me over here? I'm right next to the IQ Power Tools booth with Paul Guth and Vince. Vince, we spoke with yesterday. I dropped the ball. I apologize. You had the saw all lit up, ready to go. You wanted to cut through some block. Well, we pushed you off. We're bringing you here to the main stage here today. We're going to show what this monster machine can do. Yesterday, we called it a masonry game changer. It's a beast of a masonry chop saw right here. 14-inch blade, the IQ 914. Paul, what made you think of all of this? Was it your idea personally? You want to take credit?
Yeah, well, it's really part of what IQ does is we integrate dust collection in with the machine, and that's exactly what we have here. We have a 14-inch power cutter with integrated dust collection, and we had a previous version that had a 12-inch blade, but now we went to a full 14-inch, giving them a lot of extra upgrades.
So, do I understand correctly? The Masons demanded bigger, and you guys answered. Is that right?
That was it. That was the only reason.
Go big or go home. Now, which one of you guys is going to actually crank this up, cut the saw? Is it going to be Vince? It's going to be Vince. All right, Vince, we want to see this demonstration. Right, now, we got an 8-inch CMU wall. You're going to take the beast, the IQ 914 dustless system. It's got a 5-pound dust collection system in the saw. In addition to that, you can actually add accessories. Let's hear this get cranked up. Wow. I mean, this is like a rock and roll concert right here. It's loud, it's proud. That was impressive, Vince. Thank you so much. Paul, kudos to you for designing such a system, collecting all that dust. It wasn't blowing around at all. That was fantastic. Was it easy?
You saw the one-hand deal, right?
You know, I did pick up on that. I didn't really want to say too much. But
a little bit, just showing off a little bit.
One-handed saw cutting. That's Vince Worst from IQ Power Tools. Paul, thank you very much. Now, we've got some more to go through here while the judging is still going on. We got our famous Tom Clark. I believe, Tom, you're down at the Ford area. You want to talk about Ford trucks or what? Tom, are you with me, or did you find a shady spot again?
I'm actually in the shade, to tell you the truth, but I'm with Nick Banger here from Ford, and we talked to him yesterday about handing the keys to our winning Mason. It's with the F-250. But that's not the only thing, Nick. We're standing here with a couple of different trucks. Nick Banger with Ford. Tell us a little bit about the trucks we have behind us.
Yeah, we have two trucks. We have an F-350 as well as an F-450 over here in the Ford booth. Both equipped with 6.7-liter diesel engines, 10-speed automatic transmissions. One is upfit with a Selzy box. The other one is upfit with a Royal box. So great applications for any kind of people in the masonry industry. So.
You know, we were talking yesterday about, the various engines. We have the various trucks, but this isn't the only place where you can find a Ford truck. You've got some inside as well. Where can we find them?
Yeah, we do have a booth up in the West Hall, so we have different applications also highlighted in our booth there. We have a video about the all-new F-150 Lightning. We have our F-600. We have F-650, 750, a lot of different configurations, so really anything you're looking for. We also have Ford telematics people in the booth as well, talking about different services that are offered through Ford. So.
You just mentioned that, and I was going to bring it up anyways, but the F-150 that's coming out, 2022 start production on the electric. Go over that again, because I think people need to know about that. I'm excited about it, and you have to tell everybody what the frunk is, because that seems to be the word that everybody's like, did he just say frunk?
That's right. The frunk is the new buzzword. So it is the front trunk. We actually give you a little bit more extra storage up front because you don't have your typical gas motor. Now it's just extra storage, extra capacity for whatever you need to tow or haul. So the F-150 Lightning coming out next year. It's EPA targeted 300-mile range. It's going to be great for our commercial customers.
I'll tell you what, I can't wait to test drive that. I'm excited about. I might test drive it the entire 300-mile range. I'm not sure. I'd love for you to stick around. You got a set of keys for an F-250 for me?
Yeah, we sure do. The winner's going to take home a brand new F-250, so we are excited to give that away.
Well, you guys are such a great sponsor. I want to thank you again. It's always great to have Ford here on the lot, and to have that truck up there on the Hydromobile, it is such an awe-inspiring thing as these guys are laying the brick to do that. So don't go anywhere.
No, I'll be here.
I like it. Thanks a lot. All right, thank you very much, Nick Banger. We're going to throw it back right now to Sean, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Sean, where are you hiding out? Sean O'Malley, my co-host and partner in crime.
You know, sometimes I like to hide from you, Tom, so I'm not going to tell you where I'm at. You got to come find me. Like, where's Waldo? Actually, I brought myself back up to the junior bricklayer with Ryan Shaver here. Now, the juniors, they had their rest period. We want to get them kicked back off so that they can start tooling similar to what we saw in the big show, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct. So we gave them a rest period, and now they're going to tool the face side of the wall, which is the side that's facing the mortar board.
Awesome.
So I'm ready if you guys are. You have 5 minutes to tool. Get in your stall. Kevin, in your stall. Stall number 1, you got 5 minutes to tool. All right, here we go. You may begin.
Hey, keep it down. Keep it down.
Hey, Tom. I don't know what you got going up there, but I found myself I wouldn't say shady spot, but it sure is comfortable. Tom, we're making you jealous down here.
You
Did
know,
you find me yet?
We got you. There's a camera on you, and I'm really not too happy about that because I'm supposed to be driving the Kubota RTV X1140. No. None of this rock stuff. I don't want to see that. Yeah, I got your bye-bye right here. Hey, our top craftsman's going to be walking away with that. I see you got Jacob there in the front seat. Jacob, tell us all about that awesome machine.
Yeah. So this is an X1140. Our entire X series is built with a Kubota diesel engine. #1 selling diesel utility vehicle in North America for the last 5+ years. What really separates this series versus the rest of the competition is that diesel engine. It's our VHT X transmission, which allows for easy operation.
I'm not familiar with another similar unit that has a diesel. Are you guys the only one that offers this type of unit in a diesel?
No, there are some competitors out there that do offer the diesel, but the funny thing is, they actually purchase their diesel engines from us.
Hey, that says a lot right there. Now, there's a lot of features. You and I spoke about this yesterday. You already sold me on it. Did you bring the keys?
I didn't bring the keys, but I figured you might be driving this away before the competition ended.
I'm always looking for a way to get out of work. This thing has got some great features. We talked about yesterday how this will actually convert this back seat from when you're not working or when you have the family with you. You can then convert it into a long bed, start hauling out brick, block, logs, whatever you need. It's designed for the trades.
Absolutely. These machines are purpose-built with utility in mind. They make ease of operation super simple for the operators and come with a host of attachments and implements that can be customized for specific jobs.
And who do you think is going to drive away with this?
The best bricklayer.
That's right. Where's your money? Which one are you betting on? You got one scoped out yet?
I don't know. They're all pretty good. And to be honest, it all looks phenomenal.
Maybe there'll be a tie, you know, and we're just going to have to let me drive away with this for now. Can you find me some keys?
Yeah, I think I could do that for you.
All right, Justin. I appreciate your time. Thanks for being here. Kubota machine. It's awesome. It's comfortable. Yeah, I got to find a way to drive this thing before I check out.
Hey,
So,
hey.
Tom, are you up there?
Yeah, I am, and you got 2 more seats in the back. Thanks for inviting me, but that's okay. That's okay. I've got 2 nice ladies here that are about to rip a man's pants, and I think that's kind of exactly how sometimes people feel. Ladies, this is a tough task, so let me meet you first. You are?
Dawn Wilson,
That's correct. And where are you from?
St. Louis.
St. Louis. St. Louis is a tough crowd, and you are?
Tasha Braswell.
From?
Fredericktown, Missouri.
So we got Missouri, we got St. Louis, right? Isn't that kind of the same thing? St. Louis, Missouri? Kind of like, okay. Now, you know what the deal is. You got to rip these pants in half. If you do, we have got just an amazing prize for you. We're going to give you 10 seconds. I'm going to come over here because if you let go of that, and we're move in here just a little bit, because if you let go of those pants, y'all are going to go flying. But I want to wish you the best of luck. This is not an easy task. 10 seconds for the block ladder pants pull. And after these ladies, we've got some men that are going to give it a shot as well. Ready, ladies? On your mark, get set. They're laughing. They're laughing right there. They're going, I don't know if I can do this or not. Ready? Pull! There we go. Come on. Come on. Pull.
on now.
Harder. Stop laughing. Come on. This is serious. This is serious. Come on. Come on. Pull those pants. No, 2 hands. You need 2 hands for this. Come on. Come on. Here we go. I'll try to help you here. Come on. Let's still. Come on. Come on. Come on. Just do this. Just pull it. 10 seconds is up. I just figured I'd try. Time's up. Time's up. What do you think?
Pretty tough pants.
They are? Yeah?
Yes, very hard.
All right, well, I'll tell you what. Take those pants over there, and you guys just keep pulling them. See if you can just tear them apart. Just go. Just keep doing it. We'll let you see if you can do it. Will Scott, I'm going to turn it over to you. You got some men over here.
Well, listen, if nothing else, technique has changed already. Those ladies have wrapped it over like Stallone and over the top, ready to arm wrestle. These guys have got a very special technique. These are what we call badger claws. That's what he digs deep into the concrete to make sure that he's not going anywhere. Give me your names real quick before we get this thing going.
Sebastian Jerome.
Sebastian. Seabass on my right, and who do we have here?
David Melcher.
All right, it's time. In 3, 2, I want to tell you guys a little story. I'm kidding. All right. 1, 2, 3, pull! Oh, the techniques has changed. Wide stance, kickboxer style for Sebastian. Ooh, got about 5 seconds left, guys. We're getting close. Oh, don't let this junior pull you around like that. Come on now, dig in deep. 2, 1, here. It looks like block ladder 2, crowd 0.
Hey, Will, that looked like a taffy pulling contest over there, you know?
That's exactly right. Yep. Who else we got?
You got the Beef Boys now over there underneath our jib cam. Why don't you meet those guys and see what they can do?
I'll be honest with you, it's rare that you see 2 men both bigger than a Volkswagen Bug. Let's see if that's going to give them the advantage today. All right, gentlemen, introduce yourself to the crowd.
¿Qué pasó?
¿Tu nombre? ¿Qué es nombre?
Mi nombre es Héctor.
Héctor. That's intimidating, I'll be completely honest with you. He's ready to go. He's ready to go. Let's not use that. What's your name?
Blake.
All right. Are you ready, gentlemen? Get low into the sumo squat, I'll be honest with you. It's paid off for hundreds of years in Japan. In 3, 2, 1, poo! Oh, that's how you pull a shoulder out of socket. Oh no. The seams may be not so much. Got about 5 seconds left, gentlemen. Last good one right here. Oh! To be fair,
They got the tag off.
they were able to tear the tag that was on these pants. Well done, gentlemen.
Will, I have an idea. I'll tell you what. Let's put you over with Hector. I'll be with this gentleman. Let's see if 4 people can pull the block ladder pants apart.
Nice knowing you, block ladder.
All right. No jerk. We're just going to do a pull. Just a pull. All right?
Tom, I think they should be pulling on your pant legs. Come on. Got 4 grown men can't pull those apart? That's right, because block ladder is amazing.
Time's up.
I don't know if I've got much left. Hector's strong, man. I was getting pulled around there.
Yeah, that was all him. It does not help to have the upper body strength of an infant. And
Hector
that was my
es
side over
grande.
here.
Muy grande. So, here, you want
Show
those?
these pants, right?
Those are some awesome pants right there. Nothing. Not a thing. Not one seam, not one stitch. Block ladder is invincible. The champions right here. Again. Woo! Will, nice job.
Arriba Denver.
Unbelievable.
¿Dónde está Denver, Colorado?
Thank you, Hector. Excelente, señor. Mi nombre Tomás. I'm weak.
You tired
I'll tell
down
you.
there, Tom?
I am tired. Sean, I'm going to throw it over to you. I need a bottle of water and maybe a massage, too, because that pants pulling was tough. Rock boss time. Let's go steel.
That's right. I am down here in the steel booth, and I'm with Andrew Johnson. He's the product manager for Steel, the innovative products. They got things that cut. Let's just put it that way, okay? I mean, look at how fun these are. Tell me what guy would not like a Rock Boss. Andrew, what is this all about, this beast?
So the Rock Boss is an innovative product that we've had out for several years now, capable of cutting through cinder blocks, brick, and now with the new GGM diamond chain, we can get through anything like ductile iron pipe.
Well, we're going to see that in just a minute, aren't we? Yes, sir. We got Dan actually geared up. He's going to cut through some pipe for us right now, and we're going to then explain why this is so important. Please, give us some noise. Rock and roll. Look at that. He's over halfway through. Lead pipe? Is there some lead pipe over here that he's cutting through?
Yes, sir.
And it's making it look effortless. Going through like butter. Tom, you remember that? Just like butter.
Oh, my gosh. That iron pipe does not stand a chance. That Rock Boss is a rock boss.
Oh. Yeah, it was loud. It was impressive. Tell me, is that not a man saw or what? Why is it important? This kind of stuff, we have constant restoration going on with masonry all the time. Sometimes we got to cut through a CMU wall. There could be rebar in there. There could be reinforcing. Is this a saw that will actually get it done?
Yes, sir. Up to about 15 and a half inches thick, too.
That's a deep plunge cut straight into that wall. They can keep it square, dustless systems. It's amazing. It's pretty cool. But we're not done, are we?
No, sir. We got more out here.
What are we going to do next?
So Dan's going to run the TS440. This is the newest cutoff machine that we have out from Steel. This is a innovative product. It's got an extended guard range with our new quick stop wheel brake technology. So if that machine senses any sort of reactive force or kickback, that wheel will stop immediately.
Wow, that is an amazing feature right there. Always thinking safety. Thank you, Andrew, for that. Let's see what Dan can do here. Let's cut through this. got the job done, didn't it? Easy disconnect, hose hookup to keep it dustless, controlling the dust, always important. Hey, that was an awesome cut through there, right there. We love the noise, just like that rock and roll concert. We're gonna spin around here. We've had Dave over here that's actually been working on these bears. These bears that he's custom cutting is actually gonna be given away as a couple of the prizes. So he's just finishing up one right now. He's been doing this all day for a couple of days. He's made as many as 73 in one day. I mean, it is amazing. These things are so cool. Here's a little example of what he's been cutting up. He's finishing it. Done again with the steel chainsaw. Versatile. They got it all over here in the steel booth. You want to learn more? Go to steel.com. Check it out. We appreciate them being here today, showing us these massive tools. Tom, you can't top this one.
Well, you know, I was just thinking that's kind of Build-A-Bear for lumberjacks is basically what's going on over there. That was pretty cool, but Dave does a nice job. But we're going to get into some serious pounding here. I'm here with Dale Nels. He is with the wonderful Quikrete Corporation. I'm looking back here, a couple of sledgehammers, a couple of boys. We're going to bang some concrete, aren't we?
We are. This is going to be a fun one. This is just our challenge of the sledgehammers here. What we got is we got Q-Max Pro going down. This product, you actually can walk in on within an hour. Within about 3 hours, it runs to about 1,000 PSI. Within 27 days, it's at 6,500 PSI. What a great product for just a rehab if you're doing slabs at home or if you're doing some steps, whatever horizontal repair you're doing.
You know, I was thinking about that. Let's say because at home, my driveway needs some repair. Is that something where I could take out the old concrete and use this and be ready to drive on fairly quickly?
Absolutely. Then about 24 hours, I guess, what it is for this product here to drive on.
Well, that's okay. I can keep the cars on the front, you know, right in the front of the house there. But there's a lot of other uses as well. So let's meet our contestants. What do they have to do today?
So what they're doing is they're taking an 8-pound sledge, they're slamming away. They got 15 seconds to see if they can break through this. Okay? So what we got is we got Robert. He's from Denver. We got Mike's not going. We got a
new guy here. Hi, what's your name?
Torgan.
That is correct. And where are you from?
From Denver, Colorado.
I like from Denver, and you have the nice SPEC MIX BRICKLAYER 500 stuff there. Nice hat and everything. Can you do this?
I hope so.
You get 15 seconds. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Gentlemen, pick up your sledgehammers. I'm going to get out of the way. Remember, if you are anywhere within the vicinity of this and you don't have some sort of eye protection, watch out because you're going to have some concrete flying. I am backing up here. Gentlemen, on my mark, you have 15 seconds. Ready, set, go. Brian Carney, count it. Not the edges. You got to go to the center right there. Not too bad. Look at these guys go. Time's up. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Wow. That was pretty good. Dale, wait a minute. We're not going to actually say that on camera, but what do you think?
Amazing. I cannot believe these two just did that.
These guys are tough.
You guys are you guys are stars.
These guys are awesome.
Stars.
Well, guys, nice job. And as we said, there's always a prize for everybody. So each of you pick up a slab of concrete. You get to take that home with you, autographed by Dale from Quikrete. Dale, that was a great prize.
Thanks a lot, guys. We appreciate it.
That was awesome. Good job, everybody. You got to put it in your pocket. Yes, to go in your pocket. Yeah, you can do that. That looks good. That looked good on your mantle. I think that's pretty good right there. Sean, I'm going to throw it back over to you. I believe you're over with the fine folks at Stabila, of course. We get levels from them. All the Masons, they get those levels, and they definitely need those because Stabila is top of the line. Sean, where are you at, my friend?
Oh, don't worry. I'm nearby. I'm right here.
All right.
Oh, it's Will
All
Scott.
right. We got our buddy Will Scott over there with Rich from Stabila, and they're going to talk about the program.
All right, looks like it's us now for sure. I'm over here at the Stabila tent with Rich, and I can be honest with you, this guy knows his stuff, so I'm going to hand him this microphone and get out of the way, see what these guys have on.
Thanks, Will. What I want to do is I want to show everybody the new receiver from Stabila. This is a German-made receiver, and what it's actually going to do is tie all your platforms together, rotary or line laser. So one receiver now will work with red or green, line or rotary. So how it works, it's actually incremented. It'll show you with a simple arrow, high or low when we're doing great. When we're setting our elevations, so what's unique about it, if you've already invested in a small laser, you could tie it into your green. Remember, made in Germany, it's made for job site durability. IP65, so it's impervious to all your water and your elements. It'll take a drop and a shock. So if you need one out here when we're actually setting the elevations, getting started, that's how we got that starter course down. We got it perfectly level using one of these receivers. If you want to check one out, you could go to stabila.com for any of our dealers, and also follow us on Instagram, Stabila USA Canada.
So it sounds like not only are you ahead on technology, it sounds like you even made it tough. You know, like our favorite part about these Stabila levels, we watch these guys hammer them with a hammer on the side to help knock their leads up straight. We watch them on job sites getting dropped off of the hydromobiles. Unreal toughness.
And it's all part of the technology that we use for the German patented that we have when we do the blocking of our vials. And what's really, really nice about, I would say, when you buy a Stabila product is that after-sales service. We actually take care of our customer from the entire time you've owned your tool. So we're talking, take care of that level. You're going to own one level for the rest of your career. And we love it. It's a great investment, everybody.
Hashtag Stabila cares. All right, we're going to trend that today, everybody. Do we have Sean over by the SPEC MIX Workhorse and Grout Pump?
Yes, we do, but we're not going to start here. We got to give away some awards here. We want to find out who won this junior bricklayer competition. So, Tom, did you find yourself a winner, Ryan?
Yeah, we did. As a matter of fact, Ryan was over here constructing everything and making sure that you know, they kept within the rules. And Ryan, what do we have?
Well, we had a phenomenal showing from 4 third-year apprentices. It was phenomenal. So after the judging, after the tooling, after deductions, we have some prizes to give away.
Okay.
And the first thing that Mr. Carney would like to award is $100 each for participation in today's contest.
Thank you, Brian. Everybody gets $100 right there. So you get 100, you get 100, you get 100, and you get 100. But there's going to be an extra $100 for somebody. And Ryan, I'm going to let you award that.
Yes, sir. So after all the deductions, brick count, final total, we have Mr. Grant Helms laid 144 brick in 10 minutes. He wins the today's top junior bricklayer award, and he wins another $100 plus a 4-foot Stabila level plus Marshalltown tool bag.
And also, I'd like to allow him to take home a piece of concrete from the Quikrete sledgehammer demo. I think anybody that wins something today should take home the concrete so we don't have to clean it up.
I'm with you. That'll keep him grounded, Tom.
All right. We also want to thank the tenders. You did a good job today, but you're not too dirty. Does that mean something?
It's a trick, bud.
It's a trick? I think that's pretty good. How did he do? Did he do okay?
I got dirty.
You got dirty. Yeah, she got real dirty, but she got some nice boots on. He did good?
He did great, in my opinion.
All right, that's good. Awesome, awesome. Where's there? He do okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, I like that. And do you know this guy?
Know him pretty well.
How well do you know him?
Sometimes too much.
Yeah, I think so. He did a pretty good job. You were a good tender.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Ryan. I'll tell you what.
Awesome.
You know, without a tender, you don't have a good team.
Yes, sir. Correct. So we're looking for these 4 in the big show next year.
I don't see any reason why they shouldn't be there. Congratulations, everybody. Right next door, back to Sean O'Malley over there, who's going to do our SPEC MIX grout demo. Sean?
That's right. Thank you very much, Tom. Great job, young men, young ladies. That was pretty impressive there. Danny Carrillo with Graco. I'm over here at our SPEC MIX wall with our SPEC MIX D2W workhorse. Danny, what's your title over there at Graco?
So I'm a business development specialist for the mortar line. I mean, stucco pumps, self-leveling, anything that mixes mortar and pumps mortar.
What does that mean? You know your stuff? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, I started feeding a Tommy gun at 15 years old, so I've been around it a little bit.
Wow. Well, you don't look that old, so, you know, you look great. Appreciate you being here today, Danny. We want to talk about the marriage and the relationship here between this Graco pump that we've got here and the SPEC MIX D2W workhorse. Opens up a lot of options, very versatile equipment on both ends. Why don't we start with your pump? Let's walk over here and take a look at it. What is this pump typically used for?
So this is used for pumping grout or pumping stucco, and it'll pump up to a pallet an hour of the Quikrete materials.
Well, that's kind of funny because that SPEC MIX D2W workhorse will pump up to about 1 pallet per hour. So that sounds like a good relationship, no?
Yeah, it's great. You turn that on, go into the pump, and it's exactly timed together to put a pallet an hour up. So a pallet an hour is about a cubic yard an hour. If you're doing stucco, it's about 100 square yards an hour, or use it for block fill. So we can take that mixer, put the core fill in it, it automatically adds the water to it and goes into the pump, and then we simply just take the pump and we fill up the block here. So as we said before, it's a stucco pump too, so we're using the same hose, and we put a nozzle on it, and now we're spraying stucco. So it's very versatile. We have guys that have these up on scaffolding for mixing their brick and block mud. And if you're doing an elevator shaft inside, you're not going to use a pump truck. You're just trying to do 3 or 4 pallets. This thing's going to do it in 3 or 4 hours. So 110 volt, 200 pounds each. It'll change the way you do things.
You know what? This SPEC MIX D2W workhorse, it also runs off 110. You know what? That makes it pretty convenient. If you want to plug in your coffee pot or the D2W, there you go. You got the best of both worlds. Pretty unique. Drop pre-blended bag, 80-pound bags of SPEC MIX pre-blend on here, stucco, core fill grouts, masonry mortars. Put it on your hydromobile scaffold, move it up. You're able to get into those unique situations, moving from level to level, keeping material close by, perhaps underpinning situations when you got a tight squeeze and you still got to grout that material. Hook this marriage up with the Graco pump and the SPEC MIX D2W workhorse. Danny, this has been an awesome day. I have learned so much. I've had so much fun, and I can't wait to pick your brain for a little more knowledge after this.
Awesome. Sounds good. We're here.
All right. Appreciate it. Now we got a couple more things. We're not done yet. We're going to keep learning, keep talking, keep chatting. These judges are finishing up their part of the SPEC MIX Bricklayer 500. We're starting to run some tallies here. We're going to find out who won this big show here pretty dang soon. Tom, are you still with me? I see you trying to do some laps. You trying to get some running laps in?
No, I'm actually okay. We got to get Curtis Hoover and all the kids from the Skills Challenge down at the stage. We're going to be giving away some awards right now. In the meantime, while we're getting everybody in place, Sean, I'm going to have you go across the street over to our friends over there at Best Block, and they have a demo that they want to go through. So while we're getting the kids and everybody in place to give out that money, to give out the trophies, if you would do me a favor and just make sure that the folks from Best Block get their demo in, because I know they've got an incredible mule over there that's lifting some pretty heavy blocks. So Sean, I'm going to throw it over to you. It's all about Best Block right now. Sean O'Malley.
All right, I am over here at Best Block. We're going to chime in here for just a minute. I got Justin over here with Arizona Best Block. You know, not only we're going to talk about some of these large format masonry units that you guys have designed, but we've got some other stuff to talk about. Now, you guys were very supportive on getting all those units out for the fastest trial, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, we're very glad to support the event. Of course, we're the masonry side of the Quick Creek companies, and glad to be here with our sister company supporting the fastest trial as well as the Bricklayer 500. Yeah, we brought all these block in from our plants in Arizona, but really super excited to be here in collaboration with the SPEC MIX team.
Did you see how many block they went through today? Were you surprised?
Oh, it was unbelievable. Yeah, what an amazing event. You know, we're very happy to host the regional events for the Bricklayer. We host those all across the country at our block plants.
That's right. You had about 6 or 7 of them this past year at different facilities of yours. So we appreciate you supporting the regional series, because we're always looking for that next world champion, Justin.
Absolutely. And we could be more excited to have the Masons that we do business with here representing their companies at the World of Concrete. Super excited to hear who the winner is, and you know, it's just awesome to be here.
We appreciate you being here. You know, let's talk a little bit of shop here real quick. Architectural units, large format tile. Again, we spoke a little bit yesterday, but not everybody got to hear what you had to say, and I want them to hear it. It's important. Talk to me, what sizes are available in these architecturals over a traditional 16-inch long?
Yeah, no, this is our large format series masonry. Really excited to have an architectural line as well as a structural masonry line, right? So these architectural block bring us a lot of opportunities from the veneer side of our industry to go bigger, fit some of those architectural designs that you know, that are real popular today. So
let's spin over here and actually take a look at some of those structural elements too. With those architecturals, you've gone on projects that are 47 stories high. right? Structural elements too, also 8-inch width, 32 inches long, right?
Yeah.
And what's the reason for that?
Well, right, so the 32-inch block in collaboration with Construction Robotics and their mule gives us an opportunity to really try to work with our workforce development side of our business to extend those masons' careers, right? This definitely does not take the place of the mason. Absolutely do not want that. But what we want is to be able to work easier and smarter when we're on the scaffold, right? So 32-inch block in collaboration with a device that can lift up to 150 pounds really makes it easy.
Yeah, I'm sure your parents told you work smarter, not harder, right?
Absolutely. So when we in conjunction here with the mule, when we're working together, that 75-pound block goes to zero, right? So it takes all the weight. It's simply a maneuver the block into place and then let it set it into the wall. You know, your efficiencies go up. The guys can work a lot longer and safer.
You're talking about this unit over here. Do you mind if I go over and maybe play just a little bit? You know, I'll be honest. I've been out here for about a week. My back's been kind of sore. No, really sore. Thank goodness for ibuprofen. All I can say. So I could not lift up a half of an 8-inch block right now. But we've got a 32-inch 8x8 unit with the mule, and even me, the little wussy that I am, I'm able to bring that over off the mule, get that into the wall. It's a great way to handle large format masonry as available through Arizona Best Block. Check out their website, get over here, see the mule. Arizona Best Block's got a lot of displays out there. It's good stuff. Come check it out with us. Tom?
Hey, thank you very much, Sean. Right now, what we're doing is we're trying to get all the kids. I need Curtis Hoover and all the kids from the Skills Challenge down in the staging area because we have some awards to give away. I know somebody's looking for some cash somewhere. Also, we need all the fastest trowel on the block teams, the Masons and the Tenders. Make your way to the center of the arena. So Curtis Hoover, all the students, first, second, and third year apprentices, if you would make your way down here to the area, you see the staging area. We got it ready to go. We've got some cash and prizes that we want to give away. And then also the fastest trowel on the block teams as well, the Masons and the Tenders. In the meantime, I need all eyes up on the screen right now because the MCAA has some great opportunities for you. And if you ever wanted to be a part of the MCAA, this is what you need to do. Take a look at the video screen.
There's a career waiting for you that pays good money, lets you enjoy the outdoors, allows you to work anywhere in the world, and gives you a sense of pride every day. That's the life of a skilled mason.
Most people that try it end up loving it.
Come join the masonry industry, where you'll find great benefits with endless opportunities that pay while you learn on the job. That's just the beginning. Here's 10 great reasons why you should start a career in masonry. Reason number 1, no income limit. Want to buy a new truck, boat, or even your own house? The masonry business is performance driven. As a bricklayer, the more skilled you become, the more money you can make. On the job site, where superior craftsmanship and productivity is king, income levels are based on your ambition, creative thinking, and your commitment to succeed. You are in control of your future and the lifestyle you want to live.
There is no ceiling in this business. The growth potential in this business is where you want to be.
I've been doing it for 8 years, and I've made a great living at doing it, you know. And you have to put in the effort. You'll get out as much as you put in. So if you're willing to put in the time, the money will come.
Number 2, earn while you learn, debt-free. Going to college is a financial commitment that comes with a mountain of debt. That's not the case when you join a masonry training program. It's affordable and in time could provide income while you learn on the job.
Most college kids, it's like you're investing into a debt. With this, I'm investing into my future. I make a paycheck, which means that if I have a family already, I'm also learning to gain from my family. I'm providing for that family.
It's not like something where you go to college and learn something for 4 years and have debt and start working trying to pay it off. Where you may be getting paid good, but it took you so long that you're just working trying to catch back up, whereas now you're learning and you're making more money as you go and you don't have debt.
Number 3, be your own boss. Owning your own mason contracting business is always within reach, large or small. Mason contracting companies require strong leadership and people with vision. Regardless of where you start in masonry, every day is a learning experience that provides the knowledge and experience to create your own company and the lifestyle you want.
I was probably 2 years into my apprenticeship when I realized how much architects make, and I realized how much mason contractors make, and I knew that I could continue to do what I love and have a good living.
Number 4, I built that. Leave your mark on the world's skyline and take real pride and satisfaction with the work that you do each day.
Some of the projects that I got to work on now 20 years later are still standing in Milwaukee, and when I bring my family back, I'm able to point at them and say, hey, your dad worked on that.
Every brick, block, or stone that you install is your mark on history for everyone to see.
There's a legacy you build, and you're able to show your kids and grandkids what you've been able to accomplish.
Number 5, work outdoors. As a mason, your office is the great outdoors, not a boxy cubicle surrounding a desk and chair. In construction, every job offers a change of scenery, keeping things as fresh as the outdoor air and full of new challenges.
I get to make money while being outdoors, so it's a win-win situation for me.
Number 6, endless career opportunities. Advancements in technology and innovation have made masonry a progressive industry.
The next generation of workforce for the masonry industry, it's not just masons and tenders and apprentices. I mean, that's the backbone of the industry. But we're going to need individuals that can manage all that information and all that technology and support the people that are putting the work in place.
Number 7, health and fitness. The best way to maintain good physical and mental health is through exercise. While working in masonry, there's no need for spending time and money for a gym membership. Your job keeps you active and in shape, just like the doctor ordered.
You stay fit out here. If you can miss a week of work and you come back and you're physically tired because it is a great workout, and you're getting paid to work out.
Number 8, it's a team sport. Masonry crews function like a well-oiled machine where teamwork wins every time. Much like team sports, it's a business of camaraderie where long-lasting friendships are built on mutual respect and meeting common goals.
It's not about one guy. If it takes you slowing down to speed a guy up a little bit, sometimes you got to do it to make things even out. It's dead like a team. It's like a basketball team.
Number 9, innovation. Masonry is moving forward fast. Yes, it has a strong history of traditional practices. Yes, it is a construction method that constantly integrates new technology and innovations to meet the competitive demands and safety expectations of the industry. Today's advancement in products, equipment, and systems are continuously creating careers and expanding new markets.
It's an old trade. It's a trade that has been going on since the pyramids, and therefore, the basics will always be the basics. The difference between success and failure are those companies that embrace the change and the technology and the advancements that come along with living in the 21st century.
Number 10, freedom to travel. Skilled masons, foremen, and superintendents have the ability, confidence, and expertise that allows them to pack up and go wherever they choose because they're in high demand throughout the world. When you're ready for a change of scenery or a new adventure, the masonry industry has a new experience and destination waiting for you.
If you want to change states, if you want to change countries, you take your tool bag and take the knowledge that you have, and you can go produce and you can go start taking care of your family and providing for yourself wherever you go.
Take your future into your own hands and start an exciting career in masonry today.
If you're not just trying to just further your school career, come on out here, and if you're willing to work, we got a spot for you.
The Mason Contractors Association of America and its members will welcome you with open arms and the help you need. Visit masoncontractors.org/careers for more information and to find a list of training programs near you. The SPEC MIX D2W Workhorse Continuous Mixing System, the mobile mixing station that increases your efficiency by allowing you to mix where you work. The compact, lightweight design of the Workhorse makes it the go-to system for any residential or commercial project. Its mobility makes it ideal for job sites with space limitations, rough terrain, and sprawling projects that put your workforce on the move. And for high-rise construction, as the building goes vertical, the Workhorse easily moves floor to floor with your crew. Mortar, core-fill grout, stucco, and concrete. The D2W Workhorse is engineered to thoroughly mix materials to meet specification with minimal setup and labor. It's the low-dust, zero-waste system that continuously produces a high-quality mix. Running on standard 120-volt power, simply plug the Workhorse into an outlet, connect it to a water source, or pump from a tank. Then flip the switch, dial in the desired water ratio, and start breaking 80-pound bags of SPEC MIX into the hopper. The Workhorse will crank out over a yard of material in 1 hour. With the addition of a HEPA vacuum and the SPEC MIX D2W Workhorse dust collection system, nuisance dust is a problem of the past. When mixing in confined areas where dust is a problem, the SPEC MIX D2W Workhorse Dust Collection System is your perfect job site solution. Working indoor and outdoor, floor to floor, large projects or small, the D2W Workhorse is the system for high productivity and profitability. To learn more about the SPEC MIX D2W Workhorse or other SPEC MIX products and silo solutions, visit specmix.com.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Tom Clark. I am one of your hosts. Sean O'Malley, of course, he's out and about with Quikrete. We're going to get to him in just a second. I do want to thank Jim O'Connor. Of course, Ryan Shaver is still here. Will Scott and Ryan Coyne, or RC, as we called him. All these shirts that you see behind me belong to the first, second, and third year students. I got all the results right here. We're going to give away some cash. $750 for first, $500 for second, $250 for third. A lot of money to give away. But you know what? Follow me just a second if you would. This is a pretty impressive prize table right here. Our sponsors are so generous with all the things that they give us to give away. I see checks, of course, from the fine folks at SPEC MIX. A really cool jacket goes to the champion. These wonderful Marshalltown trophies right here. Steel products right here, down on the floor as well, these trophies. The Marshalltown tool bags, also from Stabila, some wonderful levels and plaques. This, to me, is pretty cool. Oh, yeah! Somebody get me a wrestling belt. I love that right there. That looks very impressive. Some Gatorback mortar boards. I'm telling you what, Iron Age, all this stuff right here is just absolutely ridiculous. I love it. Thank you to all our sponsors. We couldn't have done any of this without you, and we're going to make sure that we itemize all this stuff as we give away all our cash and prizes. And, of course, Ford is going to be giving us the keys to an F-250, and then the fine folks at Kubota for our top craftsmen. We have the RTV X1140. We're going to be handing those keys to the best wall out here today. Right now, though, I'm going to turn it over to my buddy Sean O'Malley. He's over there with Dale and Quikrete. Got one more demo before we start handing out the cash. Sean?
Yeah, I appreciate you going through those prizes. That's some pretty impressive stuff. We're going to get into a lot of details on that stuff real fast, but over here, we're still talking shop. I'm with Dale Nels, Quikrete Stucco National Sales Manager. Dale, you guys got some amazing stuff on the Quikrete commercial side. You got a partner here, Jose. You guys are putting something together here. You want to tell us a little bit what's going on?
So what this is a newer product that we just developed out. It's called the foam coat. And what we're using it for is we've got several different applications you can use in this. What he's doing currently is a crack isolation. And what that is you actually do a 3-coat traditional system, or you could do a 1-coat system. Then you come back and you put the polymer modified base coat on, add into the mesh, and that brings out that crack isolation system. The reason for that is a lot of times in stucco you'll see hairline crackings, or you'll get crackings from substrate movement or whatever. This actually minimizes some of that cracking for you.
Wow, that sounds like an awesome product. Now, it's designed to go over all lightweight stuff, so that includes shapes. We're seeing more and more shapes, especially up in the roof lines and stuff. Is this the product to use?
Absolutely. This would go straight over the shapes. This would go straight over any pop-outs that you got. This base coat will just put your mesh on, good to roll.
Wow. Now, your partner here, Jose, he's been going nuts on this thing. He's going so fast, making it look so easy. It's almost like someone like me could do it. But no, we're going to leave it to the trained professional. We don't want to ruin this demo here. So he's got his base coat up. He worked in his fiber mesh underneath, and now he's top coating it one more time.
That's correct. And then we'll come back in about 24 to 48 hours. You can come back over and you can actually put a finish to it.
Okay, will a fog coat be necessary? Any kind of moist curing, so on and so forth, to help with the curing of the product?
You need to moist cure this between 24 and 48 hours. You could come back if you use a cementitious finish coat. Then you go ahead and use a fog coat with that. But you could go straight over this with an acrylic or an elastomeric finish.
Oh, that's an awesome product. Now, you have a lot of products that fall under your responsibility. It's not just this foam coat material. You got stucco base coats, finish coats. You got a whole arsenal. I mean, you want to rattle off a couple of the top spinners for you?
Sure. So we've got, obviously, our FRS. It's a fiber reinforced stucco. It's a one-coat product, IATMO approved. We've got a pump grade product that actually has pumpable additives to it.
Wait, pump? Yeah. I think we just heard about the pump over at the Graco booth. So that's what you're talking about. You could take the 80-pound bags of the base coat pump grade and actually run it through that type of equipment. They got the right nozzle. We've got the right mixer. Sounds like an awesome relationship.
It's actually a great relationship that we have with Graco because we use them over and over, and we do so many different demos with them, but we've sold so many pumps and our material together. So it's an amazing group.
It makes it for being very versatile. And contractors nowadays, they need those extra tools in their toolbox.
That's absolutely correct. And it doesn't matter if it's just a house or it's a high-rise. That pump and our products, they work very well together.
Well, I know we gave you short notice to get your ducks in a row so we can come over here, show this live at the SPEC MIX BRICKLAYER 500. We are just about ready to go back to the prizes, where we're going to find out who some of the champions of the day are. We had 4 different programs. Let's find out what's going on. Tom, can you give me any kind of update? Are we close to maybe giving out some prizes?
Yeah, I got it right here. As a matter of fact, I've got the kids' results right here, as well as the fastest trowel on the block. And Ryan, you were there at the kids all morning. They really haven't been done that long. I mean, I know they started early, but we're not too late in the day right now. So what did you see with some of those projects down there?
Unbelievable talent. And they had 3 hours, so they started at 8 o'clock. They got a 15-minute break at 9:30 to hydrate a little bit, drink a little water, sit in the shade for about 15 minutes, and they came back. So they finished up their contest about 11:15. So they're just done, and they had realistically, they had the longest day today, Tom.
Yeah, they really did, and I got to commend them, and because they're working real hard, and we have $750 for first place, $500 for second, $250 for third place. And not only that, but we have some really nice prizes. You can see a lot of these bags and trophies that they're going to get over there. And, of course, a little bit of bragging rights there. It doesn't hurt to have a little bit of bragging rights. As I said earlier in the program, not everybody is going to get a trophy. That's just not the way it works. That's not the way we do it. You got to earn it. And that's what it's all about. That's what this trade is all about. You have to earn what you get.
Yes, sir. And I've saw multiple of these guys move from first year up to third year now. And their skill set it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'd love to have them back home laying brick and block.
I'll tell you what, if I could put one of them in my suitcase, I got some stonework I need done at my house. I would love to take them with me as well. All right, we're going to walk our way over to the stage over here, and then I'm going to start doing the results. We have the folks over here from the MCAA. Come on over here, Jeff Buckowitz. I'm going to bring you up here if you would. Jeff, we got some money. We got some prizes to give out. I know you got a bunch of envelopes there. Are we ready to go?
Just about. We're just about ready to give some money and prizes out.
I love that. I'm going to let you guys get things set up. What do you say? Good to go?
Good to go.
All right, you got about 60 seconds, and then I'm going to invite everybody in here. Just a reminder, we are going to be back in January of 2022. The World of Concrete is going to be back here and ready to go. January 17th, I believe, is when everything gets kicked off. But if you want to be a part of this, remember, you can go to specmix.com. That's where you can find all the regionals. And, they're all across the country. The SPEC MIX Regional Series. And Sean O'Malley, who is my partner, Sean knows a lot about that. He's got some friends over in those regional areas right there.
Yeah, that's right. As soon as we get out of here, We're going to fly back to our different states. We barely have time to unpack, and we're unleashing the dogs with the SPEC MIX Regional Series because we are going to be back here in just 7 months. That's a short time.
Yeah, it's just a short time, and as we handed out the wild cards this year because of the situation with what was going on all around the globe, we realized that those wild cards really, they kind of paid off because they put up some great walls. The numbers on those wild cards were very high, and that's important, so no matter what you think is going on in a regional, just still try to get as many brick as you can because you could make that wild card, and just keep checking the website. Keep checking specmix.com, and you'll find out where you stand, and you might get a free trip to Las Vegas.
That's right. I remember Will mentioning one of our sideliners, one of the regionals, he continually wins and wins and wins, and it almost discourages people to want to compete against him. Well, you can't take that mindset.
No.
You've got to show up. 1 brick difference, 1 brick deduction for having a tip brick or too many voids can cost that person the championship. You always have to be on your game, and then now that wild card, got to stay with it.
As you look through the years, 2003 is when we started. This is our 19th year. We're going for the SPEC MIX Bricklayer 500, and over the years, I can remember there were 4 different occasions where 1 brick made a difference, and that's about 25% of the contest that we have had here. So don't ever discount yourself. 1 brick does make a difference in a competition like this.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And with the number of deductions, these guys are pushing the envelope. It's a contest. You cannot win this without pushing the envelope. And that's a real fine line because those deductions are going to be the difference between a winner and a loser.
That's correct. We've got all the kids over here, and I just want a reminder to all the Masons and tenders for the fastest trowel on the block. You guys should be ready to come down here on the stage as well because immediately following the skills prizes and cash, we're going to go right into the fastest trowel on the block winners, and that's $8,000 that they're going to be getting there. So
when do I get my cut?
Well, you got the Kubota. I get a cut of that. Okay, you can't have everything.
I got the keys.
I think we're ready to go, though. Jeff Buckowitz, are we good? Paul, we're good to go? I got some thumbs up. All right, I'm going to call them. All eyes on our kids over there. We're going to start with our first year. We'll start at the bottom, 3rd place. We will work our way up. Our first-year student in 3rd place with a score of 180 points from Knoxville, Tennessee, John Parker. John, congratulations. John gets $250, and he's also got some great gifts there from Marshalltown. He gets a really nice plaque, some good stuff. We're going to get you guys up on the stage. Come on up here on the stage. Hey, John, come on up here on the stage.
We got to make sure that everybody's got a good look at our future. This is important.
I almost didn't have one there trying to get up on the stage. That didn't look pretty.
I thought about diving for you, then I decided otherwise.
What the heck. In 2nd place, with a score of 183 points from Cincinnati, Ohio, Grant Miller. Grant's going to get $500. The nice Marshalltown bag right there and a nice plaque. Our first place winner, and I talked earlier about 1 brick making a difference. 1 point was the difference between 2nd and 1st. So that's how close some of these contests can be. 184 points from Tucson, Arizona, Oscar Montano. $750. The Marshalltown bag and a nice plaque, and he gets a really nice Marshalltown trowel there as well. So, congratulations. Let's get him up on stage right here. We'll get a picture of our winners, then we'll move on to the 2nd year. Oscar, come on up on stage when you get done there. Somebody get him a shopping cart. He's got a lot of stuff over here.
He's got a lot to carry. Congratulations.
All right.
Don't back up too far.
All right, moving on to our second-year students. We'll start with our third-place winner with a score of 171 points from Maryville, Indiana, Alex Mendoza.
Go ahead, just slide down a little bit, okay? Stay up. Oh.
Now, Alex in second place and first place in all of the years, they're going to be getting the same thing. They get the check, they get the Marshalltown tool bag, a nice plaque. In second place, with a score of 176 points from Nashville, Tennessee, Kiefer White.
This is our future that we're looking at. We're in a second year right now.
Yeah, you know, it really is, and I was talking to Ryan Shaver earlier that when we have some of these regionals, you know, sometimes there's a junior bricklayer thrown in there, and we're meeting some of these high school kids, and they're getting a taste for what this bricklayer is all about, and yeah, it's definitely a big tie-in right there.
It's huge. They're doing an amazing job. So impressed with these young lads.
All right.
And ladies.
In first place, with a score of 182 points, from Fremont, Ohio, Ryan Clark. $750. He gets some nice stuff there from Iron Age. You get that Marshalltown trowel engraved, man, that looks really sharp. He gets the bag, he gets another bag, he gets the big giant check.
He needs that shopping cart again. He's got his hands full.
Yeah, and he gets a really nice trophy as well. Not yet. We can do all three, Stu. All right. Coming up next, we have our third-year winners. Our third-year apprentices, they're on their way to becoming Masons and possibly making it in one of the stalls next year for the SPEC MIX BRICKLAYER 500. In third place, with a score of 139 points from Englewood, Ohio, Jordan Back. Jordan Back.
Tom, third year. Where do you go from here?
Yeah, you go into a stall.
I think so.
The color of that shirt changes from green to blue with your name on the back of it, which is very cool. All right, in second place, with a score of 145 points from Columbia, Tennessee, Mason Lovell. Doesn't that sound like Mason Level? I mean, it sounds like born to be a guy in a stall.
I don't think he was given a choice on this one. That name.
Yeah. Congratulations. And in first place, our third-year student with a score of 183 points from Mount Pleasant, North Carolina, Grant Helms.
Wow. You've heard this name, Grant, throughout the day. We talked about him this morning over at the Skills Challenge. He came up, he competed in the junior bricklayer. There's some people out there that are close to us, judges, MCs. They're pulling for this guy.
Yeah, yeah.
19 years old.
I know, they really are. And we're going to step down off the stage right now and allow them to take some pictures of all three groups. So if you guys will pay attention to our lead photographer, Stu, right here. Stu, group them all together. We'll take some team pictures and make sure that we get you guys copies of all this. Let's have a nice hand for every single first, second, and third year apprentice that was out here. They all worked hard in this heat. They did great work. Not a lot of point differential between first, second, and third in a lot of these, so we'll see them back next year. Once we're done with the third year, we're going to move the first, second, and third year together.
Let's give a big round of applause for our skills winners. Masonry's future standing right there.
Hold those
There we
trophies
go.
up. Be proud, guys.
Yes.
You did a heck of a job. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Come on over here, Kim. I want to talk to Kim because Kim, Marshalltown, obviously just a great sponsor over the years. You just piggybacked with Gatorback. They're a part of your company right now. But there's something special going on. I saw it for the first time yesterday. I want you to talk about the book that Marshalltown has out because it's important for the future of masonry because it's something for kids to learn about. Tell us about the book, you know, how it all came about.
The president of our company, Joe Carter, and his daughter wrote and illustrated a brick book for young children to try to spark the interest and maybe lead into a future trade.
I mean, that's really starting out, getting after it while they're young, truly, in an impressive book. And it's a great approach that I've never seen taken before in any other industry.
Yeah, I mean, it really is great. And can you kind of tell me what you have hidden in the bags over there for everybody? Because everybody loves those bags. I mean, you got a lot of Marshalltown goodies in there, don't you?
Yeah, we've got some brick trowels, of course, because that's who we are. But all kinds of good hand tools that a mason would use, for sure.
Now, the new trowel that you guys have, explain what that is, because I handled it yesterday, and I was like, wow, this is something that I could definitely use. You got a new handle that really helps out.
So I brought out the Duracork handled brick trowel. The handle itself is a textured finish, and when it gets wet or you have sweaty hands, it's tacky, so it really increases your grip.
Well, that's awesome, but we want to thank you again for being a part of this. You're always out here. Were you throwing out goodies out in the crowd already?
Oh yeah, I've given away a lot of good stuff today.
Kim, we so appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
Long time, Marshalltown. You're an amazing group. Appreciate you continuing to work with us, making this event the best that it can be.
Yeah, I mean, really, and also, of course, they're giving away the Gatorback mortar boards, which is now, you know, a part of the Marshalltown family. So, Kim, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we're going to keep going right here. And, you know, I know Jacob is over. Hey, Jacob, I haven't had a chance to talk with you about the Kubota, you know, the RTV X1140. And I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this. Sean was the one that was sitting in the front seat, so I felt like there was no love whatsoever over here. I got stuck with Blaine over there at the, you know, the SCL 1000. But, you know, you guys have a lot of just great products. You know, I mean, it's not just this, it's not just that. Why don't we talk a little bit about, you know, what Kubota has to offer?
Yeah, so Kubota has a full lineup of equipment, really focused on getting the job done. The Kubota name is synonymous with quality and durability. So you think about large ag applications, hay tools, tractors, compact tractors, and utility vehicles. We really offer it all.
Now, when the SCL, when we were looking at that yesterday, you know, it was a stand-on compact loader, which was very interesting, but it's got a lot of attachments as well. To me, it's like it's one of the most versatile machines I have ever seen.
Yeah, and that kind of goes across the board for our entire product lineup. We've got a heavy focus on the implements and the accessories that allow customers to customize their unit for specific work applications. So that's one of our competitive advantages, designed alongside the product for seamless integration and really take that work to the next level.
Okay, now you guys are a first-year sponsor over here, and Sean, you can come on in here as well, because, you know, Sean's a Mason, he's been out there. You haven't seen this before. You know, we greatly appreciate you hopping on board. We love Kubota, we really do. What did you think about everything you saw out here today?
Absolutely impressive. So my background is in traditional power sports, more of that sports rec space, but you've got people who are dedicated to their craft here at this event, and it really showed. Definitely impressive.
Jacob, you know, you're going to have a lot of time to talk here because we are getting moments away from giving this unit to worthy winner. We've got the next set of results, so I didn't want to interject, but I thought you might have some interest that we've got some more results. And
well, I like that. Is that the fastest trowel on the block?
I think we're ready.
All right. Well, Jake, I'm going to leave you here by the machine because I know you got the keys to that. and we appreciate it once again. And just don't leave the keys in there and don't leave it running with
Hey,
Sean
remember
nearby.
our program, our
yeah,
deal.
I know what the program is. Get over here, man. All right, we've got the results for the fastest trowel on the block. I'm going to get those handed to me in just a second. Brian Carney, not yet. We're still working on it, Brian. All right, we need to get the competitors to come down here, if we would. For the fastest trowel on the block, I'm going to interview a young man who has done really well today. But right now, I need all the fastest trowel on the block competitors to be here. Judges as well. Judges, I need you down here. Masons and tenders, all fastest trowel on the block. Grant, come on in here, man, would you? Grant, you have had one heck of a day today. You started early this morning. Now, you didn't quit after that because you went into the junior bricklayer. You took home a couple $100. How many brick did you lay in 10 minutes?
144.
Okay, so Sean, do the math for me. 144 in 10 minutes, multiply that times 6, and you get what? Thank you, 844. Sean's the Mason. I just do the math here. That's all it is.
I still have to take my shoes off to count my toes for that.
Get out of here. So how did it feel today?
Feels good.
Yeah? Are you ready to maybe get a stall here next year?
I hope so.
Now, Ryan Shaver really talks high about you. You know, I know everybody in Mount Pleasant, North Carolina, they're online right now. Facebook has been getting hundreds and hundreds of hits about Grant did what? Grant did what? Grant did what? So they're thinking that you might be out here next year. Do you think you can do this for an hour and keep up with these guys?
Maybe.
Well, what's your secret? I mean, you know, Sean, he did 144 brick in 10 minutes. What is your secret to building a wall?
Just make it the best you can make it.
Hey, he's got the units, he's got the moves. We've seen that. He's very efficient and fluid on how he installs his brick. And that's really important. We saw Fred Campbell.
Yeah.
They didn't have to waste any energy. He's already got that. 19 years old? Well, I tell you, you could be possibly the youngest champion. You need to roll the dice here. We'd love to see you out here next year. You got a lot of support. You have demonstrated enormous successes in the skills in the junior level. Time to just step up.
You going to give it a shot for a regional next year?
I hope so.
All right, well, we wish you the best of luck.
Keep an eye on him.
You did it last year. That's right. How'd you do last year?
I got second last year.
You got sick last year?
No, second.
Oh, you got second. He said he got sick. All right, well, good luck this year. Okay. You know, we want to wish you the best, and I know you got a lot of friends over there with the apprentices, so I'm going to let you hang out with them. I'm going to give away some more money, if that's okay. All right, Grant Helms, everybody, from Mount Pleasant, North Carolina. Congratulations again.
Looks like we got our competitors for the fastest trowel on the block here.
Yeah.
All right, we need all teams from the fastest trowel event all the way down here. We're ready to give this up. You don't want to be delayed. We need all teams down here from the fastest trowel, please.
Yeah, because the winning Mason team, they're going to be winning $8,000. And that should take care of at least one of those food bills.
Well, again, if this team doesn't show up, we're going to have to default the whole thing. I'll carry the burden, take the check away, and I'll bring it back next year.
Check in a Kubota, right? Yeah, you and I are going to have a talk after this is all over. All right, the judges got to be around here as well because we need all the judges with us. I can see all the teams that are right there. We do have our prize table ready to go. Are we good? I'm waiting for the signal from our folks at SPEC MIX. Brian, are we ready to get things started? We're going to go. All right, here we go, everybody. Here's what we got for the fastest trowel on the block. In third place, with a score of 86 points, from Gilbert, Arizona, Roberto Cimental. Roberto, he's going to get $1,500 cash. Him and his Mason gets a nice trophy, a check from the MCAA, and a really nice Marshalltown bag. We're going to get them up on stage. Guys, congratulations. Go up on stage. We're not done yet, though. In second place, and, you know, again, we're talking about close, 1 point different for second place. The score of 87 points from Phoenix, Arizona, Gerardo Patlan. Yes. Yes, that's Gerardo. He is with Adams Fence, and Roberto is with Arizona State Masonry. So Adams Fence, second place there with Gerardo. Congratulations, guys.
Now, that was our champion from last year, so we don't have a two-peat on our hands. We've got a new winner.
But you know what? A first place and a second place is pretty good for 2 years in a row.
It's impressive.
Yeah, it really is. All right, in first place, we got a check for $8,000 cash. The difference between third and first was 3 points.
That is close.
3 points from Phoenix, Arizona, Diamond Masonry, Jose Soto. Congratulations, Jose, 89 points. As I said, just 3 points difference. That's how close some of these contests can be, Sean.
That was the hardest 20 minutes of competition to watch. Amazing job. Congratulations, gentlemen. Congratulations. Good to see you. Congratulations again, guys.
Now, these guys are not only getting a nice check, first place is also getting the Marshalltown Ceremonial Trowel Trophy, a pair of Iron Age boots as well. Second place and third place get their checks, plus the Marshalltown large tool bag containing the brick trowel, margin trowel, tape measure, beaver tail brush, jointer, and tuck pointer. Also, we have some nice Belden bags that have just been donated over here. Thank you, Brian Belden from Belden Brick. Everybody's going to walk away with a new Belden bag as well. Let's have a nice hand for all of our teams out there. Congratulations, guys. Nice job. Nice job. We'll have our results for the SPEC MIX BRICKLAYER 500 in mere moments. In the meantime, let's make sure that we have all our Mason and Tender teams in the area. We're going to bring our sponsors up here as well, and we're going to thank them. But we do need to have all of our Mason Tender teams in the arena down here by their stalls. You guys hang out by your stalls, and then we'll call you up to the stage for third, second, first, and then, of course, the top craftsman winner. Sean, so far so good. I think we got some good scores, some good block walls, good kids.
Good energy.
Good energy.
Good excitement. These crowds out here, they were amazing today. They kept their teams motivated in all different sections, from the skills, through the fastest trowel, up to the SPEC MIX BRICKLAYER 500, and the toughest tender. Hey, let's not forget about that, right?
No, we can't do that. The toughest tender is also going to walk away with a $2,500 check. And, you know, I don't know if you saw me do this or not, but I went in and out of all the stalls while you were doing your demos. And I have my 3 winners, and I do have my top craftsmen as well. I'm not going to reveal them to you. I wrote them down on a piece of paper at the game day desk, and I will reveal them to you afterwards so you can see how close. See if I know my walls.
So, Tom, you're trying to be the masonry expert, the forecaster, shaking that magic 8 ball, thinking you know more than those judges do?
Well, not that I know more, but I just want to see how good I can do, see how close I can come. Because
can't blame you.
You know, it is only a matter of just a couple of points, a couple of bricks sometimes. And, you know, over the years, I mean, this is my 15th year doing this. We've been here for 19 years. You get to know your walls. You get to know what judges look for.
Yes, very true. But it's not always obvious.
True. That's why, you know, you have that wall over there trying to show everybody. You can't really tell sometimes, am I a quarter inch within plumb? You know, what is really that tipped brick? Is it too much? Quarter inch here, quarter inch there. Too much mud, not enough mud at all. So that's why we have the professional judges here.
Absolutely, and they're set up with special tools and equipment designed just for our event to increase their quality and be consistent from wall to wall and event to event.
Yeah, and I believe our judges over there, are they looking? I'm looking, not quite ready yet, okay, with the results. So let me go over some of the prizes that we have here for everybody. First of all, for the toughest tender, you get the IQ Power Tools 220 IQ gift pack, $220 worth. The Block Lotter $500 gift certificate. You get the SPEC MIX Toughest Tender Trophy, a Gatorback 10-pack of mortar boards, Steel $700 product certificate, the Marshalltown Loaded Tool Bag, and, of course, a check for $2,500.
Sweet.
Yeah, and
Not bad
we were
for a day's
watching-
work.
You know, I mean, we were looking out there a little earlier. Our champion from last year, not sure what's going to happen. Tony has won in the past. We had two-time winners out there. Did you see anybody that you like? Any of the tenders that stood out?
I was too in awe with all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, there was some serious speed out there. We saw who went out first, but again, we don't know if he truly qualified. You and I aren't privy to that information. It's in that locked box.
Yeah, I noticed Nick Banger over there from Ford. He's standing next to the truck right there, the F-250. He's got a pair of keys that he's going to give away to one of the Masons over there, the Ford F-250. Nick, we're going to get with you in just a second. I know you're excited about giving those away. Third place is going to be a $3,000 check, the Marshall loaded tool bag, a $700 product gift certificate from Steel, the Block Ladder $500 gift certificate, a Stabila custom trophy, 24-inch level and plaque, Gator back 10-back of mortar boards, and an IQ power tool, $250 IQ gift pack, and an IQ jacket and a shirt as well. So all along the way, folks are getting a lot of great prizes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Why don't you do second place for me? What do we got for second place over there?
We got the SPEC MIX $4,000 check #1, Marshalltown loaded tool bag, with Kim already alluded to its contents, the Steel TSA 230 quick cut battery powered cutoff machine with accessories, block ladder, $750 gift certificate. That goes a long way.
Yeah, I mean, it really does.
The Stabila custom trophy 24-inch level and plaque, Gatorback 10-pack mortar boards, and the IQ power tools, $250 gift package, jacket, and the shirt.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they're getting a lot of stuff here, but I think the most coveted jacket, of course, is going to be the World Championship jacket from SPEC MIX.
It is amazing to see these people walking around, even in this heat. They're so proud of that jacket.
Yeah.
They're still walking around in
I'd
it.
wear it. I don't care.
So would I.
110, I'd be wearing it. Doesn't bother to me. Along with some dress pants, dress shoes, I'd be out
Well,
there.
we still have a couple more categories,
Yeah,
right?
the top craftsman, of course, Jacob's sitting next to the Kubota RTV X1140. They're going to be driving that probably around the, the walls. I mean, I would have a little fun with it, to tell you the truth. They're going to get a $5,000 check from SPEC MIX, which is really nice. In Marshalltown, you get the ceremonial trophy trowel and tool bag, the Steel TSA 230 Cut Quick battery-powered cutoff machine. We were working that yesterday and today. Absolutely an amazing little machine. A $1,000 Block Ladder gift certificate. Block Ladder, thanks again. My pants were so comfortable. I wasn't hot in these at all.
The rip stops, amazing.
Yeah, I mean,
check them out.
We had 4 people. Did you see Will and I out there? We couldn't. We had 4 of us. We couldn't do it.
4 grown men. Yeah,
Yeah,
that just shows what Block Ladder can do.
Yeah, Hector was pulling me all over the place. You get the Stabila Champion belt. The belts are pretty cool. Do you see those wrestling belts? Yeah, they're over there.
I checked them out.
They're pretty nice. Also, you get the custom trophy, the Gatorback 10-pack of mortar boards, the IQ Power Tools IQ jacket, and then the IQ 426 HEPA cycling dust extractor set. And for those of you that were over there at the IQ tent and saw that, have you saw the HEPA filter, the extractor? That was pretty impressive.
It was. And what it was hooked up to was also very impressive.
I know. I don't know how they hooked it up to you, but it worked. So, and then, of course, Nick over there ready to hand the keys away to the F-250, the Ford F-250. Can't wait for that. But that's not all what you get. You get the $5,000 check. You get the World Championship jacket. He's got to put that jacket on, whoever wins it. They got to do that.
Yes.
But you're going to get the Multi-Quip Essex Pro 12 mortar mixer. Now, they were using the Multi-Quip mixers back there for the mortar as well, right?
That's right. We were using the 20 cubic foot models. They did an amazing job. We saw how they can keep up with supplying that much mortar. 14, 15, 16 bulk bags of that SPEC MIX mortar got mixed within about an hour's time and slid out here.
Yeah.
And those Essex mixers just kept up with it.
And that's what they're going to be getting right over there. That's going to be the mixer that they're going to be able to take home with them.
It's kind of tough to put on your carry-on, but...
But you know what? If you just happen to win that and this, maybe you could put in the back of the Kubota. Jacob's like, yeah, we could do that. Not a problem. Yeah, we got you covered there. Then also you got the ceremonial trophy trowel and tool bag from Marshalltown, the Steel TSA 230 Cut Quick battery cutoff machine, $1,000 gift certificate from Block Ladder, the Stabila Champion belt, the Gatorback 10-pack of mortar boards, and then the IQ Power Tools IQMS 362, the table saw set with accessories.
Well, there's one more thing that's actually not published in there.
What's that?
We've got steel. We watched our friend Dave cutting up those custom bears. first place and craftsmanship is each going to get one of those bears from Steel. They're donating.
I think that's nice. I like
I
that.
think that's awesome.
I think that's very cool. You can see the Steel products right behind us over here, the HEPA filter, and of course the brand new table saw.
Did we talk about the trophy?
We did not talk about the trophy.
Do you want
yet.
to talk about the trophy?
Yeah, we can talk about the trophy.
I think the trophy needs a little more space. We're going to have to make it bigger.
I think so. Let's go over there and show them the trophy.
Let's
Come
do
on
that.
over here, guys. This is our trophy. This is what we like right here. Nick, don't you shy away from us. Nick Banger from Ford. Come on over here, Nick. See, you're a part of all this mess right now, Nick. You get to hand out the keys. This is the moment you've been waiting for. You all ready to do this?
We are so ready to do this. Ford is proud to be once again a sponsor here for the SPEC MIX 500, and so excited for the winner to take home a truck. That's awesome.
I mean, this is really very cool. Of course, we learned about the F-150 electric vehicle. You know, they're going to start production in 2022. You got the 350 and the 450 over there, the various engines, and I think I mean, I like the frunk.
Yeah.
You know, the frunk was pretty hilarious.
I learned some new things today about the frunk.
Yeah, but you know what I think that I like with today being such a technologically advanced society, Ford being so connected, which I think is so critical. Talk a little bit about that with the Ford connectivity and how that all works.
Absolutely. So all our commercial vehicles are equipped with modems inside the vehicles. So there's a lot of great things that you can do with the connectivity of it. Download the Ford Pass app through Ford Pass Connect. You can remote start, lock, unlock your vehicles. Whole nine, you can look at it where it's at, where it's parked. So a lot of great features through the connectivity in the vehicles.
I can attest to that. I personally own a Ford F-250, and that connectivity is just amazing. I can be out wherever, and I can still stay in contact with the world, I guess you could say.
Or Mario Brothers in your case.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That too.
Awesome. We can smile for a picture live on camera. Look at that, see? I don't know, that's what live TV does. You can just stop. Is this like a Kodak moment right here? Are we doing that? Digital moment? Okay,
Digital
I like
moments,
that too.
no.
That
Not
what?
so much, yeah, not so much
digital,
Kodak.
digital Kodak moments, Stu. Stu, who's our official photographer, which is awesome.
He does an amazing job.
He
He's been around for a long time.
And see, she's filming us from Ford. We'll wave to the Ford people over there. Thank you, Ford. We love you. We appreciate everything that you guys do. All right, we're getting close. Are those results ready yet? Are we getting close? All right, she's shaking her head yes.
We're going to have to just take a few more minutes, figure out. I don't believe that we looked at some of these other trophy packages and the Stabila levels.
No, I mean, we were talking about them with the Stabila levels, and here
Don't go far away.
Let me see that. I want to see that belt right there. This is what I like, Sean. Hold that out there. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Can I try it on?
First, it's the Stabila, it's the Kubota. He wants cash.
Come on, I'll never get to actually earn one.
Go ahead, put it on.
That's heavy.
Here, I'll hold your mic. Go ahead, put that on right there. Let's see what it looks like.
Wow, that's impressive.
That's pretty good, but I think for Sean it should say Top Craft Beer instead of Top Craftsmen. So here, I'm going to give you that. I'll take
could you
this
see
back.
the winner of that belt over at maybe Gillies on that mechanical bull wearing that big old belt?
I'd give it a shot. I would do that. But you can see some really nice awards right here. And, of course, they have the big checks that they're going to be giving away. World champion, that's the one they're going to be looking for right there, Sean. So some good stuff.
I've got some of the bigger ones down here.
I know you do. And, of course, we have the fine folks at Steel giving away some stuff as well. So we went through the prizes already. There's just a lot of stuff. And without sponsors, and you can see them all over here, that do stuff for us all the time. And we're so grateful. And yesterday's sponsor demo day was important to have them do their demos and meet all those sponsors one-on-one.
It's not that they just supply materials and information and other resources. They help. They stay. They're here working with us day after day after day to put this program on. This is the Super Bowl of Masonry. Right. Our Studio 54 party of Masonry right here, and it's a big one. It's a blast. But it takes a lot of people, a lot of friends, and a lot of teamwork to bring it all in at the end. Our mudslingers working in conjunction with the sponsor teams, it's amazing.
I mean, they really do. I mean, I think we should get our sponsors out here and we should chat with them. And, I want to bring our Steel group in here. Hey, guys, come on in here for a second, because Dan, you two. Dan, who did a lot of the demos over there, I'm going to put you guys in between us because you've been such a big part of us over the years. And Dan, I want to talk with you first. You did the Rock Boss demo, you were cutting the iron pipe, but you've been so good over the years doing some great demos, man. I mean, how long have you been doing this?
Since 1988.
So you got a little bit of experience.
A little bit, yeah.
Tell us about the different products that you guys are giving away to go with all of our winners today.
So the TSA 230 is one of the world's first battery-powered cutoff machines. For the first prize, we're also giving you the battery backpack system that goes with it, plus the diamond wheels.
But that is in no way related to a proton pack from the Ghostbusters movie.
No, not at this time.
Okay, good. I was just checking that. I didn't know if you were going to say light them up and do that. And James, you know, we want to say thank you. You know, steel is just amazing. And, you know, the products are not only innovative, but you guys have such cool guys, you know, like this guy right here that just can really just cut anything.
Dan is phenomenal. He's been doing this about as long as I've been alive. And, you know, we love this event. For the first event back since early 2020. We're so proud to be in person again and be part of this event year after year. You all do a phenomenal job, and we're happy that the fans could all get together again and be part of this great event. Thank you very much.
Hey, I got to ask, does Dan even let you use those saws for some demos, or he just wants to hog it all himself? He loves running that equipment. You can tell.
Absolutely not. I'm allowed nowhere near him. He knows the drill.
Is that right?
Pretty much. I use this personally, recreationally. Yeah, so I use all their equipment.
No,
recreationally.
You know, a lot of the folks go and they visit the steel trailer over there, and it has, you know, all the products, and, you know, that just travels around, does it? And they'll just, you know, you'll go to stop somewhere and folks can come in and try some of the products out. I mean, that's pretty unique to do something like that for contractors and maybe even homeowners that just want to buy steel equipment.
That's right. That's a phenomenal asset that we've got. In fact, the carver that we brought this year, Dave Weatherhead, has customized that entire trailer. We've worked with him for many years. He's built that with our specs. We update the products every year, travels around the country. He's doing that and his Lumberjack show right out of that trailer, show a wide range of our products for not only homeowner but professional use, and it's a phenomenal tool, and hope you all can see it around the country.
I love it. I think it's great, guys. I want to thank you again, James and Dan, and, you know, hopefully we're all back here in 2022, and we're, you know, we cut lead pipe this year. We got any plans for January?
Yeah, what's stronger than that? What's heavier duty than that? What can you come up with next?
Yeah,
Jeez,
are
how do
you guys?
top it?
Hey, we have the Tesla tunnel that's over there. Can you guys like cut something out, and we can have like a tunnel from here to like maybe a bar or something?
That could be possible.
Yeah. See, I knew Dan could do that for us, guys. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We're
Thanks,
gonna let you guys go. Let's bring in our other group over here. Come on, let's see. We got Jacob from Kubota. We got the rest of the Kubota clan in here. Come on in here, guys.
Okay.
You know, we want to say thank you to all the sponsors that are in here. Jacob, you can come on in with your group as well. Come on over here. Blaine, I talked with you earlier about the SCL 1000. That was yesterday, and you were talking about all the different attachments. First of all, thank you so much for being a first-time sponsor, and talk a little bit about the different attachments that they have for the SCL 1000.
Technical issue, sorry about that.
Yeah. not like the SCL 1000. That works as soon as you touch it.
Quality, reliability, that's what we stand for. Yeah, so the SCL is actually going to be the Swiss Army knife. It's going to have 7 different types of attachments. We offer 2 different sizes of bucket. One of those sizes is actually going to be the width of the machine, which is going to be 36 inches. And we also offer a 42-inch bucket that's going to be available with a cutting edge and a teeth configuration as well.
Yeah. I was checking that booth out myself, and there is so many attachments. It makes it so versatile. I just want one of everything, you know. We're getting some instruction here that we want to make sure that we're keeping our mics up to our mouth so that everybody at home can hear us. So let's hear some more about those attachments.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, Blaine, I want you to introduce. We met Jacob. Introduce the other 2 members of your team right here so everybody gets to know them.
Yeah, so me personally, I work at the corporate office in Grapevine. We were lucky enough to have 2 of our field staff members here as well. We call them our CEBDMs. These are going to be the guys who work with the dealers day in, day out to make sure that you get the best price and the best quality out of these Kubota.
Okay, who do we have over here to my left?
So this is going to be Eric Nybloom. He's over stationed in California. And then to my right is John Cheek. He's out of Texas as well.
Well, guys, we want to thank you very much for coming
Appreciate
out
you
here and being a part of this. He was doing the demo earlier, loading the SPEC MIX mortar on the back of the RTV 1140 that you have parked under there. So, guys, thanks again. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And you're not going to go far from me, right? We're going to stay in contact here. I'm in love with that machine, honestly.
I'm going to grab this from you guys. I'm going to let you guys go, and I'm going to bring in our good folks from IQ over here. Guys, come on in. Don't be shy.
I can't wait to find out who goes home in that today.
Stay away from the Kubota, will you? Come on in here, man. Grab a mic. Hop in the middle. Hop in the middle over here. Guys, once again, just totally impressiveness with, the machines that you don't let me see until the last second. You hid your new innovative machine over there. I'm like, where'd it go? There was nothing here. Talk
Under
about
wraps.
that new machine that you guys have.
Yeah, that's a new 914, just a complete upgrade on a previous system that we had. So we put a lot of work into that, really listened to the Masons and guys out there using it every day, what they want, and we put those improvements in place and unveiled it right here in front of you.
You know, and not only that, but we're talking about the HEPA filter, that machine right there, and how amazing that is. And you were out there talking to me about how this hooks to this and this hooks to this.
Yeah.
How do you guys come up with all this innovative stuff?
They really tried pulling me into a dark one too. I mean, they were talking about, we even have things that really suck. I'm like, what kind of company is going to admit to that? And they do. So these dust collection systems that are integrated into the saws, they're amazing.
It's almost
Absolutely
like zero
amazing.
dust that gets out, right?
Yep, that's what we go for. It's capture as much dust as possible, and we just love innovating new things, and that's just kind of at the core of IQ, and we're just going to continue to do that. And it's and we love attending this event. It's just, as a former bricklayer myself, I love seeing what these guys are doing out here, and it just makes my heart warm seeing new generations stepping into this. It's just a really great event. So
my
we love
heart
being a
was
part of
warm,
it.
my legs were warm, my head was warm.
Yeah,
We were all
exactly.
warm out here today.
Well, Sarah, you were wearing multiple hats today. Didn't you have a different task out there? Didn't you run out and maybe run a different event? Were you trying to pull those block louder pants apart?
I know it. You guys did it without me.
We had you all set up. Oh, boy.
I want a rematch.
Yeah, we're going to have to get a rematch. I tell you what, after the show, you grab one pant leg, I'm going to grab the other. We're going to try to rip Tom's.
Yeah, wait till I get out of them first,
No,
though.
no,
okay?
no.
Don't
That's
leave
part
the
of
legs
fun.
in there.
Part of the fun.
I'm not a chicken
Paul,
bone.
you want to get in on this one, too?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm down.
fine. That's it. You guys get out of here. IQ, thank you once again. We appreciate
right, thank you
everything
very
that
much.
you've done for us over the years.
Thank you very much.
All right. We're going to keep going here. I'm going to check in with the judges. I'm looking for a high sign over here. Guys, how we doing over there? Anything yet? Are we close to ready? I'm checking with Nick Lahoviak, and still not ready yet. We're getting close, though. He said we just need a little bit more time, and then we'll have all the results,
Well,
Sean. So we're getting close.
You know why this is? We've been in this situation before.
Yeah, I know.
It is important.
Yeah.
The value of prizes that we have already talked about. What is at stake here? We take this very serious. Every wall gets judged identical. We are making sure, double checking, and then even triple checking in cases to make sure that we have the right information, the right teams in place. Because they all deserve the top honors.
Yeah, I mean, you really do. And, throughout the day, we've, 1 point here, 1 brick there, 1 block there. That's all it is. And that's probably what they're coming down to right now, is they're making sure, is that tolerant, is that intolerance, was that within a 1/4 inch, was that really a tip brick? Let's go back, if we have to go back and look at it. So, because there is so much on the line.
We're seeing them do that actually right now. They've gone back through there to verify, I'm assuming, some possible deductions.
Yeah.
Make sure that they are valid. We have judges that have been on board with us for so many years.
Right.
And they don't just show up and start today and figure it out. No, these guys have been reading up on the rules, continuing to stay up to date on any adjustments to the rules.
Right.
And also they're watching videos now, online training for the SPEC MIX BRICKLAYER 500. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
I know, and Jim O'Connor, who is such a good friend of ours and part of this, you talk about, going online, figuring out how to learn, brick and everything like that. Jim is also very critical when it comes to, how do you get started? We talked about that a little bit earlier. Jim, we had mentioned the IMI, about, training and the importance of Masonry Strong. Once again, reiterate to everybody, how to get involved, how to make the future like that.
Well, there's a Job Corps with the apprenticeship training. There's also the IMIweb.org. You can go online and find out all the schools that are available where you can learn the tricks of the trade, so to speak. It's a little bit of work, but it certainly gets you to a spot where these walls, you're capable of doing these walls and getting great work, and you can travel with that work. As you can see, all these people come from different states. If you're tired of living in Illinois and you want to move to Arizona, there's a spot for you and there's a job for you. And those skills transfer all across the country and out of the country for that matter, and that's
No
kind of
doubt.
nice flexibility for
You know, Jim,
everyone.
I've always been so impressed. You and I have known each other now for over 20 years, and you are such an advocate for the industry. You're the resource and so knowledgeable to get people out there. You're pushing people into the trades and sharing a lot of information so that they can make the best decision to get into the masonry industry. Thank you for all that you have done, and being the color of the SPEC MIX Bricklayer 500. How about him? He is our color, is he
He
not?
is the man.
What an honor to be a part of this, and being from Chicago, it's big. Masonry's a big masonry town, and we have so many qualified, wonderful people on both sides of the union and management, so it's really an honor, and I've got to meet a lot of great people like yourselves, and what a show.
Jim, take us back to when you first started in masonry to where you are now. Thank you, Jim. That's all the time we have right now. That would have been way too long a story. Hey, I want to bring our folks in from Block Lotter right now real quick before we get our final results, because without the Block Lotter group, you know, we're going to be walking around. It's going to be really hot. I see the results are ready to go. Come on in here. Come on in here. What a great day again today, trying to pull pants apart.
Oh, yeah, it's been awesome.
Were you worried when Will and I jumped on there with 4 people?
Not at all.
Not at all. He didn't even blink an eye. He's back there going, yeah, go ahead, take it apart. I don't care. Go ahead, take it apart.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Want another set? Come on, try.
We've
get
been
6
around
people,
since
right?
1959, and it's never happened.
Yeah, I know.
Never.
Okay, we're going to get 5 people on each pant leg next. I bet, you know what, it probably won't work either. But, you know, we want to
physics
thank
of
you.
that might
These
be
are
hard.
awesome. Thank you so much for the pants, for the shorts,
Absolutely.
for our mudslingers and everything. And even our head of production over there got a pair. So he was like, he looks really cute in that behind the camera, but we're not going to turn the camera around to show it.
Yeah,
Just
these
to let them know.
ripstop block ladders are fantastic. They are so flexible. It's like dancing pants.
I don't know about
but
that.
they
I wanna
truly
shake
are
your hand.
work
Thanks
pants.
again, guys. I know you got some certificates to give away. I'm going to let you do that. I'm going to get Brian Carney from SPEC MIX to roll in here with the official results. Brian, come on in here, my brother. I'm going to shake your hand. Get in over here, will you? You know, you haven't been on camera. Brian was our buddy. Grab that microphone, will you?
Yeah,
you know,
come on.
you were the guy for so many years. We miss you getting out there. Good to see you, Brian. We have the results. How did you think this year's event went?
A huge success, Tom. I'm not kidding. The walls are awesome. We've had some cool winners here. They're going to be very, very happy. I'm telling you what. So, yeah, we're excited.
Awesome. Well,
Brian,
I'll tell you what. Go ahead,
do we have some surprises? Tell me, do we have some surprises that we weren't expecting?
I'm not going there, Sean.
Ah, come on. We can't
I
draw
avoid
anything
trouble
out
like the
of 'em.
plague. I'm not
Okay,
going there.
All right.
All right, I'm going to take these right here. Brian, you keep the checks.
Oh, okay. I'll hold the checks.
What? Sean's getting
Hey,
the money
he's
and the
already
keys of the Kubota. What's going on over here?
All right. I'll make sure they get into the right hands. Brian,
Thank you very much. The VP
Brian
for
Carney
SPEC MIX.
from SPEC MIX.
All right, here we go. Let's do this. If all the masons and tenders are in their stalls, here we go. We already mentioned all the prizes. I'll just say once again, the cash amount. There's a check right there for $2,500 for the toughest tender. With a time of 14 minutes and 49 seconds, from St. Louis, Missouri, John Smith Masonry, stall number 12, Steve Braswell.
How about that? 14 minutes in this heat. We didn't think we were going to see anything close to that.
You know, honestly, I didn't. I know we had a stall, I think it was stall 2 or 3, was done about 12 minutes or so. But you know what? Again, it's got to be done just right. Trey Harris with SPEC MIX is with us. He's going to be giving away some wonderful prizes over there. Steve, congratulations, man. Come on in here. No, you don't have to run. It's too hot. That's okay. We're not going to make you do that.
That was fantastic. What a feat. Everybody should be proud.
How's it feel?
You got anything you want to say to the friends and the families at home? Come on, you just did it. $2,500.
I was just coming out here to have fun. Thank you.
Come on over here next to
Come on up on the stage. Come on up on the stage. You got a trophy. We're going to get some pictures later.
Tom, we got to get a shopping cart for each one of these.
I think
and
we
it's
need
just going to get more and more.
Shopping
cart
We're gonna
time.
need more than a shopping cart. All right. In third place, with the adjusted brick count, this is the final count of the brick as I work my way up. This is after deductions. If the wall is perfect, they're still just going to give me a number of the adjusted brick count. With an adjusted brick count of 615, in third place, Marty Mars, Mars Masonry, Terre Haute, Indiana, stall number 6. Congratulations.
Fantastic. I believe that's Terre Haute, Indiana.
You are correct.
Coming out of the Illinois market. Marty's not his first time here. These guys got to be worn out by now. You think they have the energy to step up and collect all these prizes?
Oh, I think a check kind of gives you a little hop in your step.
Congratulations. Here you go.
You got a lot to carry.
Can help you get
And I'm sure if you need any help carrying it home, Sean will help you. Guys, congratulations. Nice job. Way to go. Good job, guys. That's all right. Go. Hop up on the stage there. In second place, with an adjusted brick count of 618, a former winner, former top craftsman in 2017 from Clearfield, Utah, stall number 10, Brian Tuttle from Quick Trowel Masonry.
Again, the Tuttle brothers, top of the food chain. Top of the food chain.
You know, I said it earlier, the Tuttle name is always up there, and once again, you guys have not disappointed. Thanks again, guys. It is great to have you up on the winner's stage. Moving on to our Top Craftsman Award. I'm going to move over here so they can get some pictures. Now, the Top Craftsman Award has to have a minimum of 500 brick, and it is the most perfect wall, the most sellable wall, the wall that looks pretty darn good. Our top craftsman, who's also going to walk away, he's got the keys to the Kubota, to the RTV X1140. Please congratulate with a huge round of applause, repeating as champion, stall number 11, Darian Douthit from Providence Masonry. He does have to sit out next year according to the rules, but back-to-back is an amazing feat. 545 perfectly laid brick. Congratulations. Guys, nice job working together, but I'm going to walk over here with you because there's something that somebody would like to say to you. Darian, meet Jacob. Jacob?
Congratulations. Congratulations. Huge accomplishment, back to back. We're very excited to present you with this Kubota X1140. Here you go, good sir.
What do you say, Darian?
I can't wait to get it home.
2 years in a row. I mean, was your total focus, it seemed to me like from the get-go, Will and RC were talking about that. It was like, I want to build the perfect wall.
Yes, sir. From the get-go, all we wanted to do is put in over 500 and no deductible.
I got to ask you a more personal question. That's going to be for you as well. How close do you live to Atlanta, Georgia? Because I would like to build a new house.
Just get it.
I want you to do it.
All right, give me a plane ticket.
I like that. That's good. Congratulations, Darian. Congratulations, guys. Awesome. Jacob, thank you so much. That's amazing. Brian Carney, you got the World Champion Trophy. Ready to get the name etched on? I love it. All right. Our champion.
This is the exciting part.
This is the exciting part, and I want to say, you know who wins the pool.
You think?
Oh, I know. I called it early on. I felt it in my blood.
Look it. It is quiet out there. They want to know. Should we do that commercial break first?
No, we're not going to do that.
Okay.
With an adjusted brick count of 678, A repeat champion in stall number 14, David Chavez from Ranch Masonry.
There it is, our champions. Talking about paying it in blood.
Come on up here. Before we give you prizes, I want to see the tattoo. Come on. Show everybody the tattoo. Show it. Show them the tattoo. I want to see this. There you go. 2018 champion, SPEC MIX BRICKLAYER 500. You going to get another one?
Yeah, one more.
I like that. Uno más. Uno más. Uno más.
Not only are you going to get some more ink, let's start off with a little check. Getting your name back into the big old trophy. Yes. You're going to need some help here with all of this stuff. We're going to get you up on stage. We're going to assist you because we don't have the shopping carts. Congratulations to both of you. If we
You
can
got to
get
help
you up
out.
on
Everybody
stage
helps
here.
out. Grab some stuff here.
Here.
This, we'll put that right there. Come here, baby. We're gonna get it. We're going to load him up. Just get everything up there. You got to have a picture. Arturo, come on up. Arturo, who is the owner of Ranch Masonry, done it again. 2018 and now 2021.
It's awesome. It's an excellent experience for the guys, a great morale booster for the company. We want to thank SPEC MIX, all the world-class competitors out there. They did a heck of a job today. The heat was hot. It was a hot day, but they pushed through.
Arturo, I mean, Ranch Masonry, we hear the name all the time, and producing winners once again. What a great wall. And I honestly have to say, in my heart of hearts, I had picked stall number 18. It just looked like it. He had a good brick count coming in. I just thought he was going to do it. What's going through your head right now?
Well, we had two guys out here. We had Jacob Ramirez that was also competing on the wild card, and he laid almost 700 bricks as well. So they're both world-class masons. They're both beasts. And last year, Jacob won third place, and he was going for the top prize this year, but he fell a little short.
Okay. Well, there's one more thing we've got to do, and I want you to help me with it. Okay, Sean, I'm going to turn it over to you with Arturo and Nick Banger from Ford. And David, you've got to have room. We're going to let you take a couple of pictures, but there's something else we want to put in your hands, and I think you know what it is. Take a couple of pictures, and then we're going to wrap it up with the biggest prize of them all.
Nick, you got those keys ready to go here? I think he's ready to drop that stuff and get right over here. He wants something, Tom. He wants something.
You good? You good? All right, let's get our official photographer in there, Stu, to get the pictures taken, because we got a set of keys that are red hot from Ford. Nick Banger is excited to give the keys away to this F-250. Get your pictures done. Congratulations to all our Mason and Tender teams. Thank you for heading out here to Las Vegas. I know we'll see you again in the regionals. We have our big winners up there on stage. It looks good. A lot of checks, a lot of prizes from our sponsor. Absolutely amazing.
Nick, I'm going to give you my microphone because I am going to help carry some stuff down here so that you can hand those keys in.
Very good.
And then Arturo, I'm going to let you translate with Nick and with David. David, we're going to get you down here for your Ford pictures. Here we go. What?
He's got his hands full.
Yeah, he does. There's a lot of stuff he's got over there. We need to take a brief second before we do any more pictures. I need to get David Chavez down here. David.
Vente para abajo. He's still trying to take pictures.
He's cramping up a little bit, I think, from the heat. It's a little bit too much. Give him a second.
David, vente para abajo. Yeah, he's cramping up. He pushed hard today. Deja las cosas ahí, David. Deja las cosas ahí.
That goes to him as well. Man, give us your wife.
Yeah.
Where is she?
Right there in the blue. Josie, grab that. From Brian. Come on, right here.
David, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Arturo, and Nick Banger from Ford would like to present you with something.
Te va a presentar algo con Nick de Ford.
Yep, on behalf of Ford Motor Company, congratulations. This is quite an accomplishment. So here are the keys to a new F-250 pickup. Congratulations again. It's not a shopping cart, but it can definitely carry all your prizes on the way home. So congratulations.
Dice que te van a felicitar con la camioneta nueva F-250 para que puedas llevarte todos los premios para Texas. He said, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
David, you're a two-time champion. You get a chance to come back next year because you didn't do 2 years in a row. You were cramping up a little bit. Was it a tough day out there?
Dice que eres campeón 2 veces ahora. Pues te van a dar la oportunidad de regresar el año nuevo, el año que viene. Dice que estaba caliente, te estabas dando calambres. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Todavía con calambres.
He still has cramps. He said it was a tough work day, but it was worth it.
David, Ford just presented you with the keys to the brand new 250 F-250. How do you feel?
¿Cómo te sientes de la camioneta nueva?
Feliz.
He's happy. He's very happy. Thank you very much.
And you're going to take everybody here for a ride?
Que si nos vas a dar ride a todos los que estamos
Yeah.
We're all going to drive home.
Everything.
Everything. What would you like to say to Ford right now?
¿Qué le gustaría decir a Ford?
Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for being a proud sponsor of the SPEC Mix and all the other sponsors that were here supporting this. I know it's been a tough year for everybody, but we want to thank SPEC Mix and definitely Ford and all the other sponsors.
Let's give them all a nice hand. David, thank you. Arturo, thank you for coming up and helping us out. Ranch Masonry, David Chavez, our world champion, the world's best bricklayer for 2021. Woo! Thank you. Nick Banger with Ford. Take those pictures. Go ahead. These are all yours, man. We're going to say goodbye, Sean, once again. It has been a pleasure working with you, my friend, and Jim O'Connor, Ryan Shaver. We had Ryan Coyne and Will Scott. It was a great day, wasn't it?
It was a fantastic day. A lot of excitement, and we proved once again how to get it done. What a wonderful day.
Yeah. Hey, everybody, thank you so much for coming out to the SPEC MIX Bricklayer 500. We're going to say goodbye with this video, cut off the live stream, but in the meantime, let's get some pictures taken and end up our day. Have a great day here in Las Vegas. Great to be back at the World of Concrete.
The SPEC MIX Bricklayer 500 Regionals begin in the late spring and continue at various locations throughout North America. See your SPEC MIX representative or distributor for your nearest SPEC MIX Bricklayer 500 regional location. Detailed information is available at specmix.com. This broadcast is a copyright of SPEC MIX. The SPEC MIX Bricklayer 500 and the SPEC MIX Toughest Tinder are wholly owned properties of SPEC MIX. No rebroadcast or sale of this broadcast is allowed without the expressed written consent of SPEC MIX.